Dear friends of Books and Voices of Revelation. Below, we have the narration of the following audiobook. The Life Story of Lester Sumrall. Chapter 1. The Battle for My Young Heart. My mother had decided, even before I was born, that I would be a preacher. She had prayed fervently for me while I was in her womb, when I couldn't do anything about it except kick a little. Saved as a teenager and then baptized with the Holy Spirit in a tent revival, my mother had her heart set on being a missionary. Circumstances changed the course of her life when her sister died, leaving behind a husband and 3 young children. Realizing that her niece and nephews had no one to take care of them, my mother selflessly agreed to move in with the family. However, her widowed brother-in-law immediately decided to marry her, the sister of his late wife. In an effort to woo her, he pretended to become a Christian. My mother, believing that he loved her and Jesus Christ, married him and gave up her dream of going to the mission field. Soon the conflict developed. My mother spent much of her time studying the Bible and attending what was called in those days the ladies' prayer group. My father, however, despised my mother's silent devotion to the Lord. Oh, he'd go to church. 75 years ago, everyone went to church. But during Sunday dinner, he criticized the pastor and complained about his preaching. Despite all the fire and brimstone sermons I heard week after week, my father continued to smoke, drink, chew, and live a sinner's life. I was born at home, child number 6, and completely without planning. My father, who had decided to stop at 5 o'clock, always considered me an accident. He once told me bluntly, "You weren't supposed to be here." My half-siblings Houston and Kearney, my half-sister Anna, my brother Ernest, and my sister Louise were all much older than me. Sister Leona, who was number 7, was born a few years later, after we moved back to Laurel, Mississippi. It was there that my father found work at the railroad roundabout. All day long he made things out of gleaming steel, hammering molten metal on his iron anvil next to a blacksmith's furious forge. For a man who worked with his hands, he always earned good wages, and for as long as I can remember, we always had a car. In fact, for many years we were the only family on the block to own one. With huge muscles and an imposing voice, my father was a giant in my eyes. In fistfights, all he needed was one punch and the other man was done. I once saw him lift a grown man and the chair he was sitting on with one arm into the air. When he took me to the barber shop for my first haircut, the barber placed me on a small stool on the chair and wrapped a cloth around my neck. He asked, "Well, son, how do you want to get your hair cut?" I looked at him and said, in a proud, confident voice, "Just like Dad's." The men in the barber shop burst out laughing. I felt embarrassed, but what else could I say? I wanted to be like my dad. When Dad spanked me, he took the light of day out of me, but I only remember that happening 2 or 3 times. Mostly he just yelled at me. He wasn't abusive, but he seemed cold, demanding, and even mean at times. On the playground, I was a tiny version of him. I wrestled with all the kids in the neighborhood, even facing kids 10 inches taller than me, with few injuries. Beating fast and furiously, he would beat them out until they were bloodied on all sides. I also fought against God, probably because I knew I had to make a decision. My mother was a gentle, kind, and godly woman. He loved her and wanted to please her, but he didn't want to be like her because that meant he had to be good. On the other hand, if I followed in my father's footsteps, I could be my own boss and do whatever I wanted. As the internal battle raged, I stood my ground, determined to be like my dad. I adored him from afar, accepting his indifference to me and molding me in his image. My feelings towards him were mixed, even confused at times. I don't remember him ever making me jump in the air or hugging me. I don't remember him hugging me or saying, "I love you, Lester." But my mother did it every day. She was the one who wiped away my tears and healed my scratches. When I ran home with exciting stories that all kids like to tell, she was the one who listened to me. Sometimes it must have hurt him to see the trouble I got myself into. When I wasn't fighting, I was playing marbles and no one could beat me. From 10 feet away, he could aim at a marble and hit it every time. This skill soon became very profitable as he would earn everyone's marbles and then sell them again. One morning I left the house with a box of marbles and wandered around the neighborhood. A boy stopped me and said, "I'll trade you my knife for some marbles." So I changed it. Another looked at the knife and said, "I'm sure I'd like to have that knife." So I changed it to something else. Before 3 o'clock I was back home with a goat and a beautiful cart of goats. My father exclaimed, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Well, I forgot the address right now, but I changed it." For the first time in my life, I saw Dad nod his head in approval. For a brief moment, I felt that he was proud of me. Making money came naturally. On the way home from school, I'd buy £100 sack of peanuts, roast 20 or 30 pounds, and shake them every minute or two so they are fully cooked. Then he would fill bags with roasted peanuts and go to the nearby sawmill where he would sell them for 5 cents a bag. He often returned home with $1 or $2, which was more than some men earned in a day. Before long, I had more money than anyone else in our house. My brothers and sisters always came to me if they needed a loan. I became my family's junior banker and I also charged interest. When summer came, instead of selling peanuts, I came up with another plan to make money. After building a small wagon, I bought £100 of ice and some thick syrup, grape, strawberry, vanilla, and other flavors. Then I paid a kid 50 cents a day to pull my cart while I walked behind ringing a bell and yelling, "Snowballs." At the end of the day I would come home with $3 or $4. Even when I was young, I soon discovered that if you wanted to spend money, you had to do it first. My father had never given me $1 in his life, so I knew that if I was going to have money, I had to do it myself. In addition, I felt Dad's silent approval towards my business projects. I didn't expect him to praise me openly. That just wasn't his way. In fact, we rarely knew what Dad was thinking, except when the time of revival came in the church. Her mother's pastor would come up to her and say, "Sister Sumrall, we have nowhere to put the preacher. Won't you let the evangelist stay with you? He will only use one room, himself, his wife and children. The children will sleep on the floor." I guess they all thought that since my father made a good living and had a car, our house was the best place for them. Of course, my mother also had something to do with it. He loved having preachers, and their whole families, housed with us. Sometimes those evangelists and their wives and 3 or 4 children would stay in our house for 3 months. They had meetings every night and people came from all over to listen to them. Hundreds of people would find Christ as their Savior and an entire community would change. It was a time of revival. That's when Dad would get into full swing. "Those preachers are nothing but swindlers and charlatans," he would rant, and I would nod my head when my mother wasn't looking. My dad thought that if you didn't sweat or pound steel or plow in the field, then you weren't really working. In those days the evangelists were usually very poor and could not even afford to stay in hotels. That's why they lived in the homes of the people of the church. I don't know why I didn't realize that those poor preachers certainly weren't getting rich. But if Dad said it was like that, then I believed it. My father would come home and find strangers sitting in the living room and shouting, "Who is it?" "He's the evangelist. He is going to bless our home," Mother replied. Then my father would start cursing and say, "Why, they are just beggars, too lazy to work, traveling like kings. All they do is intrude on people's lives and enrich themselves by passing the hat." Well, I liked that kind of conversation. That sounded good, so I kept spouting the same verbiage. Like my father, I had nothing but contempt for all those preachers my mother brought to our house. Sometimes I had good reason to complain. Our table was not large enough to seat everyone at the same time, so Mother served the evangelist and her family first. If I got anything, it was the leftovers when that group finished eating. No sir, I didn't like that at all. They were always taking over my bedroom, so I had to sleep on the floor on blankets. If the preacher hung his pants on my bedpost, he would steal money from my pockets and I would go spend it. One day, a friend and I let the pastor's son accompany us when we went swimming. The winter rains had swollen the creek and the rising water was dangerous, but even so, we plunged into the muddy stream, challenging each other to follow us. I swam halfway through when, suddenly, the flood waters began to drag me down. I fought, but the water was cold and the current too strong. As I struggled to keep my head above water, I remember the preacher's son panicking and yelling, "Let's go home. We're in trouble. He's gone." Then he ran off, leaving my friend fumbling in the cold, muddy water until he found me. Desperately, my friend dragged my body to the shore. I wasn't breathing because my lungs were full of water. Somehow it hit my back until mud and water gushed out. I returned with difficulty to the world of the living. The preacher's son got beaten up for running away from us, and I swore I'd never make friends with another one of those sissies. From that point on, I gave every preacher's son who had the misfortune to stay with us every reason to resent his father's ministry. Of course, poor children had difficult lives without a home. They lived 3 months here, 3 months there, 1 month there. However, I didn't feel any sympathy for any of them. The preachers and their families did not have an easy time in our house. But instead of reciprocating my hatred or taking revenge, they would simply look up to the sky and pray, "God, help Lester. God, save Lester." I just sneered quietly, "Yes, well, get out of my house and God can do a lot better with me." Chapter 2. The first time I heard God's voice. Just before my 10th birthday, my brother Archie was born. For the first time I saw a different side of Dad. Apparently, overnight my hard-hearted father became a kind, tender, and affectionate giant to his newborn son. I was amazed to see him rocking the baby in his arms and carrying him around the house. Dad taught Archie how to walk and even let the boy sit in his high chair next to him at the table. Okay, I told myself, after all, there's a big age difference between me and the baby. Plus, Archie adores him. Then, before his 2nd birthday, Archie died. My father didn't cry, he merely stared in sepulchral silence. Even at the funeral everyone else cried, but Dad didn't. When she got home that day, she suddenly burst into tears and lay on the floor, sobbing as if her heart was going to break. Then he stood up and said that God had spoken, telling him, "You can go to where Archie is, but you can't bring him back. You have to make the decision." At church, my father shared with the congregation what God had told him, and my mother began to believe that Dad could be saved. But he didn't change because he didn't want to submit his heart to the Lord. My mother was a tireless prayer warrior. From my earliest years, I remember hearing her carry all her needs and burdens to God and work, earnestly seeking the Lord for hours and days, particularly when faced with family difficulties for which there were no earthly solutions. After Archie's death, she would say, "Lord, you took my little one, but you gave me my husband." I didn't understand how I could thank God for my dad when he made her life so difficult. More than once, however, I heard her ask God to help her be thankful for her good points. She fasted and prayed for her husband to be saved, but she never preached to him. It was with Archie's death that the Lord began to soften my father's heart. For the first time there seemed to be a ray of light coming from his hardened soul. Despite her submissive nature, Mother was a fighter, a spiritual warrior. One night, as she knelt in prayer by a chair in the front room, she looked around and saw an angry lion. Something told her that the lion was her husband's spirit and that she had to defeat him first before her prayers could be answered. As he prayed, the demonic spirit began to recede. "Get out of this house," she kept ordering until she walked out the door. Although the answer to her prayers for my father's salvation was slow in coming, my mother's spiritual efforts for her children bore fruit early. As the spiritual leader of our family, she had consistently instilled in all of us children the importance of a personal faith in Jesus Christ and our responsibility to serve him. The 2 oldest sons, Houston and Ernest, began preaching when they were 15 or 16 years old. When I was 11 years old, Ernest attended Central Bible College in Springfield, Missouri. The school was so pleased with his accomplishments that, upon graduation, they gave him a tent, piano, and benches so he could be an evangelist. Traveling as far as Mississippi, he led some revivals. But Ernest was more of a teacher than an evangelist, and he later became a successful church pastor and settled near Mobile, Alabama. Around that time, my father had a terrible accident. While working with a piece of hot metal, it flew through the air and hit him in the eye, completely destroying his eyeball. After a brief stay in the hospital, he was sent home where, For many, many weeks, he simply writhed in pain. Since Dad couldn't work, he soon ran out of money and so did food. Even when we had nothing, my mother would tell all of us kids, "Let's roll up our sleeves and set the table." "But Mom, we don't have anything to eat at home," we complained. "Don't say that," she would reply. "Say, God is going to provide." Then Mom would set the table and put a glass of water on each plate. "Now we're going to sit down and pray, and God will send us the food." He seemed to have an extra measure of faith. Sure enough, between 10 minutes, 12 o'clock and 12, someone would come to our door with a basket full of hot food. The mother graciously accepted the food and put it on the table. Every time she took that step of faith, without fail, someone in the community felt compelled to help us and think, "We'd better bless the Sumralls. That man is sick." They didn't know we had run out of money or food, but Mother never doubted that God would speak to their hearts and meet our needs. My mother was a great intercessor who spent hours in what was literally her prayer closet. At that time, people kept their winter clothes and blankets in a special closet until it got cold again. Even if Mom was home alone and didn't need privacy, she would go in there, kneel down, and pray. Many times I would come home from school and call her. "What were you doing?" He would ask, noticing the tears in his eyes and knowing where he had been. "I was praying." "Why are you praying?" "Oh, I'm happy," he would reply with a smile, and that was all he said. I didn't really think much about her answer as I considered prayer and religion to be for women and the weak. At the time, I didn't recognize what a fighter my mother was. The ladies' prayer group met at our house every day. This group of strange-looking women wore long-sleeved dresses with old-fashioned collars that reached down to their chins and hems that covered their shoes. But when those women began to pray, they shook heaven and hell. They knew how to wage spiritual battle, as I discovered at an early age. As a child, he had suffered from pellagra, a sometimes fatal disease caused by a deficiency of niacin and protein in the diet. Today it happens mainly in third-world countries. Sometimes my skin would become so inflamed that all I could do was scream in pain. It got so bad that pellagra affected my digestive system, making it impossible for me to eat. The doctor said he would die. That's when the ladies' prayer group began storming the sky on my behalf. After daily doses of practical prayer and intercession, God healed me and I recovered quickly. My faith in God, however, remained superficial even though my mother took me to all the church meetings, Wednesday nights, Sunday mornings, Sunday nights, and even some afternoons. The pastor's sermon every Sunday night was, "Jesus is coming soon." Man, he could preach, but he always said, "Jesus is coming soon." Then the preacher fell ill and died. Jesus didn't come soon enough, I mocked myself. But I knew better than to let my mother hear me say such a thing. The next preacher who came had pretty much the same message, "These are the last days, Jesus is coming soon." He, too, died. A third came and began to preach, "Jesus is coming soon." I thought, these preachers are a bunch of liars with all that "coming soon" thing. One Sunday night, as I sat in my pew, the Lord said to me, "Would you like to know when I'm back?" "Well," I replied, too young to think it was strange that God was speaking to me, "I've been thinking about it for a long time." He said, "I'm going to tell you. It's in Matthew 24 verse 37. But as it was in the days of Noah, so it shall be in the day of the coming of the Son of Man." Noah was 500 years old when I said, "Build the ark." He was 600 years old when he entered the ark. God continued, "My mercy is 100 years. I started crying. He said, "I gave them 100 years to repent, and they didn't want to all of a sudden. That's why they had to be judged." I said, "And will it be like that at the end of time?" The Lord said, "Yes." "When did you start counting?" I asked cheekily. I waited for a response, but all I got was silence. Why? Because God never responds to stupidity. That's why he doesn't speak to most of us. It was a long time before I heard from God again, but that didn't mean he wasn't trying to get my attention. One day, as I was walking along the railroad tracks, a carriage started rolling down the hill toward me, but I didn't hear it. My older brother saw it and ran like the wind. Without even time to shout a warning, he hit me like a football player, knocking me off the track. We both fell into the ditch as the van rattled past. It saved my life, but I still didn't think much about it. Why should I? I considered myself indestructible. Shortly after that incident, our family moved to Panama City, Florida, where all the kids, including me, pretty much lived on the beach. Coming mostly from fishing families, they played in the ocean all the time. Some days we stayed in our bathing suits from morning until night. One day I decided to make a raft, so I told all the kids to pick up every large 50-gallon jerrycan they could find. Then we tied them up with ropes and put boards on top of them, working for hours. Finally, I had everyone push the raft into deep water, where I announced, "Well, there's our new dive rig." At that moment, one of the boys looked at me and growled, "Who made you? The boss of this thing?" "I'm not the boss," I replied. "Well, then how is it that since we started you have made us all obey you?" "Well, you shouldn't have obeyed," I said simply. "Yes, but we had to. I didn't realize that I had run the entire project from start to finish." "Oh, is that so?" I asked smugly, feeling somewhat pleased by the idea that when I told people to do something, they did it. That day, something happened inside of me and I felt good about myself and my natural ability to lead others. My mother had recognized these leadership qualities as well, but the way she wanted me to use them was quite different from what I had in mind. On her knees, Mother saw in me the missionary she had longed to be. At first she had thought that my half-sister, Anna, would fulfill the call to the mission field when she expressed the urgency of taking the gospel to China. But my mother's dreams were dashed once again when Anna disobeyed the Lord and married a non-Christian. When my sister Anna died at a young age, the pain of what might have happened weighed heavily on my mother. I was determined that I would obey the Lord's call, just as my older brothers had done. But being a missionary or a preacher was the furthest thing from my mind. I still wanted to be like my father even though he didn't seem to care what I did. Too bad I couldn't see that my mother's godly life deserved much more imitation than my father's rebellious behaviors. My mother was not a weak Christian sister. She was a much tougher disciplinarian than my father. She never said, "Wait until your dad comes home." When we needed a change, she would give it to us and not bother him with our wrongdoings and punishments. The mother ran the household and made most of the decisions in the household. When Dad got his paycheck, she put it in the bank and paid all the bills. As the center of our family, Mother also provided spiritual leadership for us children. In fact, she taught us the Bible every night. When we could quote all the books of the Bible from memory or recite the 23rd Psalm without hesitation or name the 12 apostles or the judges of Israel, she would give us a prize. Somehow, all that biblical teaching never got to my heart, probably because I never left it. Whether I wanted it or not, my mother continued to drag me into her lively revival services where I would sit with my head down, refusing to sing or listen. Angry that I wasn't playing with my friends, I fell asleep in the hard pews while the preacher talked and talked well into the night. Even when I was faced with incredible miracles of healing, I was not impressed. But there was one incident I never forgot. My mother had open, bleeding breast cancer. In those days, doctors had only one way to treat cancer: remove it. They told my mother, "Even if we operate, we'll never be able to put down roots and it will come back. Let us know your decision." Not knowing what to do, my mother did what she did best: pray. One night, after going to bed, he saw Jesus enter the bedroom. He didn't say anything, just touched her and smiled. The next morning, she told the family, "I'm healed of that cancer. Jesus was in my room last night." My father just grunted. However, 3 or 4 mornings later he asked, "You haven't mentioned that cancer in several days. When are you going back to the doctor?" "Well, tomorrow is the usual time to dress him again," my mother replied. "I think I'll check it out for myself. The doctor won't mind, I'm sure." When he went to his room and took off all the bandages, there, on the gauze, was something that looked like a little baby octopus. It had a nucleus or center, and out of it came things like little threads, the tendrils of cancer. Then she looked in the mirror and saw that a new piece of skin, like a baby's skin, had grown along the hole. When I showed my father the cancer lying in the gauze, he couldn't deny what had happened. She enthusiastically told the children, and also the church, and anyone who would listen. He lived another 45 years, taking every opportunity to testify of God's miraculous power and grace. Not even my old, racist grandfather, a Confederate veteran of the Civil War, escaped my mother's prayers. A widower who could no longer live alone due to a stroke came to stay with us for a while. Since he couldn't even feed or clothe himself, my mother took care of him. And she took care of him the best way she knew how. She called the ladies' prayer group. Now, my grandfather was not what I would call a Christian. In effect, I considered it simply bad. Seeing him sitting slumped over in the wheelchair brought back one of my earlier memories. He had dressed in his faded Confederate uniform and was on the front porch, spitting for us, our grandchildren, to hear his hatred for every Yankee and every black man alive. Now, even in his old age, he nurtured a painful revenge that he could not satisfy. But that didn't deter the ladies' prayer group. One day, the 8 or 10 stood around his wheelchair and asked, "Mr. Chandler, do you believe in God?" "Yes." "Do you believe in Jesus?" "Yes." "Do you believe in healing?" "Yes." "Now give your heart to Jesus." They led him in a sinner's prayer and then began to pray for him. Right there, in the living room of our house, the power of God came upon my grandfather. The Spirit of the Lord touched him and ran through his whole body. Suddenly, the old man got up from that wheelchair, when before he couldn't take a step, and started walking. His arms, which had been limp, began to move. And that was it. He was healed. He soon returned to his own home, where for the next 15 years my grandfather cooked himself. And he took care of his house. A housekeeper would come in maybe once a week to clean, but otherwise, he took care of himself. One night I was at his house and my grandfather went to bed at his usual time, 8 o'clock. My brother and I were sitting in another room when we heard a little struggle. We went inside to check on Grandpa, but it was too late. He was already gone. With no illness and no major problem, he simply left this world. That night I couldn't help but remember the day the ladies' prayer group visited my grandfather. I saw my bitter old rebellious grandfather who couldn't walk or feed himself. Completely healed and healthy. That impressed me as a child and forged faith in my heart. It had an effect on me, but it wasn't enough. I remained a criminal. As I got older, I cursed, smoked, and dropped out of school at age 16. My friends weren't good. Many times my mother threatened me that if I didn't stop stealing and getting in trouble, she would send me to a reform school. Several of my friends were shot dead robbing stores, killed for selling moonshine, or on the losing side of shootouts with police. Some of them killed each other. But I thought it was indestructible. I wasn't going to be a sissy like those women in the ladies' prayer group. I was a man like my dad. Chapter 3. Out of the belly of the whale. Shortly after I left school, I started spitting blood at night. I didn't tell anyone at first, but one morning my mother looked at my pillow and asked, "What's that blood doing there?" "Oh," I coughed. But I knew something was terribly wrong. When the blood was there every morning, he would take me to our doctor, who lived a few houses away from us. He checked me up and told me what he already knew: I had tuberculosis. Tuberculosis was then a death sentence. "Well," he told my mother and me, "since we're neighbors, I can see you every day, so there's no use taking him to a hospital. Whatever they can do for him there, I can do here." Then he came to see me every day. I'm sure he wondered, as I did, how I got the disease. We lived right on the beach and my room had lots of windows, so I had lots of fresh air and sunshine. He should have been a healthy 16-year-old. I began to get weaker and weaker. The meat just came off of me until I weighed about 93 pounds. I was just a sack of bones. Soon I couldn't get out of bed. My mother's ladies' prayer group began to come to pray and lay hands on me. They were persistent, standing around the bed, pleading with the Lord to spare my life. I told my mother to suspend her prayer partners. "Don't bring that group of old ladies here anymore." but the following week they would be back. My mother, so persistent, would usher women into my room, where they would stand around the bed and say some of the silliest things like, "Oh God, why is this dear little innocent child suffering?" He would stick his head under the covers and curse them. If I had cursed them off the sheets, my mother would have beaten me up in bed. "Under the covers," I said, "I'm nothing like you think I am. I'm not innocent, and I'm not small. I don't want you here. Just get out of it." When I turned 17, I was bedridden for several months. I was bleeding from my lungs, coughing up my life. He had a fever that they couldn't relieve. I was dying. Around 4 o'clock I started coughing and expelling large amounts from my lungs. It was getting bad. I turned purple and my mother said to my sister, "Go get the doctor. Lester is getting worse." He came running and tried to take his pulse and draw a pinch of blood. Then he took my mother aside and said, "I can't get anything out of this child. Nothing. He has no pulse and I can't draw blood from him." She looked gloomily at my mother and said, "Call your husband. This child is dying." The whole family came into my room. On one side, the doctor said in a whisper, "In 2 hours this child will be dead. That's the death rattle in his throat right now, and that bluish hue on his face means not enough blood is getting to his brain for treatment body to live in. He's going to die tonight." He put his hand on my father's shoulder and said, "Now, Mr. Sumrall, I'm going back to the office, draw up your death certificate and sign it. You can pick it up tomorrow morning and get a copy, place in the cemetery for him. They won't sell plots there unless you have a certificate, so I'll leave it on my desk." My mother started crying. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew what was going on. My father looked gloomy and my mother was crying, so I found out that the doctor had said something very wrong. I thought, when the doctor leaves, that's it. I'm going to die. When he walked out the door, I began to panic. I was 17 years old. My life was over before it had even begun. I wasn't ready. But I was dying and I was scared. I clung to life. At some point during that dark night, I looked up and on the side of my bed I saw a coffin my size, open and tilting. The inside was covered in soft white satin and was empty, waiting for me. I knew it was mine. I looked at it and thought, "Oh, there's my coffin. It's all very nice, it's true, except I don't want that." I turned my head to the other side and there I saw the largest Bible in the world. It stretched from floor to ceiling next to my bed, and the letters on the page were overhead. I looked, and God said, "That's my word. You'll have to select one of these tonight." I said, "Oh, yes, Lord. I'll go to church and fix it." God said, "No, you've told me that before. Tonight you will take that coffin or that book. I want you to preach my word, or you will die tonight." Well, like most Southerners, it was my nature to procrastinate when pressed to make a decision. I'd rather leave a difficult decision for tomorrow, if I could, than face it today. I said, "Sir, someday I'll do that." The Lord said, "You are. Right now. There are no more sunrises for you. No more daylight for you. Either they will put you in the coffin or you will take my word and proclaim it." "Well, Lord, I don't want to die," I replied. "I'm afraid I'm going to die. I'm not ready to die. So, obviously I'm going to take the word, the Bible." I didn't hear an audible voice, but it was as distinct and steady as any I had ever heard. God was giving me a choice. I despised preachers, and the thought of being one made me shudder, but I was terrified of dying. That floating coffin meant much more than just a grave. It meant an eternal hell. I had heard enough sermons to know that. Looking directly at the Bible, I prayed, "God, if the only way to live in the world is to preach, then I will preach." Then, to confirm what I had just said, I added, "If they let me live while I preach, one day I'll be the oldest man in the world because I'll never stop preaching." Then a miracle happened. Something happened inside of me. I knew that if I said yes, it would always be yes. That was the first time in my life that I had a feeling like that. Normally, if I said Yes, 10 minutes later I could say, no, and it was none of your business. I did what I wanted and that's why I got into so much trouble. You never knew what I would do next because I changed my mind to suit myself. But that night something happened. Something happened in my belly and I said, God, I'm sorry for my sins and I'm sorry I mistreated everybody. I would like you to forgive me. At that moment I felt something happening inside me. Now, I didn't submit my heart to the Lord that night. I didn't do the sinner's prayer. I just agreed to preach. My heart was still full of rebellion. I hadn't asked the Lord to save my soul or baptize me with the Holy Ghost. I just made a deal with him. I agreed to preach. It was a business agreement with the Lord. If that meant he would live, then he would preach. He had made a firm commitment to God, a covenant, and he meant it. I fell into a sweet, deep sleep, and as I slept, the Lord healed me. The next morning, when I opened my eyes and looked around, I saw my mother standing by my bed. My eyes blurred from crying and I realized I hadn't slept much that night. I'm hungry, I said. Oh, he said, I'll bring you some grape juice. I've drunk all the grape juice I can swallow for a long time. What do you want? I want exactly what Dad had for breakfast. In the South, years ago, when we had breakfast, we had breakfast. We don't just smile at the table, we had huge homemade biscuits topped with white sauce along with eggs, ham and grits. I said, that's what I want. No, you haven't eaten any solid food for weeks. You die if you ate that, my mother argued. I looked at her with a funny little smile and said, that may be, but I'm going to die full of ham, eggs, hot biscuits, gravy, and grits. Go get it. Well, I've always heard that you're supposed to give a person their last order, my sweet mother said. The doctor said you're going to die and you're definitely delusional. She didn't know he was healed. There was no blood on the pillow that morning, but she didn't look to see. From that day on, not one more drop of blood came out of my mouth. I never had that fever again. He's gone. I was healed by God. With the idea that a dying man should have what he wants, Mom went and cooked it all up, put it next to my bed on a small table, and left the room. She didn't want to see my futile attempt to eat solid food. Rising on my elbow, I stretched and started eating. I ate everything that was on that plate. It was as if you had called a cat and it had licked it. There was nothing left but a clean plate. My mother came back and asked, "Where's all that food?" I pointed to my stomach and said, "Here." "All this?" she asked, astonished. "That's not all. I want a little more." "Well," he said, "not now. Let me talk to the doctor about this and see what he says." "I'm fine," I replied. "You don't need that doctor anymore. Last night I had a vision. I saw a coffin. I saw a Bible. I'm going to be a preacher." Now, I was the baddest child she had ever had or known. She had spanked me more than the rest of the family combined. She had threatened to send me to a reform school, but here I was talking about preaching. She was delirious with joy. She cried and said, "Oh, God. Maybe? Can it be? Yes, I am cured. I'm strong. I'm not weak anymore." She rejoiced and began to proclaim the good news of my healing to the whole family. No one else believed it, but 3 days later I was walking around the house. The force just flowed back to me. 10 days later, a neighbor of ours came and said, "Tell me, do you want to go fishing?" "Sounds good to me," I replied, and we went out into the Gulf of Mexico and fished all day. We came back with enough mullet to make quite a bit of money. Some days we fished, other times we fished for crabs or looked for oysters. 3 weeks later, God spoke to my heart and said, "Did you promise me you would preach?" "I did," I replied. "Well, get to it then," he ordered. "Don't delay it. Do it now." I ran downstairs where my father was having breakfast. "Dad," I declared, "I'm going to preach. And I'm going today." He looked at me in disbelief. Then he stood up. "You're not going to do such a thing," he roared. You're not strong enough to go. You wouldn't know anything to say if you went. I told him that I was very strong and that I had a lot to say. I'm not going to allow you to beg for a living, he thundered. I want you to have a real job. Dad, I have to go preach. You're not going to do it. God said I had to do it. God, nothing, he declared. Since I was a skinny 17-year-old, I stood there shaking. Then I turned around and ran upstairs to my room. You'll starve to death if you do, my father shouted behind me. Then, as he gathered his things to go to work, he yelled from the stairs, Boy, I'll take care of you when I get home. In my room I fell to the floor, crying. My heavenly Father says, go, and my earthly father says, no. I prayed. What can I do? Through my tears, God engraved Isaiah 41 verses 10 and 11 in my mind. I didn't know what he was saying, but he told me to find it. I opened my Bible and read, Do not be afraid, for I am with you. Instantly, God took away my fear. Up to that point my stomach had been shaking. I was very afraid. When I read, Fear not, the fear disappeared from me. God said, I am with you. I knew Dad wouldn't like it if I disobeyed him, but God said, I am with you, don't be dismayed. I had been told that I couldn't preach and that no one wanted to listen to me. Don't say anything. I was quite dismayed. Rereading Isaiah 41, I read on, For I am your God, I will strengthen you, yes, I will help you, yes, I will uphold you with the right hand of my righteousness. Behold, all who were in those who are angry with you will be put to shame and confounded, they will be like nothing, and those who contend with you will perish. When the Lord gave me that scripture, I rose from the ground filled with great peace. God's love absolutely overwhelmed me. He bent down and pushed the fear out of my being. Suddenly, I was laughing and crying at the same time. It took me about an hour to regain my composure. All right, Lord, I said aloud. If you're with me, I'm ready to go. I got dressed and looked around the room for my belongings. In the closet I found a small brown suitcase, one of those made of fine fiberboard with two small buckles closing the sides. It didn't take me long to fill it with all my earthly possessions and the few clothes I owned. My father had already left for work when I came downstairs with suitcase in hand. But I still had to face my mother. Mothers are wonderful creatures. There is no one in the world like a mother. He had heard the fight in the kitchen, but it didn't show up. My mother was a very intelligent woman and stayed away when my father and I had a conflict. This time she knew it was against my father's will and didn't need to get into it. It was just between him and me. Where are you going? He asked as I came downstairs with my small suitcase. He had heard me sobbing upstairs. Well, like I told you, when I saw that vision, God told me to preach. So I go out and preach. But where are you going? She wants to know. Now, Mother, it doesn't matter where I go. But I'm going right now. She started crying. Moms can turn it on and off better than anyone else in the world. They can cry when they are happy, cry when they are sad, cry when they don't know which direction they are in. They are professionals. Then she started crying. I said, Now, you cried for years because I wasn't saved. You prayed for years for me to be a preacher. Now I'm going to do it, and you're still crying. Oh, he said, they are tears of joy. Where should I write to you? Don't write to me, I replied. I'll write to you and tell you where I am. But I have something to tell you. I won't be back. I'm going to stay there as long as I live. I'm going out to stay. So it's goodbye. I walked out the front door. I never went home. Sometimes my parents would come to see me on the road, but it was many years. Before returning to the state of Florida, I completely cut off my roots. As soon as I left the house, there was my old fishing buddy. Waiting. He said, Hello, where are you going? I'm going out and preaching. He looked me up and down and realized I was serious when he saw my small suitcase. Can I go with you? He asked. Well, I'd never thought about that. What could you do? I asked. He could have asked me the same thing, but he didn't. Well, if you preach, he said, I can sing the songs. Can you sing? No. He was very kind now. He didn't say, can you preach, or I would have had to say, no, too. Now, if there's anything better than one cabbage, it's two, and we were two green heads. Yes, you can go, I agreed. Then he said, you know, my car works. This isn't an unusual statement when you realize that when kids have a car, they typically don't work. I don't remember theirs having fenders, but in those days kids didn't need fenders on their cars. If it had an engine, a steering wheel, and some rubber underneath, then that was enough. He owned a Model T, one of those extraordinary cars. It would take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. Are you sure it's going to go away? I asked skeptically. Oh, yes. I worked on it myself. We put more water in that Model T than gas. About every 10 miles, the engine would get so hot that it would simply shut down. Since we spent all our time taking care of the car, we didn't have time to worry about what was going to happen to us. I was going to be a preacher, but I was still filled with rebellion and absolute holy terror that God was going to kill me if I didn't obey. He still hated preachers. I didn't want to preach, but God had given me a choice. I could do it or die. I felt no compassion for the lost. The Great Commission had no meaning to me. He had no interest in feeding the Lord's sheep or rescuing those who were perishing. He was rescuing Lester Sumrall. The only thing that mattered to me was staying alive. I knew I had to find a pulpit and start preaching right away. If I didn't, Almighty God would kill me. Like Jonah coming out of the belly of the whale, I ran to my call with fear in my heart. If you remember the story of Jonah, he absolutely despised the people of Nineveh, even after his humiliating experience with the whale. When they fell on their knees before the Lord, he was furious because he wanted them to be destroyed. Hoping to enjoy the view when fire and brimstone fell on them, he built a small cabin safely away from the city. When judgment did not come, he prayed an anguished and selfish prayer, asking why God had forgiven them. In spite of his hatred for an entire nation, God used him, and as God, the most reluctant preacher in the Bible, he set out to use me as well. 17 years old, with no training, no formal training, and no formal training. Thanks to the guidance of an older preacher, I was released in the South. All I had was a lifetime of impetuous rebellion and self-centeredness. That made me a passionate, and angry, young preacher who had little relationship with God. I was a know-it-all Jonah with little wisdom to share. Chapter 4. Adolescent Pulpit. After driving the old Model T for a couple of hours, my friend and I were exhausted. We pulled over to the side of the road in North Florida and parked under a persimmon tree laden with ripe fruit. While Ole Lizzie freshened up, we enjoyed our first meal away from home, free of charge. As I followed the road, I saw an abandoned rural school in the middle of a cotton field. "Stop the car!" yelled. "That's the place." Somehow, in that instant, I knew that was where I wanted to preach. Preaching in some other preacher's church didn't appeal to me. I didn't like churches and didn't want any preacher to tell me what to do. I knew where I had to go, to the cotton fields, to the cornfields, and find little schools in the woods and talk to the people in the country. We started scouring the homes of nearby farmers and sharecroppers, looking for the owner. At each door I asked, "Who has the key to the school?" I didn't ask who owned the building. I just wanted the key. I was convinced that the Lord had provided me with my first pulpit. Finally someone said to me, "That farmer over there. He's in that field plowing." I started in the countryside. When I got closer, I noticed that he wasn't dressed in one jumpsuit, but two, one underneath the other, and both were dirty. "Do you have the key to that school over there?" I asked the farmer. "Yes," he replied, allowing the tobacco juice to drip down both sides of his mouth. "Give me that key. I'm going to preach at that school," I declared. He grimaced, trying to find words to tell me that he'd rather not have any know-it-all teenagers pretending to preach at his old school. Thinking he was about to reject me, I quickly said, "I've been sick, and if I don't preach, I'll die." Then I explained, God told me that if I was going to allow myself to live, I have to preach. Listen, I was dying of tuberculosis in Panama City. God healed me on one condition, that I preach. I haven't preached yet, but I have to preach, and I have to preach right now. I've got to preach tonight. If you don't give me the key to that school, I'll die of tuberculosis and you'll be to blame. He stamped his foot and shouted, No. Nope. I said, Yes, if you don't let me have that school to preach, then I'm going to die and it'll be your fault. The old farmer's mouth opened, and the juice of the tobacco ran down his chin. Now, son, he said, slurring his words, I wouldn't want you to die. Well, let me borrow that school, I begged. He reached into his pockets and pulled out an old key. I was down in the second pair of monkeys or somewhere below that. Finally, he came out with a key tied to the end of an old greasy string. Here it is. Go unlock it, he said reluctantly. Do you have a flashlight? I need a flashlight. There was no electricity in the cotton field. Oh, yes. My home is there. Go tell my wife, he said, walking away shaking his head and chuckling. I didn't mind, as he had enough fun to start spreading the word that something really strange was happening at his old school. My friend and I went, swept the place, and had church that night. 8 farmers showed up. Why were they there? Because we were the best entertainment in months. It was 1929, the year the stock market crashed in faraway New York City. There was no television and not many radios. No one could afford to go into town to see a 5-cent movie, except on special occasions. The South was already poorer than the rest of the country, but now the Great Depression was blanketing the Deep South with new and great difficulties. After a long day in the country, with all the chores done, we were almost as good as a traveling juggler, a dog and pony act, or a magic show. These tough, good guys showed up to listen to me just as they would have a snake oil salesman. They were willing to listen to my proposal, but had no intention of buying anything. Not a single woman came. Men only. They came in talking loudly and cursing, obviously not realizing that this was supposed to be a church. None of them had washed before arriving, they were all dirty. There were no benches in the school, just rather crude wooden desks. Unaccustomed to sitting like that, the men settled into their desks until all I could see were their noses and bald heads staring at me. From my point of view, they looked like creatures from outer space. To make matters worse, everyone chewed and spat tobacco. I'd hit the wall, kawoomp. Growing up in the city, this was too much for me. I didn't like what I had gotten myself into. I wondered if I shouldn't have taken that beautiful coffin and died. This was almost worse than death. I was pretty discouraged. Go ahead, run the song service, I told my friend. Having been forced to attend many church revivals, at least we knew the correct order of service. For minutes later, he turned to me and said, I'm done. Since he couldn't sing, and neither could the 8 men, he gave it back to me. As I looked at them, I realized I didn't know what I was going to say. So, based on years of listening to testimonies from the church, I thought I'd tell them all about my tuberculosis, my vision of the coffin, and the big Bible. I said, well, I'll tell you. I was a bad boy. Everyone laughed. I stole things and I'm sorry, I declared in all seriousness. They laughed out loud. I got sick with tuberculosis. They howled. You guys are a bunch of crazier men, I told them. You've laughed at everything I've said. You've just laughed out loud. They got a little more serious, and I told them my full testimony. Still, they laughed and sometimes even slapped their hands on the desk. This must have been the first sideshow they had had in that area in a long time. I was so angry when I finished. I said, go home. I didn't tell them to come back or anything. I quietly said, I hope you all go to hell. Since we had nowhere to stay, my friend and I went home with one of the men. When I finally got out on my own, I tried to think about what to do next. Man, I muttered to myself. I think it would have been better to have died than to get into a mess like this. You know they won't come back. I told them to go home. They won't be coming back. So tomorrow night when there's no one there, I say to the Lord, look, Lord, I did a good job. I finished my work. Now I'm going home, working, and being a businessman. All night and all the next day I was saying, man, I finished that thing last night. I really did. But when I arrived at the church the next night, there were 40 people there, including some ladies and a couple of children. I said to myself, now, wait a minute. How did this happen? These 8 men had told everyone they knew that the boy was trying to bring about a revival. But this is not a revival, they said. The greatest liar that has ever passed through these parts has arrived. You've never heard lies like this guy can tell. Go out and listen to him. So they came to listen to a liar, not a preacher. When I saw all those people, I knew I had to do something. I knew my song leader wouldn't take me long. This time I could have been up there for 6 minutes and then he quickly handed me the serve. But he led the prayer. I didn't know what to do, so I did the same thing I did the night before. I said, I'll tell you why I'm here. I was born into a half-Christian home, half-Christian. My mother was a Christian, my father. But they were laughing out loud again. Damn, I thought, I've laughed a lot again. Spitting tobacco juice and laughing at me. I was miserable. I told them the whole story and they were talking out loud. They would say, look, I told you about this liar. Did you hear that? I was still preaching and they were talking to each other. So I said, well, that's just terrible. I didn't make an altar call. I didn't want anyone to be saved. I was too angry with them. The next morning, the farmer we were staying with said, young man, if you don't work, you don't eat. If you're going to stay here for a few days, you're going to feed the pigs. Feed the pigs? I exclaimed. Yes. If you don't work, you don't eat. But, I protested, preaching works. No, what you're doing doesn't work, he laughed. Well, he was right. He had never fed any pigs. I had lived in the city all my life. We had ham and bacon on the table, but we had never eaten them in the pigsty. In fact, I had never seen a bucket for pig droppings. Trash is what we throw into our garbage disposals today. It's the spoiled lettuce, the tips of the carrots, eggs that rotted, and bread that got moldy. It's the guts of chickens. It was collected daily in buckets left in the kitchen, the spoiled milk, the stale fat, the pieces of apple with maggots, the meatloaf that no one ate, and the stew that had gone bad. After sitting in the kitchen all day and night, this bucket full of horrible mess stank to the sky. The pigsty was several hundred yards from the house. As I carried those heavy buckets, the wretched thing spilled onto my clothes and shoes. I didn't even know what to call the pigs, so I yelled at them and they came. As they grunted, snorted, and wallowed in their stench, tears streamed down my cheeks. Those pigs were the most ungrateful things in the world. They were terrible. They were just awful. The way they ate was so disgusting. They'd just swallow it all like they're not going to get enough. I would get angrier and angrier. Next to the pigsty was a cornfield. I went and lay on it and said, God, I must be the prodigal son. I must be. I'm in the pigsty and I'm far from home. I must be the prodigal son. You must be paying me for my sins that I committed when I was at home. God began to speak to me. He said, if you are faithful in the little things, I will give you greater things to occupy yourself with. If you don't give up and you don't stop, if you move forward, I'll let you touch a lot of people by my power, and you will bless multitudes of people. I got up from the cornfield by the pigsty, went back to the house, and bathed so I wouldn't stink like pigs. Then I began to study the Bible, to find out how to preach to these people. Well, the next night God began to save those people. It had to be God because I said, if you want to be saved, kneel before the altar. Then I take my Bible, walk out the side door, and it was gone. I didn't stay to see what they were doing. That wasn't part of the deal. My business was to preach and had nothing to do with saving people. So if they were saved, they had to want to do it. People kept coming, more every night. While I was working for that farmer, I prayed. In the morning, before dawn, I read my Bible and cried out to the Lord to show me what to say to these people, and He gave me the words. Believe me, it was God, not me. I didn't really like those people, but after 6 weeks, a whole group had been saved. They came to me and kept saying, "Water baptism. Water baptism." I said, "Okay. Sure." But I had never baptized anyone. "You're a preacher. You baptize us." "Oh, sure. Yes." I kept stalling. They said, "We have a stream nearby. We'll go down and get baptized." So, one Sunday afternoon here we went, 200 or 300 people. "How many want to be baptized?" I asked. There were 67. Not knowing what I was doing, I backed up toward the river. That day I learned what every experienced preacher knows: never back down a river. If the man in front of the preacher has water up to his waist and the preacher has it up to his neck, the preacher is at a serious disadvantage. I didn't know, so I did what I thought was best and turned to the people on the riverbank. He should have let the candidate for baptism face the people. The first farmer who came down was wearing a big jumpsuit, just like the rest. This man was supposed to weigh 350 pounds and be 6 feet 4 inches tall. I was 5 feet 8 inches. When he walked in that water, I couldn't see the sun anymore. All I could see was a towering mass, like Goliath. Dear God, why did he come first? I asked. The first one I baptized, and it darkens the sun. He stood in front of me and I said, "You'd better help me." "Yes, little preacher, I'll help you," he replied. He didn't weigh 100 pounds yet. I whispered, "When I do this in the name of the Father, you bend down." He said, "I'll do whatever you tell me, little preacher." I grabbed the back of his jumpsuit and put my hand in front of him. When I crossed it with my arm, it was like trying to hold a cow. I couldn't reach it completely. I said, "In accordance with your acceptance of Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and because you have given your life as a sinner, and because you have positively accepted Jesus Christ as your Savior, on the authority of God's Word, God, the Bible, I do so, here and now, before this group of witnesses of your water baptism. Obey the words of the Gospel of Matthew. Now I baptize you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit." I started pulling and went down first. When I started pulling, he got on top of me and I went to the bottom. He helped as much as he could, but it was too big. When I arrived, the farmers on the shore were actually rolling in the sand laughing. They thought it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. Actually, it was the funniest thing they had ever seen. "Next, please," I said, mustering as much dignity as I could. So I said to Goliath, "You're ready to help me." I wanted to make sure I didn't sink any deeper. The rest of the group was smaller, and we baptized at 67. Out of those early revival meetings came 2 missionaries in Africa and one of the best pastors in this country, and people have worshipped there from then until today. From there I went from small field school to small country school. In fact, I don't remember meeting a single preacher or seeing a single church. I just stayed in the country where I belonged. The people in the countryside will put up with you when others don't. They'll keep coming back when you wonder why. My singing leader began to get to where he could sing and really lead worship. Improved. They say I got better too. I don't know, because he sure wasn't a happy preacher. I suppose you could say that I was a very unhappy, ungrateful preacher. My heart was still hard. He preached out of obedience, without compassion for people. I didn't care if they were saved or not. Irritated and agitated inwardly and unwilling to preach, he would sometimes say to people, "I don't want you to think I like you, because I don't. I didn't really want to die of tuberculosis, but God said I could live if I preached. I'm preaching so I don't die." I hope you all understand that. If they do, then they'll know why I act the way I do. Maybe that's why sometimes the total offer I received was 26 cents in a week. Of course, the Depression was gripping America. 26 cents. No one gave a dime. A nickel was a lot of money. We had to live, so when I received an offering like that, I stood up and asked the congregation, "How many of you have chickens in your house?" Everyone would raise their hands. I would say, "There will be a co-op, right? Outside the door tomorrow night. Each of you bring me a chicken or two and put them in that chicken coop." By the next night, he had 3 chicken coops. Then I took them to the wholesale chicken coop and came back with money in my pocket. At least I had some money to live on, but my sermons were still terrible. I told Bible stories and quoted scripture. I followed the movements. I had heard enough preachers over the years to know how to write a sermon. The only problem was that I didn't have anointing. Instead, I resorted to tricks. To illustrate my sermons, I had people in the congregation dress up and act out the biblical characters I described in my sermons. That always worked. If old Mrs. Jones was going to be Queen Esther that night, you can bet her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, nieces, neighbors, and garden club members were there to see her in her glory. Since I was attracting good crowds, I began to receive invitations to minister in real churches instead of schools. From one rural community to another, I preached throughout North Florida, then Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. My preaching became more and more enthusiastic because that seemed to be what people liked. He stalked the devil in the church, shouting at sinners to repent. He would run down the corridor and wave his finger in the sinners' faces and describe the burning lake of sulfur waiting for them. By the end of my sermon, my voice was hoarse and my body was drenched in sweat, but it was all theater. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't love those people at all. I was simply fulfilling my end of the bargain with God. I was preaching as He had told me I should, and I hated it. I took out my resentment about sinners. I roared my righteous fury against unrepentant adulterers, tobacco chewers, and greedy bankers. Why was He so angry? I gave God my obedience, but I was not a cheerful giver. Sure, I had read 2 Corinthians 9 verse 7. It proclaims that we should give as our hearts tell us and not with pain, reluctance, or a sense of need. However, I only used that verse to instill guilt in people, saying that they should bring me chickens and offerings and be joyful about it. I couldn't see that verse 7 is preceded by verse 5, which says that gifts to God's people are to be the result of joy and goodwill, not squeezed out by preached extortion. After all, deep down I believed that Almighty Father was blackmailing me. So I squeezed out the emotions, guilt, and doubts of my listeners and refused to give up my own heart. I preached like a delusional madman. People flocked down the aisles and wept at the altar. Was God pleased? Well, He used me, in spite of my youthful, human rebellion. Hundreds and thousands of souls were saved. What was wrong with my message? After all, John the Baptist was angry most of the time, and it cost him his head. The Apostle Peter had a real problem not only of cowardice but also of anger. Jesus dubbed the apostles James and John the sons of thunder. If you read the Old Testament, there are many examples of men furious with God issuing dire warnings on Judah and Israel if they did not turn to the Lord. In 2 Kings 2 verses 23 and 24, a group of little children mocked the prophet Elisha, mocking his bald head. The Bible says that he turned, looked at them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. Suddenly, 2 bears came out of the forest and killed 42 of them. Listen to the words of the prophet Hosea, who in obedience to God married a harlot as a dramatic example to God's people of their terrible unfaithfulness. Give to them, O Lord, what will you give them? Breasts? All their wickedness is in Gilgal, for there I hated them. Hosea 9 verses 14 and 15. The 4th chapter of Jonah details how furious Jonah was when God did not destroy Nineveh. Despite all these examples, the Bible is also full of repeated warnings about anger. The writings of the Old Testament prophets reflect their deep and sincere compassion. Jeremiah wept and pleaded with the Lord to suspend the punishment of his unfaithful people. The books of Nahum, Habakkuk, and Malachi begin by describing the burden these prophets felt for the children of God. Isaiah, throughout his prophecies, lovingly pleaded with the people of his day to return to their loving God. I lacked the compassion of the ancient prophets. It just thundered. He had no love for people. However, I was honest about it, too honest. I would say, "You guys suck. I can smell them clearly here. They didn't bathe before they came. I'm from New Orleans. We bathed there." You know, an 18-year-old will say anything. One night, in the middle of a sermon, I asked a young woman, "Do you want to go to heaven?" She shook her head. Furious, I spat at him, "Then go to hell." He fainted. Chapter 5. Blood on my hands. While we were having a revival meeting at a school in Tennessee, I was sitting off to the side watching my friend lead people to sing. After months of practice, I had really gotten better and everyone was clapping and praising the Lord. Suddenly, with my eyes wide open, I didn't see him. I didn't see the people. I saw the world. Before me I saw all the people of the whole world, people of all colors brightly dressed in their native costumes. I was impressed by how beautiful they were as they walked down a very long and wide road leading away from me. I saw the Japanese in their colorful kimonos. I saw the Mongols, rough, tough, and bearded. I was almost scared. I saw all kinds of Chinese. Some were smartly dressed. I saw South Sea Islanders, naked and wicked. I saw people from South America, Africa, India, and Europe. I saw the world. It was real as my flesh. I saw people from all nations. Millions and millions of people were walking along a highway. But they didn't walk, they walked at a little trot. I looked at them with interest. It was exciting. In my vision, God lifted me up and I stepped over the people to the end of their path. I could look down. God said, "That's the way of life." At the end of his road was a raging, bottomless hell. Flames erupted from what looked like a burning volcano. The great procession of people marched to the edge and then fell screaming into the eternal flames. When they approached the pit and saw their fate, they struggled in vain, trying to push back the relentless march of those behind them. The great river of mankind dragged them into the abyss. They fell into the abyss, 100,000 at a time. As they came downstairs screaming, crying, pulling their hair, scratching their faces, I gasped. "God! God! God!" I gasped. I watched the world go to hell. God opened my ears to hear the cries of damned souls sinking into hell. As I approached, I could see men and women of all nations, their faces distorted with terror, their hands waving wildly, clawing at the air. God spoke to me from the chaos, "You are responsible for these who are lost." "Me, Lord?" protested. "I don't know these people. I've never been to Japan, China, or India. It's not my fault." God's voice was tender but firm when he spoke again, "When I say to the wicked, 'Thou shalt surely die,' and thou shalt not warn him, nor speakest to warn the wicked of his evil way, that he may save his life, the wicked himself will die in his iniquity, but his blood I will demand at your hand." That was the shortest sermon I had ever heard and the most terrifying. It was preached to me by God himself. It wasn't until a week later that I discovered that he had quoted a passage from the Bible, Ezekiel 3 verse 18. As I kept watching, people tried to back off, but the pressure from behind pushed them forward and they fell into hell, catapulted into the air screaming and crying. They hadn't thought about eternity until they got there. Isn't that amazing? I looked at it and watched this scene for I don't know how long. What had God said to me? "You're to blame for it," he had said. "Not me," he had declared. I was born in New Orleans, Louisiana. I have lived in Mobile, Alabama, and Panama City, Florida. I've never been abroad. It's not my fault. I heard his answer ringing in my ears, "If the wicked commit their ungodly deeds and die in their wickedness and you do not warn him of their wickedness, I will cause his blood to fall on your hands." Suddenly I saw blood running through my fingers. The blood of nations. That's why I speak to millions of people today, because God put a burden on my heart for the nations. God knows how to make a missionary when he wants. I saw the blood and said, "God, what can I do?" He said, "What the word says. Tell them, rebuke the nations." "The nations?" I asked. "The nations. You saw them go to hell. My word says, if the wicked die in their wickedness and you do not warn them of their wickedness, I will demand their blood from your hands. God, why don't you tell everybody, not just me? I've done it. It's in my book. He said, you're going to be judged by the book. If you go to court and tell the judge that you didn't know you were wrong, he will simply tell you that ignorance of the law is no excuse. You better know the laws of the land. In the same way, you better know the laws of eternity. I said, okay, Lord, what should I do? At that moment I woke up. Suddenly the vision ended. I was still shaking. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the meeting house was dark and that I was alone. I can't tell you if I was there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, I don't know. I never had the courage to ask people if they had tried to shake me. In fact, I never talked to anyone about that meeting. I was too embarrassed. After all, he was only 19. I don't know if they thought I went to sleep and did it as a joke or what. But all those people went home and took the lamp with them. When I returned to my natural self, I was in a dark little school building alone. I said to myself, I'm back in Tennessee. I've seen the whole world. But heck, Lester, hell is real. You'd better stay out of there. You saw it. Don't say you don't know anything about it. You saw it. You saw people who went to hell. You saw it. Their blood is on your hands unless you warn them of their wickedness. I screamed, God, as I fell to the ground. The small rural schools are not very clean. People bring mud and don't clean it up. They just sweep the top. I fell to the ground, and in those days I was a very elegant young man. He preached in a white tie, white shirt, white pants, white socks, and white shoes. I was the young white preacher from Florida, but without hesitation I lay down on that dirty floor. I began to cry and cry, asking forgiveness for my sins. Apologizing for the way he had treated people. Asking forgiveness for the times I hadn't knocked down the altar in my services when I should have. Asking forgiveness that I hadn't stooped and prayed with people seeking salvation. I cleansed my spirit and my soul. Then I began to pray. God, all those people from Japan. Oh God, all those people from China. Oh God, all those people from India. Lord. That was the first time in my life that I prayed for the nations of the world. I started hurting all over. My body started sweating. Sweat mixed with that mud. All night, until 8 o'clock the next morning, I cried, prayed, I was in labor. You may not know what the word birth pangs mean, but Jesus had birth pangs in the Garden of Gethsemane. She suffered labor pains so deep that blood rushed through her skin and ran down her face. He ruptured the blood vessels and came out. I knew what labor was. That's happened only 3 or 4 times in my entire life. But I have been in labor until I almost died, and I felt like I was going to die that night. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, the light came in through the shutters of the small school building. I got up. It had never been a disaster. My white clothes were red from the mud. He had mud in his hair and on his face. He had prayed on his knees, he had prayed on his back, and I had prayed upside down. I had prayed in every possible way. He looked like a pig in a pigsty. It was horrible. I said to myself, I have to sneak out and clean myself up. I can't let anyone see this. No one saw me. God made it possible. I slipped to the place where I was staying, took off my stained clothes, and took a bath. When I came out, people asked me, did you stay in church all night? Yes, I replied. Something happened to you, didn't you? Yes. I had prostrated myself on that wooden floor and stood there all night agonizing before the Lord. Oh, God, he had implored, forgive me. Forgive me for not loving the last, and the lost of the world. When I walked out of that little building the next morning, I was a new man. Something had matured in my heart and soul. They had pulled me aside and called me. God had given me a compassion for the lost that I had never felt before. It also filled me with an urgency that has remained strong even to this day. Every day, millions die and go straight to hell. It was several years before I told anyone what I had seen that night. The next night, people wanted to know what had happened and I said, God and I talked together. That was all I would say. How could he proclaim that from the poverty-stricken old Confederacy, from the Great Depression, from a small country school, there was a skinny teenager who said he was being called to a worldwide ministry? How could I explain that the Lord had placed the blood of the lost millions on my hands? That same night, my friend, the leader of the song, saw a little girl from Tennessee named Lily Bell. He fell in love with her so much that I thought he had gone crazy. 10 days later, he found a justice of the peace and married her, leaving me behind without even saying goodbye. In fact, he didn't even tell me he was getting married. The next thing I knew, he had returned to Florida. I never saw him again. I can't even remember his name. Now he was alone. Chapter 6. Ordained by God. If Moses had waited for a committee to meet, he would never have freed the children of Israel. Sometimes God has to do something through one person, not a panel of experts. God's call can make you independent. After my friend left me, I wondered how I was going to travel the world alone. I had so little money. One day, while I was praying, God spoke to me and said, read John 15 verse 16. He says, you have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. As I read that I thought, I'm sure I'm glad to hear that. In every crisis of my life, God has spoken to me through His Word. Not through a box of cards with biblical promises and not just letting the Bible open, but every time the Lord has said, this is your verse, for this moment. This time He said, I have anointed you. The word anoint means to command. Set aside, dedicate. God said, I have set you apart. I have dedicated it to you. I'm sending you. I have commanded you to do this. No man can stop you when God commands you to do something. When God says, I'm doing it and you're the instrument, you'll do it, no matter how big or wide it is. I went back and reread John 15 verse 16, you have not chosen me, I have chosen you and commanded you to go. Oh? So that's what I'm doing, I realized even though I was in rural Tennessee. I'm not sitting in a rocking chair. Right now I'm going around the world. My suitcase is here with me and I'm on the move. I was willing. I just didn't know how it was going to happen. God said, that's just the way I like it. He saw something in me that others didn't. He said, you have not chosen me. I have chosen you and ordained you. Did He order me? They called me self-employed. I wasn't ordained or licensed, I was just a teenage preacher obeying God. After a while, my crusades attracted the attention of church officials. Every time he went on a crusade, he left behind a new church. I'd stay for several weeks and the farmers would say, let's build a church. They generally had enough wood in their sheds to get the job done. I'd say, sure, and we'd all get together and build a building. Then I would write a letter to the denomination I had grown up in and ask them to send a pastor. After 8 or 9 times, church officials began asking questions. Who is this young preacher who establishes all these new churches? He had no official position in the denomination. I just knew that people needed leadership. When I arrived in Tennessee, the denomination sent some representatives to talk to me. We would like to grant you a license, they said. Well, what's that? I asked. We'll give you a piece of paper that you can hang on the wall. To hospitals and prisons. It had no walls and had no problem getting into prisons or hospitals. I've already preached on them, I said. I just don't see very well what you're doing. I give you recognition. I said, well, I think I might need that. Okay, let's do it. Then the Tennessee State Conference gave me permission to preach. The truth is that I didn't like it very much, but I accepted it because I thought it was the right thing to do. I kept going farther north, to Blytheville, Arkansas, then to Fayetteville, Eureka Springs, and Fort Smith, to hold meetings. Then, one day, several teenagers came to see me. They were just kids, none of them were even 20 years old. In fact, I wasn't either. Would you come to the small town of Green Forest, Arkansas, and preach? They asked. We need a revival there. Impressed by his sincerity, I said, I'll go anywhere and preach. We have a community church building that belongs to everybody, they said. You can preach there. So I said, okay. When I got there, they did indeed have a nice community church made of stone from Ozark Mountain. It didn't have a lock on the door. Whenever someone wanted to use the building, they would just walk in and start preaching. I went around the city and talked to the people in the square and put up a lot of posters and announced everywhere that I was going to preach. We had a very good turnout, although the children who had invited me were not very helpful. They went to the services, but did nothing to spread the word. The Lord sent the people. They just poured in. After 3 or 4 nights of large crowds, a couple of tough-looking characters, twice my size, came in just before the evening service began and said, well, they've had their time. You've got to get out. We're going to take the pulpit here tonight. I was still a teenager and people still called me Little Preacher. I guess those hooligans thought I was just an effeminate seminary graduate who would just apologize and walk away. They had no idea they were talking to an ex-criminal, ex-troublemaker, and son of a prayer warrior. You and who else? I asked. You're not going to go up to the pulpit. I'm preaching a revival. From here we will take over, they said. This church belongs to everyone. That's about me, I said, so go. Look, we've been preaching here for years. You're not going to take our people away. That's all over. I'm here for a crusade. I won't be here just for a day or two. This place belongs to the public, they said. We are the public. You've got to get out. Well, now, I said, I'm not going out. You've had it before and I'm going to have it now. When they saw that they couldn't harass me, they said, we'll see. I'll see you tomorrow. The next day I did 2 things. First I went to see the sheriff. He'd been to the services almost every night, so I knew him. Man, they think I'm going to be kicked out of the pulpit tonight. Could you stop them? I asked. He said, oh yes, I know those guys too. If they do anything to you, I'll put them in jail tonight. Then I went to see the old man who had built the village community church. He lived in the country and was in his 80s. I'm preaching in the church you built, I said as I shook his hand. Have you heard of our crusade? Yes, I have, he said. I'm very happy about it. The wrong people have been using it, I said. There's a lot of hooligans out there. They believe they own the place. I don't like what I've seen from them or what I've heard about their false doctrine. I think it would be good for him to get out of there. You're right. I don't want those kinds of people using my building. But what can I do? He asked. I think you should give me that church, I replied. That was pretty cheeky, but I wasn't surprised at all when he said, why not? We sat down together and he signed a paper handing me the property. I also promised that I would assign it to a legitimate religious group so that it would not be my personal property. That afternoon I went to the church building in case those characters showed up early. Sure enough, long before the service started, they came to take the church away from me. But I stood my ground behind the pulpit. They argued and tried to intimidate me, but when people came in, I still stood my ground. News of what was supposed to happen had spread through the city and the building was packed, inside and out. Most people thought we were going to have a fist fight. We sang a little bit and then I said to the crowd, I have wonderful news for you guys. One is that the sheriff is sitting there and if anyone disrupts this meeting tonight, he will at least put them in jail for 1 night. Then I took out this piece of paper and said, and by the way, I went to see the gentleman who owns this building. He gave it to me today and signed this document. I'll register it tomorrow in court, and this church will belong to the denomination I've attended since I was a little boy. Those big guys got so angry that they didn't know what to do. Why didn't we do that before he came? They asked each other. They left and we never saw them again. I stayed another 6 or 7 months and established the people in the Word. I preached how they should love God, serve Him, and live righteously. When I thought the congregation had a solid group of believers, I contacted the state conference and they sent a pastor. The news spread throughout Arkansas. Hey, here's a guy who really is something else. He goes and takes the churches away from the people and gives them to us. The officials of the denominational church were quite impressed with me, and one of the executive priests said to me, "I think we should ordain you." Remember, I wasn't 19 yet. I said, "I already have a piece of paper, but I haven't hung it anywhere yet." They said, "Oh, that's not as big as this one." I said, "Well, I guess you know what's best. What should I do?" They said, "You've already done it. You brought that stone church into our denomination, and we didn't have any churches in that area. We are so proud of you. A man who can do that must be ordained." Although I couldn't see the relationship exactly, I agreed, "Well, I'll let you do whatever you want." When I attended district council meetings in North Little Rock, the denomination leader came to officiate. After preaching a bit, he said he was going to ordain us. There were about 30 or 40 young preachers scattered in front of the church. When this important official passed by, he patted each candidate on the head and said, "Op," and then moved on to the next one and said, "Op." After he had gone down the road a little, I turned to the man on my right and said, "Did you get anything?" "No, I didn't get anything," he replied. "Well, I didn't get anything either." I turned to the man to my left and said, "Did you get anything?" He said no. "Well, then what is this all about if you don't get anything?" I asked. About an hour later, after finishing the service, I was standing in the cemetery when the high official, a very austere person, walked by quickly. I stopped him and said, "How are you, sir?" He shook my hand. I said, "I'm Lester Sumrall." He said, "Ah? You commanded me." "Oh," he replied, turned and walked away. I was very disappointed. A teenager doesn't know much, but I knew that was wrong. My feelings were hurt. The man who ordered me an hour earlier didn't know me or know anything about me. I thought, this doesn't work well, does it? When I was only 18.5 years old, I decided that a man should be ordained in his own church by his own pastor, by those who brought him into ministry, who loved him, succored him, and lifted him up when he fell. I was on course to have problems with that denomination before I even started, but at least I got my act together and had a second sheet of paper. Almost everyone has been ordained by someone, but the Lord had said to me, "I have ordained you." God not only chooses us, but He gives us the strength and power to follow our calling. No church or denomination can do that. When Jesus gives power to the one who calls and commands, that person knows it. You feel the holy anointing. It comes upon you and you know that you have entered the realm of the supernatural. You know that you are under the holy anointing of Him who chose you, not only ordained you but anointed you for service. Remember, the Lord had said to me, "You have not chosen me, I have chosen you." It's your choice. Chapter 7. Revival of the Shotgun. Shortly after my official ordination, my little sister Leona joined me. It was good to have a song leader again. His anointed guitar playing and singing added a sweet spirit to the services. It was a good time in my life. I was becoming a true preacher. Sometimes, he would even go out into the aisles and personally invite people to come to the altar. One night I saw a man who looked very sad. I went up to him and said, "Come and give your heart to God." "Little preacher," he replied, "I will, and if you will give me until next Sunday night, I swear I will go to the altar." You know, I've heard that before. What if you don't live until Sunday night? "Oh, I will live." "Why don't you want to come tonight?" I asked him. "Well," he said, right there in the bathroom, but quietly so that only I could hear him. "I'll tell you. There's a man running with my wife and they are sleeping together here in the city. I've sworn to kill him." He took off his coat and said, "Look, I carry this gun with me all the time to kill him, but since I talk to you and listen to you, I'm not going to kill him. But I need to ask your permission. Give yourself and tell him that he can keep the woman if he wants her." I'm told he searched for that man that week, but the other stayed out of his way. The following Sunday evening, he had been preaching for about 10 minutes when, from one side of the church, a man entered. At that moment, the man whose wife had been cheating on me jumped out. Both men took up their guns. The adulterer was a little quicker. Bang, bang, it filled the aggrieved husband, dead, right there inside the church with lead. The sheriff sprang to his feet, as did everyone in the church. The killer didn't run away at all. He just stood aside and waited for the sheriff to arrest him. A great commotion erupted in the church. The children screamed. The men grabbed their daughters. The women fainted. But I ordered the crowd back to their seats. Sit down. I command you to sit down. Stunned, they all sat down. I immediately made an altar call. That man lying dead on the ground promised me that he would come to God tonight. You have seen with your own eyes that he was 50 feet away from salvation, but he went to hell. People ran down the aisle. As they wrapped his body and carried it out and washed it with the blood, almost the entire village was saved. The next day, news of what had happened spread like wildfire. We had crowds for weeks. You couldn't enter the building unless you arrived an hour early. Later, during a meeting in Charleston, Arkansas, a young ruffian was standing outside the church with his rowdy friends, watching the service through the window. Suddenly, this young thug noticed that his sister had answered the altar call. He burst into our service and, seizing his sister, lifted her from her knees, threw her on his shoulders, and carried her outside where, in front of his drunken friends, he ordered her never to return to church. A few days later, he was plowing in the field and was struck by lightning. When it came time to close that revival, my sister and I were packing up the car. A crowd gathered and begged us to stay. They lay in the car and cried, shouting, "You can't leave yet. We have loved ones who are not saved and go to hell." We unpacked the car and the revival continued for another week. On another occasion, a man came to church to kill me. The night before, in the middle of my sermon, tires had screeched outside the church. Everyone jumped to their feet. "They've killed a man," someone shouted. Others shouted that a drunk had staggered in front of a car and died on the spot. I immediately made the altar call, challenging the crowd not to suffer the fate of a man who had had the opportunity that night to come to church or go get something. Drunk at the bar across the street. I cried out that I was now dead and in hell. Amid the commotion outside and the sound of a police siren filling the air, the prayer railing was filled to the brim. The next morning, 4 young men knocked on my door and demanded that I leave. When I went out onto the porch, one of them pushed me and another shouted, "We're going to kill you, little preacher." "Why?" I stammered. "Our dad wasn't drunk. He was run over last night and you said he was drunk." "I'm sorry," I apologized. "I didn't mean to be offended." "Well, he's offended," another of the boys yelled. "You said it's burning in hell." "I'm sorry," I repeated. When the boys got in their car and drove off, I shuddered. I asked the Lord to forgive me and protect me. I arrived at the church an hour early and was surprised to find that there were already people there. The atmosphere was also ugly. "I'm going home," the pastor whispered to me. "You could be killed here tonight." "Left?" "What are you going to do?" people asked. "Those guys are coming to kill you tonight. You spoke out against his dead father. They've promised to shoot you dead if you step up to that pulpit." "In that case," I said, "let them kill me." I got up and started the song service, but cut the songs before it was time for Leona to get up. When I first started preaching, people kept interrupting my sermon to warn me that my life was in danger and that I needed to get out of town. Irritated, I shouted, "Listen, God is with me. Anyone who pulls a trigger on me will die. God himself will kill him. I dare you to do so. Stop hanging around. If you're going to do it, get up right now and do it." The fear of the Lord came upon those people. They sat in a stupefied stillness. I finished my sermon and opened the altar. As was my style back then, I scanned the crowd for people the Lord would show me needed to be saved. I called out to a grim-faced young man sitting in the hallway, "Young man, God is speaking to you tonight." "How do you know?" he growled, standing up. The crowd gasped. The people dispersed. "God tells me he's speaking to you." "Don't you know who I am?" "No, I don't, but God does." "It was my dad you lied about," she yelled. "I came here to kill you." With that, he pulled out a gun. I hadn't recognized him as one of the guys on my porch until that very moment. "Listen, I don't know where your dad is," I said. I shouldn't have said that without checking if it was true. "But I'll tell you one thing, I know you'll go to hell for your sins if you're not right with God." She began to cry bitterly. I walked down the aisle and knelt with him. Instead of killing me, he gave his heart to Jesus. What a glorious night! Many souls were saved, including his own. Despite that occasional danger, it was good that Leona helped me. I adored my little sister. We had grown up together. All the older children had grown up and married by the time I was 10, so she and I were playmates when we were little. Shortly after I became a preacher, she came to hear me. During an altar call, I went back and tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Leona, come down and give your heart to Jesus." He walked down the aisle and knelt before the altar, giving his life to Jesus. It was great to have her help me with the crusades. I know that many times sinners would come just to hear her sing. Having her with me also kept the local girls from bothering me. Leona wouldn't let them come. She traveled with me for about a year and then went out alone to preach and hold meetings. While in Louisiana, he decided to build a church even before anyone was saved. My mother, who worked with my sister, asked different people in the village to give them the materials. Before long, they had their own church. People came from far and wide to see the two of them, a woman and a young woman, holding gospel meetings. The whole city loved them. Many people were saved and a good and strong church was established. At a meeting in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the meeting was attended one evening by a young man who was stationed at a military base near where Leona was on a crusade. In fact, he kept coming to see her even when she went to Indiana for another crusade. They fell in love and eventually got married. I always marveled at Leona's powerful preaching. She had something I knew I needed. Although I had been raised among Pentecostals, I never experienced the filling of the Holy Spirit. He had obeyed the Lord's command to go and preach. I had learned to love the lost, but I lacked the power of the Spirit in my life. As my reputation as the little preacher, the bold teenage evangelist, spread, I was overcome by a deep sense of emptiness. I wanted to have the Holy Spirit living within me. I had seen its great power during all those years when I was dragged into my mother's church services. Desperately, I searched for the filling. I often preached about the Holy Spirit, but it wasn't from my own experience, just from what I had heard and seen, as well as what the Bible teaches. From the pulpit, I challenged others to seek the blessing. Many would go down to the altar and receive him, but the people would say, "That little preacher has no right to preach on the Holy Spirit. He doesn't even have baptism." They were absolutely right. I would tell the congregation that they should seek wholeness, then I would join them at the altar seeking it myself. After other people had received the Holy Spirit after my altar calls, sometimes people would gather around me and pray for me to receive the filling. I can remember so many times that they tried to pray to the preacher's end. They laid their hands on me and instructed me to repeat nonsense syllables or the words, "Hallelujah" or "Glory, glory, glory." But I rebelled against this method. I didn't want to fake anything. I didn't want the Spirit to come as a result of me going into a frenzy. I wanted it to be real and natural. When I was about 19 years old, I was preaching at a small rural school near Dyersburg, Tennessee, where one of my older brothers lived. My brother couldn't come to my crusade, but his wife could. That night, from my room, I could hear their voices. My brother asked, "How did Lester do?" Loud and clear, I heard his reply, "Lester won't survive even if he preaches 1,000 years." Stunned, I began to weep before the Lord. I couldn't understand it. I cried out to the Lord and asked him if it was time to stop preaching. I lay on the floor, sore all over and asking for an answer. I have one. No? He said. You can't give up. Read Luke 4 verse 18. Opening my Bible, I read, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the poor, captives and give sight to the blind, to set at liberty the oppressed, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord." Sir, do you mean that? I asked. Yes, I do, he said. My Spirit is upon you, and when people meet you, they will know that you are a person upon whom my Spirit is. Really? I said. Yes, he said. You won't always be here in the country schools. Now you're training. My Spirit is upon you and I have anointed you. I studied that verse carefully. I had been taught that I was to manifest the baptism of the Holy Spirit by speaking in tongues suddenly and dramatically. However, nothing happened. One night, after 10 people had been saved and filled with the Holy Spirit at my meeting, I came home dejected. Although he had been down at the altar seeking baptism with the others, he had received nothing. I went back to the room and lay down on the bed, discouraged. As I stared at the ceiling, I muttered loudly to myself, "What's wrong with me?" God answered, "You have felt that you could take anything you wanted, when and how you wanted." I was so convinced. It was true, he had decided that people got the Holy Ghost by pushing the right buttons. I felt that if you followed certain formulas, God had to answer. It doesn't work that way. God cannot be intimidated. He does not take orders. You can't earn the Holy Spirit. So, he allowed me to go through my checklist and discover that sometimes he doesn't do anything, even in response to a sincere, fervent prayer. Sometimes the answer is no. That is why I had humbled myself in front of dozens of churches by giving thousands of my converts the gift of the Holy Ghost, but denying it to me. Now that he had my attention, the Lord said simply, "Since you didn't receive the Holy Ghost your way, I'll give you the Spirit as a free gift." At that moment, the glory of God filled the room. The Spirit seemed to flow through my whole being, and I began to speak in a heavenly language. Today, when I see such terrible materialism sweeping this nation, and our churches, I know why the Lord intended to show me that he doesn't take orders. He is God. And we don't. Over the years, I have seen many disillusioned believers turn away from the Lord because they proclaimed a packaged incantation for him to heal their loved one or bless them with riches. But God didn't respond in his way. He does not take orders. I received a blessing last night, I announced over breakfast to the people where I was staying. They looked around with complicity. "Everybody knows that," the farm said. Wife with a smile. Nothing more was said. I don't know if I disturbed their sleep, or if the Lord's presence was manifested to each of them, or what, but I know that after receiving the Holy Ghost, my sermons improved. I immersed myself in my vocation with renewed joy. Now I had the Spirit of God working within me. It was wonderful. But soon another incredible blessing awaited me. Chapter 8. Where in the world is Howard Carter? The night I received the vision of millions of people sinking into hell, 4,000 miles away, in London, England, 39-year-old Bible college president named Howard Carter was praying. God began to speak to him, and the message so moved Brother Carter that he wrote it, "I have found a companion for you, I have called a worker to be by your side. He has heard my call, responds and joins you in the work to which I have called you. I've called him, though you haven't seen him. He is called and chosen and will join you. Behold, he comes from afar. He comes to help you carry your burden and be a strength on your side, and you will find pleasure in his service at your side, and you will delight in his fellowship. He will come at the appointed time and will not be long. The moment you don't think, it will appear, even when you are busy with my work, and this is what it will say: wherever you go, I will go. The highest mountains, above the stormy waves of the sea, to the deep valleys, to the plains. I will succor you, I will assist you, I will strengthen you, I will help you, and in every hour of need I will be with you. When you are old, I will strengthen you, assist you, and help you. I will help you in your old age, and you will be like a father to me." Brother Carter pondered the words. He was the general superintendent of a large British denomination and the president of a prestigious Bible college, but he was nearly 40 years old and had never married. Then, for a moment, it seemed as if the Lord was sending him a bride, but this word of God said, "He will come from afar." That meant God wasn't talking about marriage. Brother Carter read the message to his staff at Hampstead Bible College. "Oh, you're getting married," said one teacher. "God, I'm going to bring you a pretty woman from some faraway country." Carter shook his head. "No," he explained, "the message clearly said, he is coming from afar, he is coming to help you." The prophecy said nothing about a woman. God was going to send a man to travel with him. Brother Carter then read it to the student body. "This is a prophecy," he told them. "If I am a false prophet, mark me as such and cast me out, but if this is fulfilled, then they will know that I am a prophet of God." One of the students said, "Yes, we will." "Is she a woman?" Brother Carter read it to him and said, "It says he. It can't be a woman." On a daily basis, Carter waited for the promised helper to arrive. 18 passed. Carter was thinking that maybe he should take a trip to the Far East to visit some of his denomination's missionaries in the field. When he received an unexpected invitation to speak at a camp congress in Eureka Springs, Arkansas, he immediately declined, as the Ozark Mountains of the United States were not remotely on their way to the Far East. He thanked them for thinking of him, but expressed his regret. He forgot about the invitation. He then received a telegram from Arkansas asking when it would arrive. Apparently his letter had not arrived. The text of the telegram moved him unexpectedly. But the conference was very short. Was it a good use of the Lord's money to travel so far out of his way for such a brief meeting? He sought the Lord, shutting himself in the sanctuary of a church, asking for a clear word from God. In his solitude, he felt the Lord say to him, "Go on a journey and dress for the way you will go, for I will send you and I will go with you. You've waited for me and you've done well. For thy waiting has been thy wisdom, and thou hast shown the way, and I will give thee grace to walk it. You will speak my words and follow my direction and do my will." The message went on to assure Carter that it was God who sent him and that it was no human desire that prompted him to go. The Lord showed him that his task was to go to the nations, where my servants work. "You will comfort my people and encourage those who have worked for me. In dark places you will give them help, for I am with you." Carter knew he should go to Arkansas. He sent a transatlantic cablegram, "Ignore the letter, I accept it." I often remembered my vision and became restless as I waited for God to open the door for me to fulfill it. I wanted to minister to the nation so badly that I didn't know what to do. He had never heard of Howard Carter and he had never heard of Lester Sumrall, the little preacher. In the meantime, I was preaching in Oklahoma, I think it was in the town of Seminole, and staying with a family that lived in the country. That morning I had gotten up early to go out to the pines where I used to go to pray. There, the Lord spoke to me and said, "I want you to go to Eureka Springs today." I said, "What for?" He said, "They are holding a camp meeting there. I want you to go." I walked into the house and said to my sister, "Put all our stuff in the car. We're leaving. We'll stop by and say goodbye to the pastor." When I told the pastor that we had to leave, he got very angry. "That's the problem with you young preachers," he lashed out. "You don't have any respect for your elders. You don't do what you're told. You promised to be here, and you should stay here." I said, "I know we're supposed to keep our word. However, God told me to go to this camp meeting. I'm sorry, but this has never happened before. God told me to go, and I have to go. You can preach the meeting and then dismiss it." The pastor was furious and said that he would never amount to anything and that a man who didn't keep his word was worthless. "Well, talk to God about it," I said. "I didn't cause it. God told me to go to Eureka Springs and I have to go. I'm going to tell all pastors to never accept you," he roared. "I'll tell them you can't be trusted, you resigned in the middle of the week. Besides, I'm not going to give you money." "I don't want money," I said. "I didn't ask you for money. I just told you that God told me to go to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, to a camp meeting, and that I had to go. That's not from God. You're wrong. It was like talking to a brick wall. All he could think about was his personal embarrassment and the inconvenience of having to finish the crusade himself. God bless you, I said as I left. I've never seen him since. My sister Leona and I rode 150 mountainous miles to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, in the beautiful Ozarks that day. Although it was not far away, the journey into the mountains took most of the morning as the roads were very winding and choppy. By the time we arrived, the meetings had already begun. The guest speakers were two foreigners, Howard Carter from England and a man from Germany named Otto J. Klink. Being a Southerner didn't sit very well with me. I didn't like trying to listen to people when you can't fully understand them. That morning he was speaking English. He was president of the Hampstead Bible Institute in London. I didn't know anything about him or his school, and I could hardly understand a word of what he said because his British accent was so thick. He used strange words. A truck was a truck and its engine was under the hood instead of the hood. An elevator was an elevator. But I sat and listened. I was lecturing on the gifts of the Spirit. I had never heard anyone teach about the gifts before. I was absolutely amazed. I didn't know there were 9 gifts of the Spirit. I would have guessed 44. After Dr. Carter finished teaching, he stepped out onto the sidewalk and I followed. Shaking his hand, I said, "Thank you for the word of God you taught us." Then I started saying the funniest thing you've ever heard. Out of my mouth came the words, "Wherever you go, I will go. On the highest mountains, on the stormy waves of the sea, on the deep valleys, on the plains." He was very polite and stood there, shaking his head from side to side. I started to leave and more words welled up inside me again. They didn't come from my head but from my spirit. I'll help you, I said. I will strengthen you, I will help you, and in every moment of need I will be with you. When you are old, I will strengthen you, assist you, and help you. I will help you in your old age, and I will help you. He will be like a father to me. I didn't understand what this meant. I stopped and apologized. "Sir, excuse me, but I've never done this before. If you'll excuse me, I'll just leave. I am sorry. I don't normally talk to people like that." He smiled at me and said, "Come with me to my hotel room and I'll tell you why you've spoken the way you have." We walked half a block to his hotel and went up to his room where he introduced me to a man named Stanley Frodsham, editor of a well-known Christian magazine. While he waited, Howard Carter and Mr. Frodsham went to a corner of the room and began whispering to each other. They wouldn't let me get into that. Howard Carter said this and that and pointed to the pages of a small black notebook. Then they both turned to me and said, "It seems that God has done something very unusual today." I said, "Oh?" "All I know is that I spoke strangely." "What are you going to?" he asked. "I'm an evangelist." "Do you have any intention of being a missionary?" "A missionary? I'm on my way around the world right now." "Are you? How long ago did you receive this call?" 18 months, when I had a vision of the world going to hell." They looked at each other in utter disbelief. Then Howard Carter said, "Do you know God gave me a prophecy 18 months ago?" When we compared times, we realized that it was the same day that God had given me my vision. He said, "God told me I had a traveling companion for me. It would come from afar. You're 4,000 miles from London. This is what you were supposed to say." And he showed me the little black book. "Look at what you said on the sidewalk. That's what the prophecy says. You gave the word of God exactly as God gave it to me in London." He asked, "Are you willing to travel with me?" "I'm willing to travel with anyone." "I'm ready to go," I said. He looked directly at me and said, "You're the one." My vision was coming true. "Do you want to come with me?" he asked. "Well," I replied, "if that's what the Lord wants. He's told me I have to go." "Okay," he continued. "I'll teach and you'll be the evangelist, because I'm not an evangelist at all. I will lay hands on the people to receive the Holy Spirit, and you will lay hands on the people so that they may be healed." Oh, that sounds great to me, I replied. Thank you, I'll do it. So we agreed to travel the world and go on a worldwide mission. Adventuring together. It was glorious. He said, I'm going to the West Coast. I left the hotel and went back to the car where my sister was waiting. We're done here, I said. We're going home. My parents had moved to Mobile, Alabama, so we headed south on the freeway. You know, I said, I met this Mr. Carter. Yes, I thought maybe so. I saw them walking together. He wants me to travel with him. Is that okay? She asked. Yes, but I made a mistake. I forgot to ask him his address and he never asked me for mine, so I didn't give it to him. I've already lost it. So I lost it in the same hour I found it. When we got to my parents' house, I prayed about it, and the Lord said, sell your car, get a passport, and go west. So I obeyed. It took me 2 or 3 weeks to get my passport from Washington, D.C. I sold my car and got enough money to travel. Although I had no idea where to find Brother Carter, I headed to California. I hopped on a train in Mobile, the Sunset Limited, and headed to Los Angeles. That was a good name for that train because the sun went down many times before I got to California. Crossing Texas was like going around the world. I woke up in Texas and went to bed in Texas. I thought, oh my God, when will Texas end? The train would stop in every small town and for about 2 days the conductor would shout, Texas. Isn't there anything else? I asked sarcastically. There aren't any, was his reply. When we finally got to California, I got off the train and waited. Carter was nowhere to be seen. I just assumed he'd be at the station. To this small-town boy who had just spent several years preaching to farmers and oilfield workers, Los Angeles seemed very big. I had no idea where to look for Carter. I decided that the best thing to do was to look for a church. I knew that one of the largest churches in Los Angeles was the Bethel Temple, so I went there and introduced myself to Dr. Turnbull, the pastor. I'm Lester Sumrall, I said. Oh, he replied, I'm glad you made it. Why? I asked. Well, Howard Carter said you'd come here and told me to take good care of you. We have a hotel room for you and we want you to preach for us. Who was here? I asked. Howard Carter. And he said I'd be here? Oh, yes. We've been looking for you. I thought, now wait a minute. We hadn't had any communication since the day I met him at Eureka Springs. I didn't know where I was and he couldn't know where I was. But he had told people I would go. It scared me to realize that I was moving into a world I didn't understand at all. Where is it? I asked hopefully. I think he's in Japan, Dr. Turnbull replied. Japan? He was gone without me. I felt bewildered but not entirely discouraged. Looking back, I realized that this was a pretty extraordinary conversation. This well-known pastor of a large church wanted me to preach even though he had only known me for 15 minutes. I was ecstatic. That a teenager like me can walk into the biggest church in Los Angeles and be greeted like I'm some kind of celebrity. It was incredible. After preaching there, I went to look around and saw a church near the beach. When I walked in and introduced myself, the pastor said, "Oh my God, you're welcome. Oh my God, we're so glad to see it." Why? I haven't written to you before, I said, taken aback by his response. Well, Howard Carter was here. Is it okay? I asked him, what did he say? He told us you'd be here and we should take good care of you. Do you know where I can find Howard Carter? I asked. You two are friends, aren't you? Yes, very breastful, said the pastor in his thick British accent. We are both English from London. Where is it? In China, he replied. I said to myself, well, Japan has 100 million and China has 100 million. Well, I guess I can find it among 600 million. Lillian Yeomans, a godly woman who taught at the nearby Life Bible Institute, was also a close friend of Dr. Carter's, and he had told her about me. "Come to dinner," he said. Before we sat down to eat, she said, "Get down on your knees in that little prayer carpet. The Holy Spirit of God is in him." I was from the hills of Arkansas and the plains of Oklahoma and the high forests of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. I was down to earth and didn't like magic carpets, but I obeyed. After all, she was a doctor and was 85 years old. When I knelt down, she began to pray for me. I don't know about her carpet, but she had the power of God. When we were done, I said, "Do you know where Howard Carter is?" She said, "Yes, it's in India." I thought, dear God, out of 100 million in one place, a billion in another, and another 500 million in another, I'm sure I'll find it. Then I'll go get it. Something inside me said, why don't you pray about this? If we prayed instead of talking, we would get along much better. Then I prayed, Lord, how am I going to find this man? The Lord said, you didn't ask me anything about it. You asked other people. Oh my gosh, I made a mistake there, I confessed. Where should I go? The Lord said, go to the bottom of the world and work upward. The Lord sometimes has the most unusual ways of telling you what to do. He didn't tell me at all where Brother Carter was. He said, go to the bottom. I asked, what's the background? Australia, he replied. Well, but up to that point no one had said that Mr. Carter was in Australia. They said he was in India, China, and Japan. I said, well, I guess it's okay. After all, I had no idea where Brother Carter was. I had already bought a ticket to Japan, so I went and changed it, which was a miracle in itself. In those days, boat companies weren't always kind to refunding money, especially if you were going to buy a ticket from their competitor, and this was during the Depression. But they didn't give me any problems. I bought another ticket to Australia, but my meager savings dwindled. I had just enough for a one-way ticket and had $12 left over. One of the ministers, 3 times my senior, took me to the dock on the day I was to sail. Concerned about my well-being, he researched my finances. Since Howard Carter and I had agreed to travel entirely by faith in God's provision, I didn't consider it his business. But, dear young man, said the brother, you will starve. Then please send a little tombstone, I replied, and have him write, here lies Lester Sumrall, starving trusting Jesus. They were brave words, but after I boarded the ship and went down to my little room, I started crying. There I was, heading into the vast and unknown. I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going, or how long I would be away. A preacher had already said that he would starve. After a while, I pulled myself together and decided to evangelize the people on the boat. The response, however, was not overwhelming. I was verbally torn to shreds by an infidel, and some people in the church mocked me for being a preacher of the faith. The devil gave it to me for 30 days. What a journey that was! After 21 days we arrived in Wellington, New Zealand. I was so sick and tired of that boat that I had to get off. Tomorrow I'm going to town, I said to myself. As the ship mainly carried cargo, it was necessary to load and unload the cargo. I knew this would take many hours, so I had an early breakfast and left the ship. Then I walked all over Wellington trying to find a church that had heard of Howard Carter. I didn't know he was in New Zealand too. On his way to Tokyo, Carter stopped in Honolulu, Hawaii, and preached at a meeting. While there, he received a cable from New Zealand that said, we are holding a minister's retreat in the mountains and our speaker became seriously ill. Could you come and help us? That day a ship was leaving for Wellington from Honolulu. So, instead of going to Tokyo, he changed his ticket and set sail for New Zealand. On the day my ship arrived in Wellington Harbour, Howard Carter was at that minister's retreat in the mountains. That afternoon, as he was praying on his knees by his bedside, he said, God, you gave me a traveling companion to go with me. Sir, I'm worried about that young man. You said you'd be with me and you'd say, stay with me. You said you'd bless me. I haven't heard a word from him for several months. He's lost. The Lord answered, I have not lost it. Carter said, I think we've both lost it. No, the Lord assured him, he's on a ship there in the harbor right now in Wellington. He will leave tomorrow morning and spend several hours looking for churches in Wellington. You'll be looking for the Assembly of God Church, and you'll find it at 11 a.m. Send a note there and tell him to go to Australia, and you'll meet him there when you're done here. Brother Carter came out of his prayer room and asked the group of preachers, which of you is from Wellington? A great New Zealander stood up and replied, I am. Will you go home? Brother Carter asked. I have a young American friend who will arrive and be at your house tomorrow morning. Give him this card. On the back of the card, Carter had written, Go to Australia and we will meet you there in 3 months, in Sydney. That's all I was saying. How do you know he's in Wellington? They asked. The Holy Ghost told me, Brother Carter replied. He knew it through the gift of the Word of God's knowledge. God was always giving Brother Carter supernatural knowledge of something he couldn't see with his eyes or hear with his ears. These New Zealanders were so agitated that they said, Well, go on. Let's see if he's a liar or not. Let's see what kind of teacher we have. Come back and tell us. The great New Zealand preacher got into his car and sped to his home in Wellington. He and his wife waited all day for someone who was an American to come. When I got off the boat, I didn't know what kind of church to look for. I thought maybe the city had an Assembly of God, one of the churches my mother had attended when I was little. I walked to a large church, but it was a Church of England. I asked, Have you ever heard of the Assemblies of God? They said no. I met a man on the street and asked him, Have you ever heard of a church called the Assemblies of God? He laughed and said, Sinners of God. It's a great name. I could join. I didn't say Sinners of God. I said Assemblies of God. No, I've never heard anything like it, he replied. I went to the Salvation Army, Presbyterians, and Baptists. From 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. I walked all over the city, but no one had ever heard of the Assemblies of God. I even went to court. Leaning against a lamppost in downtown Wellington, I said, Sir, I'm sure there's an Assembly of God church in this city. I've heard of Smith Wigglesworth's presence here and of revivals. I wish I could find it. A man came walking down the street and the Lord put something in my heart. When he came over, I said, Hey, come here. I'm looking for a church that sometimes they get together all day and say, Hallelujah. He looked at me rather strangely and then replied, Yes, yes. On the other side of the train tracks. Leave the city over there, then go left and on a small hill you will find it there. I followed his instructions and soon came to a small church on top of a hill. It probably wouldn't hold 100 people, but I couldn't help but admire the beauty of the building with its small bell tower and white steps leading up to a small porch. Next to the church was a parsonage that looked like a doll's house. I went upstairs and knocked on the door. A big man opened the door, filling the entire space with his body, and said in a deep and resonant shepherd's voice, Yes. A guy less shy than me would have run off the porch and down the hill. I said, You don't know me. Yes. No, you don't know me. Yes. I've never written to you and I don't even know your name and you don't know me. You are Lester Sumrall. I looked at him in disbelief. Oh my God, I said, Howard Carter is in this country, isn't he? Yes. Come in. Where's Howard Carter? I asked. Oh, it's 100 miles away, in the mountains, replied the pastor. Here's a card from him. He wants you to go to Australia and he will find you there. He handed me the card. I thanked him and returned to the ship to continue my journey to Australia. It bothered me a little that I was here in New Zealand, just 100 miles from Howard Carter, and he was firing me. On the other hand, I didn't want to see it at all. This Howard Carter seemed so spiritual that it made me feel a little uncomfortable. If I had thought about it a lot, I probably would have decided that I didn't want to be around anyone so close to God. How could I ever live up to it? Obediently, I continued on to Australia. By then, I had already spent most of the $12 I had left, and the California preacher's prophecy had been ringing in my ears. Yes, I was about to be stranded, where I would almost certainly starve, but that wasn't what God had in mind. He looked at me to see if I obeyed. Chapter 9. The Tender Englishman. After arriving in Australia, I quickly became acquainted with the local churches and was invited to speak to various congregations. My first meeting was held in Melbourne. The pastor had a church of about 1,000 people and invited me to do a week-long evangelism crusade. However, when the week was over, he didn't make any offerings to me. Like many foreigners, he automatically assumed that all Americans were wealthy. He told me, "It's very interesting for me to meet a young American who can afford to travel around the world." I said, "Maybe I'm traveling, but what I didn't tell you was that when I went to the US, I only had $12. He was amazed. "I'm amazed that Australian immigration allowed you to enter the country," he said. "Normally, if you don't have a ticket to go home, they won't even let you get off the boat." "How are you going to survive?" he asked. "Faith," I answered simply. I had no promises of support. I didn't even tell the denomination state conference that it had authorized and ordered me to leave the country. I certainly didn't ask them for any support. No church backed me, and no one in my family sent me money. Now here I was in Australia, and the first place I preached didn't give me any money. That Sunday night, at the end of a week of meetings, I returned to the house where I had been staying. "Sir," I prayed, "I have no way to get out of town. My next meeting was a few hundred miles away, and I had no way to get there. No way." I said to God, "Lord, I have news for you. I won't leave this room until I get a ticket. I won't be going out on the sidewalk with a big suitcase and no ticket. I'm not going to go to the train station and stand there like a fool, waiting for a ticket. You have to bring the ticket to this room or I'll die in this room." Then my spirit broke and I lay on the ground and cried all night because I had no way to get out of the city. He was 12,000 miles from home, alone and penniless. The next morning, the Aussies I was staying with prepared what smelled like a delicious breakfast. The wife knocked on the door and said, "Brother Sumrall, breakfast is ready." I said, "I'm not going to eat. Thanks a lot." He goes on without me. Left alone in my room, I packed my suitcase and placed it by the door along with my briefcase and Bible. I was ready to go, except I didn't have a ticket. The family had breakfast around 7 o'clock and then the husband went to work. The wife took care of the house. At 8 o'clock he came back to the door, knocked, and said, "Brother Sumrall, are you there?" I said, "Yes, I'm here. There's a man here to watch you from the church. Will you see it?" "Yes." I opened the door excitedly and saw a large, good-looking Australian man standing in front of me. He was crying. I said to myself, "Oh no, another sorry story," assuming the man needed some kind of personal advice. It was not unusual for people to look for a visiting preacher instead of trusting their local pastor. He was 20 now, but he was smart enough to know he wasn't called to be a counselor. That's someone else's mission, I told myself. I'm an evangelist. The man said, "I couldn't sleep last night." I couldn't sleep either, and what's the matter? If this isn't right, I'll never try again. "What are you talking about?" I asked. He said, "I have no idea. We know you're rich." Smiled. He said, "You must preach in." And he named the town. I agreed. "Tonight," he said, looking at me. Again I agreed. "Do you realize that the train that passes there is special and that no one travels on it without a special reservation? Do you have a reservation?" I said, "Sir, I didn't even know it was a booked train." He said, "God told me you weren't familiar with our railroad system. God also told me to go get that reservation for you and that I should be the one honored to buy you the ticket. I know you don't need it, you have a lot of money." He asked, "Don't you have a reservation?" I said no. "Do you have a ticket?" "No." "Here they are," he said, 2 bills in his hand. One was a reservation for the book train and the other was a ticket to the city. He said, "Let's go." I put the tickets in my pocket, he took the suitcase, I took my Bible and my briefcase and off we went. On the way I said to him, "Lord, I didn't get any money for preaching at your church during the week. I didn't have the money to buy that ticket." It was God who told him what to do. You talk about an Australian being a happy man. That man almost danced in the street thinking that God would speak to him at night and tell him about an American he barely knew. He'd only seen me in the pulpit and hadn't even shaken my hand. All the way to the station we laughed at ourselves and what it takes to trust Almighty God. We also marvel at the one who is able to do all things, far more than we can conceive or even think. Bye, I said as we said goodbye. I'll see you in heaven. God is real. I've known He's real. I held a few more meetings in that area, then went to Brisbane, rented a tent and went on a crusade that lasted several months. As a result, a new church was started. Today that church has about 1,000 members and is one of the best churches in Queensland, Australia. Being an American in Australia worked in my favor, in the sense that it drew large crowds, and against me because they couldn't understand my southern accent and I couldn't understand their Australian slang. One woman stated that it took her a week to realize what I was preaching. She said, "I was determined to know what you were talking about. He came every night until I could understand you." The crusade tent was set up right in front of a pub. A tavern is an Australian tavern. One night, two drunkards began cursing me while I was in the pulpit ready to preach to about 200 people. I called two of my ushers to the front. "Could you kick the drunks out, please?" I asked. "Why?" asked the ushers. "They are not hurting you." I said, "They are disrupting this meeting." "Only you," they argued. "They are not bothering the rest of us." I tried to preach, but those drunks laughed at me for being an American. They called me all kinds of names. Finally I said, "Let's sing a chorus." As the crowd chanted, I walked to the back of the tent and grabbed one of those drunks by the neck, turned him around, and kicked him at the base of his pants. I hit him again and again, then drove him to the door of the store. When I hit him once more, his feet buckled. The other drunk helped him up, and as they ran out the door, they said, "You'd better leave that American alone." When I got back inside, I didn't know if the audience would want to hear what I had to say or not. But to my surprise, the whole group stood up and clapped for 5 minutes. The next night, we had twice as many people as the first night. Those Australians respected me ever since, and I preached in Brisbane for 6 weeks. I then returned to Sydney to spend Christmas with a congregation that had invited me to hold meetings there. I had to adapt to being in the Southern Hemisphere and celebrating Christmas in the summer. It's always a bit surprising to hear Christmas carols on the speakers when it's 90 degrees and families are talking about vacationing at the beach. During that week of meetings, there were great outpourings of God's love. A blessing that culminated in a vigil service on New Year's Eve. When I heard that a ship was scheduled to dock on New Year's Day, I decided to go down to the dock. It had been 3 months since I received the card from Howard Carter and I was hopeful that he would come on this boat. Not seeing him disembark with the other passengers, I turned around with a heavy heart. However, for some reason I stopped at the customs shed, I guess just to be safe. I've described the scene many times, but that's how I told it. I found it in one of the first books I wrote, Adventures with Christ, published in 1938. On the first day of the year, at 10:30 a.m., I watched the beautiful SS Mariposa as it gracefully entered the harbor and docked at its dock. With longing eyes, I scanned its crowded deck, but it was all in vain. Then, in the customs shed, I accidentally came face to face with the Brother Carter. Giving vent to my emotions, I hugged him wholeheartedly in front of everyone. It had been 5 months since the Lord had so miraculously gathered us together in His providence and for His work. You might think that finally finding Brother Carter would have been incredibly dramatic, like when Stanley found Dr. Livingstone in the African jungle. But when I met him that day, he wasn't particularly surprised or excited about it. He endured my embrace, but I can't even remember exactly what we said. He didn't cry or shout hallelujahs. He just shook my hand. "I'm glad to be with you," I said enthusiastically. "We're going to have a good time together." Of course, he was English and not very expressive, certainly not in public. We stayed at the pastor's house in Sydney, where I had been preaching. After Brother Carter arrived, he preached for 2 or 3 days, and I attended his meetings. From there we traveled north, then we were separated. That became kind of a pattern. Since Brother Carter had more invitations to speak than he could accept, he asked if they would like to have a young American evangelist travel with him instead. The first time we separated, he went to Melbourne and spoke at a meeting, and I went somewhere else and went on a crusade, but we were together most of the time. Despite his lack of emotional display, he liked me and treated me as if I were his son, even though he was barely in his 40s and I was in my 20s. For a formal, starchy Englishman, he could be tender. If I misspelled a word or used bad grammar, he would simply show me how to correct it. He was very well educated, and I got to the point where I wouldn't send a letter until he read it. One day he suggested to me, "You should write the story of how we were together." So I started taking notes about our experiences, and then I wrote the book, Adventures with Christ. Brother Carter asked me to write for a magazine called Redemption Tidings that spread throughout the United States, England, and Canada. During the time we were together, I published an article almost every month in that magazine. The Lord used that magazine to open all kinds of doors. Years later, when I met the great pioneer of the faith, Smith Wigglesworth, he told me he hoped to meet me. Why? I wondered. He said he had read about me in Redemption Tidings and had always wanted to meet me. One day, as we sailed from Singapore to Hong Kong, I was standing by the edge of the ship's railing, writing and looking out to sea. Suddenly, my fountain pen slipped through my fingers and fell into the ocean. What a loss. At that time a person only had a pen. No one had two, and there was no such thing as a cheap pen. When Brother Carter saw that he was no longer writing, I said, "Oh, my pen is in the South China Sea." I put him on the bed. "He will never wake up." He laughed a little and said, "Well, that's a pity." After arriving in Hong Kong, I went upstairs to our room and found a new pen on the bed. "Well, look at that!" I exclaimed. "Yes, the Lord sent you that," Brother Carter said. "You're not calling yourself a Lord, you?" Smiled. He laughed and replied, "Well, you're actually writing for me." That was all he had to say about it. Brother Carter was just the opposite of my father. He was firm but tender and loving. He could show warmth, and he did, but in a very British way. If I needed a shirt, he'd get it before I knew I needed it. Because of my brazen way of speaking, people, especially those who weren't used to dealing with Americans, sometimes misunderstood my intentions. But Brother Carter never did. If I wasn't with him and someone said something against me, he'd say, "That's not true." I've lived with him. You didn't get it. I can tell you the facts about him. Once Brother Carter had to defend not only me but himself. A missionary we met in Japan had a daughter who was about 18 or 19 years old. When I arrived, she thought I would be the perfect husband for her daughter. Even though I knew the Lord had the right one for me, and that I would find her at his perfect time, then I was too serious about my job to think about girls. After all, my mentor was a bachelor in his 40s who hoped to get married someday, but not anytime soon. In fact, Brother Carter did not marry until a quarter of a century later, when he was in his early 60s. In fact, he met his future wife at my home, and I was later the best man at her wedding. Before they died, they spent nearly 3 decades together. As we dined with the missionaries in Japan, this woman spoke up and said, "Brother Carter, why don't you try to be a gentleman like Brother Sumrall is?" It could have gone through the ground. He was the perfect British gentleman, and I was a country duck. Everyone knew, including me. Before he could come to his defense, Carter responded, "It's very nice of you. You know, Brother Sumrall has been working on me for about 2 years. You can't imagine the improvement I've made. Thank you, you." I thought, how can a man be so kind? He knew I was nothing. It didn't take long for anyone to find out how badass he was. Embarrassed, I got up from the table and went back to my room. Presently he came in, and, putting both hands on his knees, swayed with laughter. "Wasn't that the funniest thing you've ever heard in your life?" I said, "No. That was the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I know what she—" "Oh, sure," he said. "She wants you to marry her daughter." "Well, I'm not even going to talk to the girl. Let's get out of town." He just kept laughing the way he always did, with both hands on his knees. We were one big team, the president of a British university, stifling, full of wisdom and thunder, and his American accomplice, cheeky, wet behind his ears, telling jokes. We shared laughter and joy. Howard Carter was the only man who had ever truly esteemed me. I could preach the poorest sermon and he would say, "You know, Mr. Sumrall," he always called me Mr. Sumrall, "that's a very good sermon." Then, in his gentle manner, he would say, "I can give you some advice so that the next time you give it, it will be better." A master of the English language, he came from a very wealthy family. Bottom. His father was a successful inventor. Brother Carter taught me public speaking, diction, human relations, and, of course, the Bible. I received the best instruction on the face of the earth from one of the wisest scholars I have ever met. Although a theologian and scholar, he entered Bible study with prayer and a desire to be led by the Holy Spirit. I respected him for his sincerity and the fact that he lived by faith, but he didn't talk about it. His needs were always kept between him and God. I had always distrusted preachers and disdained the idea of attending any Bible college. I was an independent, I told myself. The Lord would teach me everything I needed to know. So, the Lord sent my own personal Bible college president to mentor, big brother, and tutor. It was during our journey from Australia to the Dutch colony of Java that Brother Carter and I really met for the first time. We were together for about 2 weeks on that boat. I began to love this pious and great English brother, and he began to love this young American. He loved me because I was a kid who could laugh. I was an inspiration to him and he was certainly an encouragement to me. Until the day of his death, he considered me his Timothy and, in his mind, had educated me in the ways of the Lord. But he knew that I had done something for him, too. He was a middle-aged single preacher who needed a traveling companion, a Timothy eager to learn for someone who could be a Bible teacher, social tutor, older brother, and spiritual father. Chapter 10. Demons in my coattails. When Brother Carter and I left Australia, we took a ship that had been built as a yacht for the deposed German king, Kaiser Wilhelm. It was magnificent and too beautiful to carry goods and passengers between Australia and the Dutch East Indies. I had never seen anything so magnificent in my entire life. The British had confiscated the yacht as war reparations after winning World War I. It was the mid-1930s. Hitler had just come to power in Germany and was advancing politically against Austria and Czechoslovakia, but he had not launched his blitzkrieg against Poland that started World War II, nor had he formed his infamous axis with Mussolini of Italy or Tojo of Imperial Japan. But the storm clouds of war were gathering. Mussolini had invaded Ethiopia and the world had turned a deaf ear to Emperor Haile Selassie's pleas for help. Stalin was strengthening his grip on Russia, murdering millions of his own people while confiscating all private property and forcing communism on the Russian territories that are now independent Kazakhstan, Georgia, Belarus, and Ukraine. Japan had occupied Korea and the Chinese province of Manchuria and looked with lust at the Dutch and French colonies that are now Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Singapore. Europe, however, was largely at peace, and the United States was determined to stay out of the trouble that Russia, Italy, Germany, and Japan were causing. The British and Dutch still had vast colonial empires in India, Pakistan, and the East Indies. We spent 3 months in densely populated Java, one of the largest and most densely jungle islands in the Dutch East India colony off the coast of China, what is now Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. The people were mostly pagans. Christians were outnumbered by Muslims, as well as Chinese and East Indian immigrants, who believed in a strange mix of Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and other pagan religions such as demonic spiritualism and ancestor worship. Astrologers and mediums who could summon ghosts of the dead were respected. They made their living supposedly protecting people from the evil eye and the many demons they worshipped and feared. Some people knew the names of thousands of devil gods who were said to rule the place. Animal offerings combined with violent self-mutilation and lascivious ceremonies were supposed to appease demons. The Christians we met spoke freely about demonic possession and exorcism. When native preachers shared stories about driving out evil spirits, just as Jesus had done in the Bible, I listened with a lot of skepticism. Brother Carter was teaching me how to be a worthy and respectable evangelist, not a demon hunter of holiness like some who advertised in pamphlets that the public could come to see demons cast out or the devil cast out of town. I didn't want to get caught up in those kinds of tricks. I wasn't a weird mystic, and casting out demons wasn't for me. I wanted to be rational and sophisticated, like my mentor, Brother Carter. But God had other ideas. He stuck his tongue in and out and his eyes shone crazy and wild. It was terrifying. She moved up and down like a cobra. I had never seen anything like it. A repulsive green foam erupted from his mouth. No one else seemed to notice or pay attention to him except me. People kept singing. Even the men who were with me on the platform continued to lead the singing service, lifting up prayers and reading the Bible as if nothing strange was happening. When are they going to arrest that girl? I asked myself. Why don't they do something? In the middle of a gospel revival service, this little girl was doing what looked like a pagan snake act or an imitation of a comic book snake. Woman. I began to pray, Lord, help me to save souls in spite of this. I have to save souls. The Lord said, I'll take care of saving souls, you take care of that problem down there. He then began to slide back and forth across the altar area of the church. He stuck out his tongue, moved his eyes like a snake, and foamed at the mouth. Prayed. Lord, you take care of it. No? God said. This is your problem. My problem? Thought. That's new. I've never seen anything like this. For at least 50 minutes, he slid back and forth in front of the altar smiling, always looking at the platform. When he crawled in one direction, he turned his head toward the platform. Then, as he crawled back, he looked around to keep looking back at the platform. I had no idea what to do or how to do it. For the full 50 minutes, I sat there wishing someone would take charge of the situation, but no one did anything about it. Feelings of grief and confusion began to overwhelm me. I was a foreigner there, and this was my first time in that church. He didn't speak the language. When the singing service was over, I was introduced and went up to the pulpit to speak, but I couldn't. I didn't know what to do. I had never heard a single sermon on demonic possession or read a book on exorcism. I didn't know anything about the release, but I knew the girl wasn't just being dramatic. She was possessed by a demon. Suddenly, I felt compassion for this little girl who was looking at me sideways from the hallway. With my interpreter by my side in the pulpit, instead of greeting people by saying, "Good evening, folks. I'm glad to be in Java. It's a beautiful island," or something nice like that, I leaned over and pointed at the girl and said, "Get up from there and sit in a seat right now." I hadn't planned to say that. The words just came out of my mouth. The interpreter was so surprised that he didn't translate a word. Although the girl didn't understand any English and I didn't understand any Javanese, the devil did. Immediately, the girl took her hand and wiped the green liquid from her face, then stepped back to the first bench and sat down like a zombie. She didn't move a muscle. During the 45 minutes I preached, she sat like a statue. When I finished my sermon, I leaned back on the pulpit. This time I yelled, "Now get out of it." I'd never heard anyone do that before, but I spoke so loudly they could have heard me from the street. I didn't approach the girl, but when I spoke, immediately the Spirit of the Lord came upon her. His eyes came into focus again, and his face, which had been contorted, changed. His body relaxed. There was no fighting. When he came out of that stupor, his eyes cleared. Now she had pretty girlish eyes. It looked so sweet. I knew that she had been released instantly. The girl looked around in bewilderment. "Where am I?" she asked. What am I doing here? She had been so full of Satan that she didn't even know where she was or how she got there. The pastor told her that she had been delivered from an evil spirit. She screamed with joy and told us how she had been oppressed by this demon for quite some time but didn't know how to get rid of it. Is the demon gone now? I asked her. Yes, yes, he shouted cheerfully. By the power of the Holy Spirit, she was delivered. Suddenly, hundreds of people ran through the halls to be released, liberated, saved. I didn't have to ask them to come. When they saw that she had been released, they ran forward. When we finally closed the meeting, I went back to my room feeling terribly depressed. It had been an unpleasant experience. I regretted what I had done. I got into trouble tonight, I confessed to Brother Carter as I told him the details. He laughed. You did exactly the right thing. But, I protested, my reputation is ruined. Forget it, the famous preacher advised. Brother Carter, you may not want to travel with me anymore. Why is that? He asked. It was pretty nasty. I screamed and I don't know why I screamed. The girl was released and a few hundred people were saved. Good. You have to know the English to appreciate how he said, I'm fine with it. Really? I asked. Yes. I hope it never happens again, I said. I hope I'm done with that kind of thing. Okay, we'll see, he said. I yelled at him, I said. She was released, but I never have. Something like that in the church before. Brother Carter simply smiled and remarked, that's fine with me. He may have been fine with it, but I wasn't sure it was okay. With me. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I don't know, I said. I think my reputation is ruined. He just smiled knowingly. Forget it, he advised. I tried. Lord, I prayed fervently, I don't want to be a demon hunter. Because of that experience, I hesitated to go back out on my own for a while. Seeing how shocked and concerned he was about my reputation, Brother Carter agreed that perhaps we should stay together if possible. In those countries, however, we had so many people begging us to go that eventually we had to go our separate ways again, he to teach the pastors, me to evangelize the lost. A week later, I found myself in another city where once again the church was filled with hundreds of people. They had even set up chairs in the middle of the aisles. When I went in with my interpreter, I had to make my way through the crowd. The hallway was narrow because of the chairs, and about a third of the way in, a woman grabbed me by the coat and wouldn't let go. She smiled warmly and began to caress my hand in a very erotic way. His intentions were clearly seductive. I was so shocked that I wanted to slap him. Instead, I thought, this is a primitive part of the world. It's right for the preacher to start beating people. But she wouldn't let go of my coat. The interpreter entered and climbed onto the platform. How could I take the pulpit if someone was grabbing my coat? He could have done as Joseph did in the book of Genesis when he had to get away from Potiphar's lustful wife. I could have left my coat in his hands, but I needed it and didn't want to give it to him. Finally, I dropped my briefcase and she smiled strangely as her eyes moved like snake fangs. She said in English, "You have a black angel in you and I have a white angel in me," and ended her sentence with a frightful laugh. The Spirit of the Lord arose within me. I got angry. I raised the arm she was holding. I took my other hand and grabbed both sides of her head and proclaimed, "You're a liar. I have Jesus in me. He's clean. He is pure. You have the devil inside you with the darkness of hell. Demon, get out of her." You could hear me all over the church and in the courtyard. I hadn't been taught to do things like that. Instantly, he let go of my coat. His contorted face changed. She smiled and her eyes softened. Joy filled her and she set me free. The madness had disappeared from his eyes. I asked, "How long have you been like this?" She replied, 15 years ago, I went to see a sorcerer for some domestic problems. That's when the spirit possessed me. I've been abnormal ever since. But when you ordered that evil spirit to come out, he abandoned me. It's gone. But I realized that I wasn't completely liberated. Get out of there, every demon that is inside her, and be free. I proclaimed, and she was free. That night, we had a great church service. The glory of God fell upon the entire audience. I didn't have to preach much. I simply exhorted the people for a few minutes, and the crowd rushed to give their hearts to God. As I prayed for them at the altar, I began to put things in order. If you free people from the power of the devil, all kinds of people are saved. The Lord whispered to me, if you can bind the strong man, you can ruin his house. I realized that all sinners are prey to the devil. When you tie it up first, even before you preach, then you can get the prey. You can get the ones he's been holding captive in his prison. You loosen its doors when you liberate the people for the first time. I went back to my room and said, Brother Carter, wait until you hear what happened today. I'm sure he won't want to travel with me ever again. Last time I didn't even get close to the girl, but this time I just grabbed that woman. That's fine with me, he said. But it's not in the Bible, I said. I don't want to do what's wrong. Every time a person is released, it's good. Well, I just wish this didn't happen again. I want to be a preacher like you, with dignity and brilliance. You will be, he said. Okay. This other one is very necessary. When it happens, let it go. We traveled all over the island of Java, where more than 50 million people lived at the time. In almost every city, God provided a deliverance that everyone in the service was able to witness. Again and again the hearts of the people were open to the saving message of the gospel by demonstrating God's power over evil. I soon learned that I was not personally in the conflict. It was Christ in me. Moreover, it was not the person who provoked the battle, but the devil within it. I found that there was no reason to fear. Although the demon-possessed screamed and tore themselves, they did not seek to hurt me or touch me. He was perfectly confident in exorcising demons. In fact, the demons usually wanted to run away and avoid confronting me. Through their captives, they used to say, "We're not here. We're gone. Leave us alone." Almost every time these incidents occurred, I was ministering alone. Brother Carter wouldn't be there with me. At first, I thought the devil was manipulating situations to try to upset me because I was young and new to the Lord's work. Then I realized that God was using every experience to train me, and had even provided me with my own trusted teacher. Brother Carter had already preached all over the world and had faced all the possible situations that a traveling missionary can face. As we discussed each incident, he assured me and taught me of God's word. How to free people from the power of the devil. When we ministered together, we had tremendous revivals. Thousands of people received the filling of the Holy Spirit when Mr. Carter laid his hands on them. He would minister to them and many would be instantly healed by the power of God and give their hearts to Jesus. We are an extraordinary team. We were like Paul and Timothy together, one older and one younger. One, moving with strength and vigor around the world. Chapter 11. Bandits and Healing in Tibet. Next, Brother Carter and I traveled to war-torn mainland China, where the Imperial Japanese were fighting Chinese President Chiang Kai-shek in the east. The communists, led by Marxist atheist Mao Zedong, were undermining Chiang's ability to rule in the north and, aided by Russian armor, were massacring entire villages. Many missionaries were executed throughout China as the war raged on many fronts. Local chieftains and loyalists of the deposed emperor vied for power with the communists, the Republican Army, the Japanese, and the Russians, fighting and destroying the beautiful and fabled land that is China. Chiang Kai-shek, the head of China's Republican government, was doing the best he could. On the back of a mule we traveled to Tibet. This small nation high in the Himalayan mountains, on the border with India and Nepal, was supposed to be conflict-free, at least that's what we'd been told. But we soon discovered that all respect for the law had disintegrated. Bloodthirsty bandits and rival warlords terrorized the countryside. We saw highland villages completely destroyed and ancient Buddhist masters burned, their 1,000-year-old books torn apart and fluttering in the wind. Pools of blood formed ghastly lakes where massacres had killed entire villages. Our first encounter with death came when we were crossing the mountains in a mule caravan. We had been ascending for hours when our guide warned us to stay together and keep moving forward as this area was full of thieves. As we neared the pass, Brother Carter and I dismounted to drink from a spring and then continued walking, chatting, and easily keeping pace with the inching mules. As we took a hairpin bend around a huge rock, 3 men emerged from among the tall grass and trees, pointing their guns at us. "Brother Carter," I gasped. "Bandits." I could see the cold bloodlust in his eyes. "Definitely," he whispered in his wry, British way. Ragged and dirty, they pointed their guns at us and ordered us to do something I didn't understand. I leaned over to our interpreter and asked, "What did they say?" With his face filled with terror, he whispered, "Get off that mule." Carefully, he got off his mule. Brother Carter and I stayed there. We didn't raise our hands or anything. Then, in their language, the armed men ordered us to march. Brother Carter and I alighted in front of my mule. Our interpreter was walking beside us. The mules in our caravan carried food and provisions and several boxes of local currency. We didn't really have much money with us, but because of the terrible wartime inflation, $1 of ours was equivalent to 2,500 of its almost worthless monetary units. To buy food, a person needed almost a wheelbarrow of cash. One of the bandits came over and aimed his rifle at the back of my head. I tried not to notice. We marched obediently, as they had said. As we walked in silence, the devil began to fill me with fear, saying, "You're going to die, they're going to kill you." I looked up at the barrel of the gun behind my head. "No, I'm not going to die," I replied silently. "I didn't come here to die." However, after about 3 hours I couldn't take it anymore and said, "God, did I come to Tibet to die?" He said no. So I said, "Then tell that bandit leader back there. He needs to know, too." The Lord said, "Your answer is in Revelation 19 verse 6. So I carefully slipped my hand up to my waistcoat and pulled out the little testament I carried in my pocket. As Brother Carter looked at me curiously, I began to read it. I was simply amazed, and I heard like the voice of a great multitude. The devil said, "See? You'll be in heaven in a few minutes. You're hearing the voice of a large crowd." I said, "No, it's not that." I read on, and then I heard the voice of many waters. I said silently, "Yes, that's it." On the stormy banks of the Jordan I stand and cast a melancholy glance. We were by those waters, all right. Read on. Then I heard the voice of great thunder saying, "Hallelujah. The Lord God Almighty reigns." That line came to life. I started laughing. I turned around and laughed in the bandit's face. I was so shocked that the barrel of the gun pointed at my head fell to the ground. He just stared at me. Through my interpreter I yelled at him, "What do you want anyway?" "Well, we have no money," said the bandit shaken, through our interpreter. "We need money. Remember, one of our dollars was 2,500 of them." So I said, "Give him a box." We gave them a box. He looked and it was real money. You could see it by the smile on his face. I was really happy. So I said, "What else do you need?" He said to our interpreter, "We don't have food." We also carried our food in boxes. So we gave them a box of food, rice, and beans and so forth. I asked, "Now, what do you want?" I didn't know what to say. So I got on my mule and left, followed by the rest of our group. The bandits looked at us incredulously, then went into the forest and disappeared. We continued along the side of a mountain along the path that led down into a village. People ran out to greet us, shouting, "You're alive." We said, "Yes, we are alive." "What do you mean?" "You are the only ones," we were told. "All the others were killed today on that road. They met thieves and they are dead." I had to say, "Hallelujah. If the Lord wants you to live, you will live." He wanted us to live to proclaim His word, and we were not harmed. However, that wasn't my closest brush with death. My next encounter took place in the war-torn mountains of Southwest Asia. Like a city on the move, we traveled in a caravan of 17 mules carrying our food, workers, guides, the cook, and the interpreter. The local water was not safe to drink, so we had to boil it ourselves. Either we didn't boil it long enough to kill the germs, or maybe I was too thirsty and took a swig from one of the porter's canteens, but I got really sick anyway. I suffered from dysentery, had a severe fever and constant diarrhea that made me run into the bushes every 10 minutes. I couldn't eat anything. We were in the middle of nowhere. There were no nearby cities. I started bleeding, and for about 48 hours, I bled from my intestines. The high fever and pain were more terrible than I can describe. My classmates could see that something was wrong, but I didn't just sit around grunting and telling people how sick I was. I hadn't complained, because I'd learned that to be a good traveler you have to keep your mouth shut or no one wants you around. Normally, when we went out in the morning, I would put my mule in front. But instead of going first that morning, I was last. I don't even know where Brother Carter was in the caravan. With all the usual confusion with the animals kicking and snorting and the Chinese muleteers hitting them on the head with sticks, no one noticed me or my condition, but I was the last one out. We left town around 7 a.m. and were going up the trail to go to another city when I got dizzy and fell off the mule. He had enough ingenuity to put the mule's reins, actually, a small rope, around a bush. Then I lost consciousness. When I fell, no one saw me. Instead, they all moved on, unaware of my desperate situation, and didn't come back for me until late that night. I remained unconscious until noon. When I finally came to my senses on that rocky hillside, I realized that I had been healed by God's great power. The pain was gone, the fever was gone, and the diarrhea was gone. I was beside myself with enthusiasm and praise. Even though I hadn't even prayed or asked the Lord for help, He had extended His mercy to me. It wasn't until a few years later, when I returned to the United States, that I discovered the reason. While preaching in Mobile, Alabama, a man and his wife, who were high school teachers, asked the pastor, "Can Sumrall stay with us tonight?" He said, "Well, I guess so." As we sat in their living room enjoying a warm fire and refreshments, they said that they had saved all the articles I had written about Brother Carter's and my travels in Redemption Tidings. Suddenly the wife said, "Do you keep a journal?" I said, "Yes, I have a 5-year journal." She said, "Would you read me one day?" "What day?" "I don't know if I would or not." She gave me the date. I went to my room and opened my journal. The entrance was for the day I was healed there on the hillside. I said, "Oh, I'll read it to you, okay." I was dying of dysentery up there, and the Lord healed me all of a sudden. They both began to cry. I said, "You don't need to cry. I didn't die." "Well, you haven't heard our story," they replied. "When it was morning there, it was night here. God spoke to us and told us you were dying, but He didn't tell us where you were, He just said you were dying. We cry out to God, 'Save him, save him.' He, 'Don't let it die. Save him, save him.' At 11 o'clock, God spoke and said, 'He lives.'" Comparing our two journals, I saw, in fact, that the very morning I lost consciousness on the side of that mountain, these high school teachers had felt that acute urge to pray for me. They saved my life through their intercession. As I looked back and forth between our two journals, written 12,000 miles apart, the reality of God hit me. Intercession can save a person's life. I was healed by the prayers of two high school teachers who prayed until they got over it. That was just one of the many times God's people should have prayed and interceded for me. In mainland China, Brother Carter and I had to pray for many oppressed people who were taken over by the devil. The same thing happened in Japan, where small images of demons were everywhere, supposedly to ward off evil. People lived in absolute terror. We constantly encounter people possessed by demons. When we boarded the Trans-Siberian Express, which would take us through Stalin's Russia to Europe, I said to Brother Carter, "Well, thank God, that's over. We're finally moving away from that oriental disease. People are full of demons. It takes away a lot of strength when I have to pray for them. I'm glad I got out of there." In fact, I thought that demonic possession occurred only in the East and that I would never encounter it again. It took 9 days to travel from Manchuria, occupied by the Japanese Empire, to Poland, which had not yet been invaded by the Nazis. Spend a couple of days in Moscow contemplating the city and visiting places like Red Square, one of the few things they showed to tourists. Then we continued to Poland. We hadn't been there a week when, in one of the at my services, a woman who was in the front row at a very large gathering began to say, "Hallelujah, hallelujah." I said, "That doesn't sound right to me." He always said it at the wrong time, out of step with others. I wish someone would stop that woman. But they didn't. During the 45 minutes of preliminaries, special singing, prayers, congregational singing, Bible reading, she would shout, "Hallelujah." It was horrible. Thought. That's not God, for sure. That's not God. I didn't know what to do about it. I prayed, "Lord, save souls here tonight." It saves souls. The Lord said, "You've got to take care of that problem down there first." That's your problem, Lord. That's not my problem, he quickly pointed out. That's your problem. Something about that conversation was very familiar to me. It was exactly what I had said to the Lord in Java, when that little girl writhed like a snake. Sitting on that platform, I didn't know what I was going to do. I knew I couldn't preach to that woman screaming, "Hallelujah," and sounding like the devil. When I went up to the pulpit, instead of greeting people and saying, "I'm grateful and happy to be with you, God will bless you, it's nice to be in Poland," instead of doing that, I did exactly what I had done in Java. I leaned over the pulpit and said, "And you shut up." Thus I began my sermon, but instead of being silent, the woman began to bark like a dog. Everyone in the whole place heard her. Finally, the ushers were ready to help, but I told them, "Just sit down." They didn't help when she screamed, "Hallelujah." So now leave her alone. I leaned over in the pulpit and said, "Shut up and get out of it." Suddenly, he stopped, looked at the people, and smiled. The Spirit of God fell upon that audience and we had a magnificent time. Many people found the Lord Jesus Christ as Savior. But I was worried. In Poland, Germany, France, Holland, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark I found cases of demonic possession similar to those I had seen in Java. Singapore, Hong Kong, Tibet, Manchuria, Japan, and Korea. "Hey," I said to Brother Carter, "that Oriental disease has come to Europe. Isn't that right?" He just smiled. Chapter 12. Facing the Powers of Darkness. In Nazi Germany, demonic activity was not as evident as what I had witnessed elsewhere in Europe. The evil that was wrought in this deceived nation was of one more kind. Subtle and sinister. When we arrived in Berlin, the secret police watched us from the first moment we got off the train. We had to register with the Gestapo office, and every time we preached we had to get a new permit. Usually, the pastor would come down and sign. That way the police knew exactly where we were and could place informants in each of our services. At that time they didn't have miniature recording equipment, but the undercover agents were very quick with shorthand and wrote down everything we said. Of course, we weren't politicians, so there wasn't much to report. Unlike Soviet Russia, it was not illegal to speak of Jesus. Hitler hadn't come to that yet. The government didn't stop us from holding church services, but we couldn't preach on the street. Many of the German pastors in whose churches we ministered believed fervently in Hitler. It was hard for me to understand. They would sit for hours and talk about how wonderful their Führer was. Some would explain how Hitler had gotten rid of the gypsies and other undesirables and would soon cleanse the communists. Insisting that he had stabilized the German government, they thought he would soon stabilize all of Europe. They especially liked how he had acted against the Catholic Church and, in particular, how he had acted against the Jews, whom they considered rich and dishonest. Some people in the church were members of the Nazi Party and wore brown shirts and Nazi insignia. It was terrifying. I am a very sensitive person, and so was Brother Carter. When we saw the facades of Jewish-owned buildings vandalized by hooligans, we wanted to cry. I vividly remember our last Sunday night in Nazi Germany. As we were about to catch a train from Berlin to Denmark, the pastor who was taking us to the station said, "Brother Carter and Brother Sumrall, I know you picked up a good offering tonight. Yes, we replied cautiously, knowing that he was a supporter of the new socialist government. I can't let them take him out of the country. Our government will not allow the German currency to leave the Third Reich. At the border, they will take it away from him anyway, so why don't you give it to me? Before he could say, no, we'll spend it on something at the railroad station, Brother Carter said, I think that's a good idea. Brother Sumrall, please give him the money your church gave us. I reluctantly handed it all over to the pastor. Oh, thank you very much, the man gushed. Hitler needs it. It's very kind of you to bless him. Just as we were about to board the train, Brother Carter stopped to buy a postcard stamp. He was always sending postcards to his friends. He had written one to his brother John in England and he said, "Oh, I'd like to mail this before I go to Norway. I wish this card came from Germany, but I need a stamp." "Yes," said the preacher. "Do you have German money left?" He knew we didn't. We had given it all back. Brother Carter said, "No, I don't have any German money." "Do you have any American or British coins?" asked the pastor. I shuddered, but Brother Carter took his wallet. He pulled out a British pound note worth about $5 in US money. With a big smile, the preacher said, "I can exchange pounds sterling for German marks." I was so angry. The man had all our money, but he couldn't scrape together the 2 or 3 cents to buy a stamp. Instead, the man's eyes simply sparkled at the thought of getting $5 worth of British pounds sterling. I wanted to talk and tell Brother Carter that we would soon be in Denmark and that he could mail him there, but Brother Carter was very kind. He handed her the pound note. The preacher said, "I can give you points for the change, but you can't get him out of the country." So, he gave Brother Howard the pennies needed to buy a stamp and kept the pound note. Later I asked him, Brother Carter, why would you do that?" "The Bible says if they ask you, give it to them," he replied. "The Lord will give us much." Brother Carter had such a beautiful spirit. I've never met anyone in the world like him. And, as always, Brother Carter was right. God abundantly supplied our needs, but I often wondered what happened to the pastor. Before long, Hitler's Nazism was the only religion allowed in the New Europe. Protestant churches were closed and even Nazi collaborators were imprisoned along with other Protestant leaders. I don't know if any of the pastors we had met survived. Those pastors who had failed to defend the Jews and had turned a deaf ear to the Catholics were now the persecuted. When Hitler sent them to work in coal, iron, and salt mines, they discovered what happens when you put your trust in someone other than Jesus Christ. They had been terribly deceived by the powers of evil. I discovered that demonic possession is very common in Europe. I constantly found myself in confrontation with the powers of darkness. Hundreds of people were released, but I wasn't looking for any of that. I didn't want any of it, and I didn't even tell anyone. At the same time, I learned that I couldn't close my eyes when oppressed and possessed people who needed to be liberated came to my meetings. They would disrupt the meeting and I would go against the demons. God would deliver them, and in the process, thousands of people saw and became convinced of God's power and were saved. He certainly had no interest in making this the ministry's trademark. Upon returning to the United States, he did not want to see pamphlets announcing the arrival of Lester Sumrall, the demon hunter. I didn't want that kind of reputation. I remember thinking, so, in Europe they also have this oriental disease. I hope God will get me out of this place. As I approached my 23rd birthday, I realized that I was not only older but much wiser than the teenage preacher of a few years ago. I was becoming a great minister of the gospel because I had been well trained by Brother Carter. When I returned to the United States, I thought, thank God, I am now back in the United States. I can just preach Jesus and have a good time and that's it. I was afraid that my ministry would be affected if word spread in America that I had been casting out demons from people all over Europe and Asia. While visiting St. Louis, a local pastor asked me, could you come preach for me? So I did on a Sunday morning. In the afternoon he asked me, could you join me in praying for one of our church members? I said, yes, I guess so. When we entered the humble little wooden house, I saw a man, 26 or 27. He has been sitting in a rocking chair for years and staring at me with a blank expression on his face. His mother was kneeling beside him and saying, "Oh, son, talk to me. Talk to me." As I looked at his face, I saw something strange in those eyes. I said to myself, I've seen this before, in Java, China, Japan, and Europe. I jumped like a tiger across that room, grabbed that kid by the sides of the head, and said, "Unclean spirit, get out of there." I looked at him and said, "I set you free by the great power of God. Talk to your mother right now." He turned to her and said, "Mom, I'm so sorry I acted like that. Could you forgive me, Mom?" When I asked him how he had come to that condition, he told me that he had gone to a seance to communicate with the dead. Although I had been raised among Christians, it had apparently not rubbed off on him, just as growing up with my mother had not automatically made me a born-again believer. He told me he didn't know what had happened, but during the session he went crazy. Later, his mother found him on the porch of their home. His clothes had almost been ripped off and he was bleeding as if he had been beaten up badly. For 6 months he had not uttered a word. His behavior had also become very strange. If someone raised their arm, they would leave it like that for 24 hours without getting tired, looking straight ahead all the time. His family had to feed him and move him everywhere. Where they put him, he stayed until they returned, as if he were dead. When I left the house that day, the young man was walking around the room saying, "Oh, thank God. I'm going to live for Jesus. I'm never going to go back to the spiritist meetings. I'm never going to go to give me over to the devil. I will always live for God. I will always serve the Lord. I'm so glad you came." He was totally and miraculously delivered by the power of God. Then I sighed to myself, well, not only do they have this problem in the Eastern Europe, but they also have it in the United States. I didn't know what to do, but I was still glad to be back home. When I visited my parents, I received the surprise of my life. 7 years had passed since he had returned home. My father said, "Now I'm saved and I want to preach." He had given his life to the Lord. I don't know how it happened and no one ever told me. He didn't give me any more details, but I could see that he had changed. We didn't hug or tell the good old days, but it was a blessing for me to know that my father wanted to live for the Lord. He traveled preaching until he grew up. He then went to live with my brother Houston while my mother was holding revival meetings with my sister Leona. My father and I reconciled, but we weren't meant to get closer, even as adults. Of course, I loved him. When he wanted to travel as an evangelist, I even bought him a car. He died a Christian, in Mobile, Alabama, on the beautiful Gulf he loved. I look forward to spending eternity with him in heaven. He was my dad. Chapter 13. Going in different directions. After only a few weeks in the United States, I felt anxious about returning to the mission field. I was overjoyed when Brother Carter suggested that we visit the missionaries in South America. First, we traveled through Brazil, where we had another brush with death. On a 3-day voyage on a heavily laden freighter carrying logs to the sawmill, Brother Carter and I sailed up the coast of Brazil from Joinville to Santos. On the first night, strong winds whipped through the South Atlantic, forming mountains and watery canyons. Our 100-foot boat bobbed like a peanut in the monstrous waves. The waves began to crash over our ship and seawater poured out of every crevice of the decrepit ship. Our cabin was filled with 12 inches of water. As we swayed and tossed around, I saw my hat and Bible floating back and forth across the room, but all I could do was grab onto my bunk. Everything that wasn't secured was thrown around. Suddenly the captain burst into our room. "You guys. You are the preachers. We're sinking. Pray," he ordered. We prayed, and after 6 more harrowing hours, the storm slowly subsided. When dawn broke, we were still afloat, but barely on the move. We limped to the port for repairs. That night, my mother had had a vision of us at sea. He went to his church and began to intercede urgently. A Baptist preacher saw the light on and went to the door. As she entered, she saw Jesus standing next to her. He fell to his knees in amazement and prayed with her, pleading fervently for our safety. Then she went to her own church and prayed all night in the woods behind it. Finally, at dawn, the Lord assured him that we had been saved. He returned to my mother's church and found her still in labor pains before the Lord and said, "Your son is all right. God has spoken to my heart. Go home now." We had been released again. Brother Carter and I ministered all over Brazil, then from Bolivia to the ocean. We then returned across the Atlantic to France, Spain, Portugal, England, back and forth across Europe, performing crusades wherever we went. It was 1939, and Europe was preparing for World War II. When Hitler's tanks invaded Poland, Europe became an increasingly dangerous place for those who lived there, and ripe fields for the harvest of the gospel. People were scared. They looked to God like never before. In England I had the privilege of befriending that legendary giant of the faith, Smith Wigglesworth, the renowned author whose writings are now used as university texts. He had a ministry full of miracles and the faith of Elijah. I met him when I was 80 years old. He told me a lot about his life and ministry and the secrets of his great faith. He spent a lot of time reading God's Word, and once challenged anyone who might catch him without a copy of the Bible on him. At one point I asked him why I never saw him down or depressed. He said that when he got up each morning, he never asked Smith Wigglesworth how he felt, but instead praised God, danced before him, and looked to God's Word for his direction and answer. On my last visit with him, Smith Wigglesworth said to me, "I'm going to bless you with my spirit." We knelt, he put his hands on my shoulders and prayed, "God, let the faith of my heart be poured into the heart of this young man, and let the works that I have seen you do be done in his life and in his life. May the blessing you have given me be his. May the holy anointing that has rested on my life rest on your life." I knew then that a new dimension of power would be evident in my life and ministry. I learned a great deal about Smith Wigglesworth's faith, but the greatest benefit of my association with him was the spiritual impartation that stayed with me and shaped my life and ministry. Britain's brutal air battle of World War II had begun, but I was busy erecting 3 new churches in England that are still there today. I also became quite close friends with the British Intelligence Service, which kept close tabs on foreigners who frequently traveled to countries now occupied by the Nazis. Did they think he was a spy? He had certainly made many suspicious trips back and forth. I traveled through the interior of Nazi Germany and met with Nazi preachers. Now, many of the countries he had visited were occupied or under siege. I took the opportunity to testify to the British agents every time they questioned me. They finally decided that I was too religious to be a Nazi. As soldiers marched and guns roared and Europe fought in the early years of World War II, I planted indigenous churches and helped them become national bodies to bring Christ to the nations. However, I did it alone. Howard Carter was needed at the Bible Institute in London. The war was causing great hardship and they needed him at home. When Poland fell and as Belgium, Luxembourg, Holland, Denmark, Greece, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and France fought desperately for their freedom, British authorities began to worry about foreigners traveling within their country. The British authorities notified me that it was time to return home. All US civilians on temporary visas were ordered to leave the country. When the Nazis set Europe on fire, I felt great sorrow. I didn't like having to leave Brother Carter. When he said goodbye to me, we didn't know if we would ever meet again. I returned home alone and saddened. It was a moment of adaptation to be alone again. Then, in the fall of 1940, in South Bend, Indiana, I heard a missionary in Alaska weep as he recounted how difficult it was to reach the tough, independent people who lived there isolated by alcohol. He said that freezing Alaska was the most difficult place in the world to win the lost because the people were so harsh and insensitive to the gospel. I was inspired. I had survived drunks in Australia and shootings in Arkansas, so I said, "I'll go." After catching a train to Seattle, I boarded the SS Princess Nora bound for Fairbanks, Alaska. One starry night, the sulky old captain and I were standing on the aft deck. I felt the Lord telling me to fight for this old man's soul. I turned to him and asked, "What do you think of Jesus Christ?" He took his pipe out of his mouth, looked at me in surprise, and then looked up at the twinkling sky. "Those stars are my God, young man," he said. They've done more for me than anything I know of. Ever since I was a little kid, I've lived on the high seas. Night after night, those wonderful stars have guided my ship. I've never been led astray. They are the most beautiful sight in the world. I admire them, maybe even adore them. But who made your gods resplendent up there? I asked. Who organized? And do you monitor them to ensure they stay in place to guide you? I don't know, he replied. And I'm not sure anyone else knows either. As he leaned over the railing, I said, Captain, my God made your stars. He grunted and didn't answer. Sometimes we are called just to plant the seed of the gospel. I pray that someone else will water that good old man. When I get to heaven, I'll look for a certain grey-haired ship captain. I stopped in Prince Rupert, Canada, for a week of meetings and then bought a ticket to continue my journey. Before my ship sailed north, a pastor excitedly told me that a beautiful young missionary from South America named Miss Louise Lehman would arrive barely an hour after my ship departed. Unfortunately, I would miss her. When I boarded my ship, his name stuck in my mind. I remember having the fleeting thought that it would be nice to meet a young, single missionary. I discovered that Alaska was no longer a land of fermented dough with long beards and cravings for gold dust. Nor was it a howling Arctic desert. Crossing the beautiful interior in a small plane, I saw some of the most scenic, yet difficult and dangerous terrain in the world. I preached in churches, clubs, radio studios, and school classrooms. I flew to the icy Nome, on the Seward Peninsula in the Bering Sea, just a few hundred miles from Russia. In Fairbanks, I preached in the largest public hall available. As I had recently witnessed what was happening in Russia and Nazi Germany, I spoke out strongly against their ungodly philosophies and leadership. I recounted what I had seen, the closure of churches and Christian schools and the takeover of businesses. I talked about anti-Semitic hatred and what I feared would happen to the millions of Jews in Europe. I expressed concern for the well-being of our Christian brothers and sisters in those countries. Suddenly, 4 or 5 men in the audience came stomping out, scraping their feet, knocking over chairs, and slamming the door. I sensed something very sinister in his actions. I felt it so strongly that the next morning I went to the local FBI office and talked to an agent about what I had seen. He told me that he was, in fact, trying to locate some Nazis who were transmitting shipping lanes and troop movements across the North Pole into Germany. If Nazi Germany had ever decided to attack the United States, it might very well cross the North Pole. He said he was trying to catch those Nazis and asked me if I would cooperate. How? I asked, incredulous. Announce in the newspaper and on the radio that you are going to preach another scorching sermon on Hitler and Nazi Germany. That's what I did. Sure enough, the same men showed up, but this time they tried to interrupt my service by choking me with insults and taunts. When I didn't shut up, they came out noisily again. To my surprise, the FBI agent I had spoken to joined them, yelling insults at me, knocking over chairs, and slamming the door with them. The next day, he called me from his office and apologized. He said, when we left, the Nazis took me as a friend and asked for my help. They even took me to their headquarters. We now have 7 of them in custody, in addition to their radio. Thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for the insults. I laughed. No problem, I said. I had endured ridicule and insults for Jesus many times. That was the first time I did it for my country. On my way home by train, I stopped to attend evangelistic meetings in British Columbia and speak in the towns of Terrace, Smithers, and Prince George. In each one, I kept hearing about this lovely Louise Lehman, that beautiful young missionary from Argentina, and the rich blessing she had had wherever she went. I was even more curious to meet her. She seemed like a pretty fearless missionary. What kind of courage had brought a young woman to Canada during the winter? Normally, only zealous male missionaries brought the gospel here. I wondered if I would ever get to know her. Chapter 14. Long-distance romance. The United States was thrust into World War II when Hitler's allies, the Imperial Japanese Army, launched a sneak attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. With thousands of other loyal American boys, I rushed to enlist in the Navy. They told me that, as a 29-year-old preacher, they could use me as a chaplain, but they didn't need it at the moment. They told me to keep in touch. Disappointed, I resorted to spiritual warfare. I decided to travel to the only part of the world that had not yet been touched by war, Mexico, Central and South America. There I faced the evil source of all wars. Satan, who hates man and covets blood and violence against beloved beings created in the image of God. He didn't know that Hitler's agents were trying to get Mexico's help for an invasion of the United States through Mexico, claiming from Mexico its possessions of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, which they had fought so hard but lost. The Lord led me away from the Mexican capital and other large cities where anti-American sentiments were strong. Instead, they took me to the remote highlands of Mexico, where I ministered to the Indians in the forest, people who had never seen a watch or a camera. I had a great time teaching them about Jesus. I learned a lot about humility, eating their food, and learning to respect their heritage while showing them God's love. One of his favorite foods was a jungle stew made from a whole bird, including beak, feathers, toes, and everything else. After 2.5 months, I ventured into the Central American Republic of Guatemala. There I was distressed to see the state of Christianity. For 400 years, the descendants of the Maya had practiced a form of Christianity that resembled only the Catholicism imposed upon them at the point of the sword by the gold-hungry Spanish conquistadors. These hypocritical invaders had enslaved entire peoples, giving them a choice between death and conversion to Christianity. Well, it won't work that way. The result was a terrible resentment against the white man's God, a hodgepodge of native traditions and not the best of God. Catholicism. I discovered that most of the natives knew nothing about salvation. They went to Mass and lit candles to the ancient Mayan demon gods. I accepted an invitation from missionary Perry Diamond to preach for 6 weeks farther south in the poverty-stricken Republic of El Salvador. We traveled from village to village in what, even today, is the most backward and conflict-torn country in the Americas. It was the rainy season and the rainforest seemed impenetrable. We climbed steep, volcanic mountain trails on mule backs, which reminds me of my time in Tibet and China. But this was the rainforest, the lair of ferocious jaguars, venomous vipers, wild boars, brightly colored birds, and all manner of monkeys, some we saw and some we just heard them screaming in the distance. It was almost dark when we arrived at the village of Las Delicias, made up of half a dozen huts. I wondered where any congregation would come from. But around 7:30 p.m., several hundred men, women, and children emerged from the jungle. They gathered in and around a crude church built by a native Christian leader named Señor Gutierrez. When he died of a high fever, he heard the message of salvation and accepted Jesus as his Lord. He was not only saved, but miraculously healed. He had been so close to death that his family and friends had already made his coffin. When he built the gospel hall in gratitude to Jesus, he hung that coffin on the rafters. There it still hung as a silent testimony to the power of the true God. I stood behind a makeshift pulpit at one end of the room, and the Indians entered, filling the place beyond capacity. Many had walked miles to listen to me. Those who couldn't get in began singing Christian choruses outside. It was a powerful service with several freed from demons and many saved. At the conclusion of that meeting, the people lit torches and began their long and dangerous treks back through the jungle to their homes. The bright lights kept the animals away and provided light for their feet on the mountain trails. In my mind's eye, I can still see them departing, in single file along the narrow paths that climb the mountainsides, their torches turning into distant of testimony as they sang songs of Zion. I was reminded of Psalm 119 verse 105, "Your word is a lamp to my feet, and a light to my path." My journey continued south, to Nicaragua, then Panama, Colombia, Venezuela, and Brazil. In the interior of Brazil, I was traveling by bus. In a small town he stopped to drop off passengers, and there, in front of the bus station, I saw a man tied to a pole. He was a madman. Like an angry animal, he pounced on his tormentors and shouted obscenities at them. The man was stout, almost naked, with long, disheveled hair. He was dirty from having lived on earth like an animal. The children threw things at him, while the adults recoiled and laughed. People said he didn't have a family. It was dangerous, so it had been tied up as a public spectacle. As our primitive bus drove along the red dirt road, I kept reliving that scene. That night as I preached, I couldn't forget that man. He was a human being, and yet he wasn't. He possessed an immortal soul, but now a demonic spirit controlled him. He had a God-given right to be free and normal, but he had been reduced to the level of a wild animal. Only the devil could find joy in such a sad situation. Despite what religion seeks to teach and its inability to meet the emotional needs of this generation, it is a confrontation like the madman at the bus stop that makes me quote Hebrews 13 verse 8, Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, and today, and always. Did I go back and pray for that man? No, I was a foreigner on a bus in the middle of nowhere, on my way to a conference. I prayed that the Lord would send someone to deliver that poor man. There were so many dramatic encounters that I don't have space to recount them here. I met Christian men and women, giants of the faith, in the jungles and in the mountain villages, many of whom lived in victory in the midst of terrible poverty and persecution. Then I went into Peru and Paraguay. I visited leper colonies and prisons, as well as the homes of the powerful and the forgotten. I saw herds of llamas in the highlands of the Andes and breathtaking views, beautiful rivers, waterfalls, and lakes. Everywhere I went, I was intrigued and inspired by the faith of Christians and the terrible darkness of the unsaved. I had seen some of these people in my view of the nations when I was young. By December 1942, he had preached from Alaska, at the top of America, to beautiful Argentina, at the far south. I didn't know it, but the war had already touched Argentina. Here, too, the Nazis had strong sympathizers in the government which toyed with the idea of joining Hitler's Axis but remained neutral until the last days of the war. They only gave their support to the Allies when Hitler was on the verge of defeat. It was in Argentina that I saw a truly beautiful spectacle that would change my life. I was invited to a wedding and, playing the wedding march on the church organ, there was a young woman who literally took my breath away. As I studied her, she turned and looked directly at me. For a brief moment, we smiled at each other. I had to know his name. I discreetly asked one of the local pastors who had invited me. "Oh, she's a missionary from Canada," he said. "Her name is Louise Lehman." I was stunned. This was the brave young missionary I had heard about on my way to and from Alaska. I thought, there's the girl I'd like to marry. I asked the pastor to introduce us. During the wedding reception, I was able to talk to her and was surprised that we had so much in common. We had a lot of mutual acquaintances. Chatting with her was so easy. Before that encounter, he had almost decided that he was destined to be single. He didn't have any special gift with women. In fact, I was afraid of getting too involved with someone who required a commitment to settle down. I had a world to evangelize. I had shaped much of my life and ministry according to my mentor, Brother Carter. And I didn't have time for boyfriends. Me neither, until now. Louise asked me what I thought of her native British Columbia. She later told a friend that by the light in my eyes, she could tell that I had loved the beautiful, rugged North. As she and I talked, she confessed that she had heard of me as well. Our second meeting was on Christmas Day at a mission in Henderson, a town about a 7-hour train ride from Buenos Aires, the Argentine capital. I had been invited there to preach, and I was pleasantly surprised to see her. This, he explained, was the basis of his mission. When I was invited to their pastor's house, I was amazed to find a package of theirs beautifully wrapped under the Christmas tree with my name on it. I opened it and found a wooden burrito on wheels underfoot. When she was moving, her hips rose and fell comically. I quickly called her Luisa, her Spanish name. From Henderson, I traveled up the Rio de la Plata, then along the Paraguay River to Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and then on a mission with the Moscoy language Indians. Riding horses and primitive riverboats, I had plenty of time to meditate on this wonderful girl I had met. I wrote him a note thanking him for the hospitality he had extended to me on Christmas Day at his pastor's house. I told him that I had written the donkey's name on its wooden back and given it to a missionary boy. Obediently, I gave him the name of the new owner and the location of the animal's new stable. She answered me. I was thrilled beyond measure. I was almost 30 years old, but I felt like a fast-paced schoolboy. Rereading his letter became a daily highlight of my life. I wrote to her again and she responded. In our increasingly frequent correspondence, we discovered that we had a lot in common. We were born the same year, the same month, and only 11 days apart. We had both accepted Christ as our personal Savior as teenagers and quickly offered our lives to Christian ministry. In our letters, we discovered that we had both ministered in congregations when we were still teenagers. From the earliest days of our conversions, we had both longed to do missionary work in foreign lands. We had both left our parents' home in North America to answer our calls, and we left for mission fields in the same month of the same year, she to Argentina, I in search of Howard Carter. I discovered that after we had missed an hour to meet in British Columbia, she had stayed in the same guest room I had occupied. There I had found a pamphlet with my picture announcing my evangelistic meetings. When he returned to Argentina, he was surprised to hear on shortwave radio a series of sermons that I had recorded. The announcer of the HCJB radio station, La Voz de los Andes, broadcasting from Quito, Ecuador, introduced me as Evangelist Lester Sumrall, the man who traveled the world. Evangelist and author. He said the station would air a series of my sermons 3 times a day. She had tuned into them regularly. When it was announced that I was coming to South America, she asked me if I was coming to Argentina. However, the itinerary that was reported said nothing about my arrival there. He said he still wondered if he could meet me. I was flattered beyond measure. After 2 years of constant correspondence, it was only fitting that if I asked him to marry me, he should do so by mail. She agreed, also by mail. On the day I received your glorious and wonderful letter, I made this entry in my journal. I'm engaged today. A month and 3 days after I wrote my proposal, the response was received. Sitting here at the great Pan American Air Terminal in Mexico City, waiting for the plane that will take me to Tuxpan, where I will return and visit the Otomi Indians, I read over and over again the letter I received this morning from Louise. Sent to me from my home in Chicago. She has agreed to leave Argentina and return to Canada, where we will be married later this year. May God unite our lives to do a great work for Him in every part of the world. He said he had prayed about the matter for a week and consulted with his senior missionaries in the field. The long rope is about to be knotted. My heart is sure she will make an excellent companion, as she is God's choice and my choice. My bank account total is $500. I wrote a check with him, added $24 in cash, and sent a money order via airmail to take home the one I had chosen. The distance is so great, and the restrictions and censorship of war so slow, that it takes time for news to come and go. I trust that the censor himself will read both letters and know how it all came out. 3 months later, in May, he left Argentina to come and meet with me. At the New Orleans International Air Terminal I waited, nervous and excited at the same time. This would be only our 3rd meeting. When his plane didn't arrive, I felt a mass of frustration and energy. I was beside myself. I prayed fervently for their safety and felt the Lord's gentle assurance that all was well. It wasn't until the next night that his name appeared on the passenger list of an arriving plane. Even then, immigration authorities would not release her until some U.S. citizen was responsible for ensuring that she would cross the United States and continue on to her native Canada. Of course, he was more than happy to take it out of the hands of immigration officials. We hugged and I took her away in my green Hudson coupe. After Louise arrived at her home in London, Ontario, Canada, my green Hudson became well known in the district. I held meetings and crusades all over Michigan and Ontario so I could be close to her. She was not a slacker and also accepted quite a few invitations to speak. One weekend she put us in competition when she spoke in Sarnia, Ontario, and I was cruising across the St. Lawrence River in Port Huron, Michigan. The months between May and our September wedding will always be remembered in our lives. It was months to make memories, months to build a fellowship that faced the difficulties and challenges of a missionary life together. It was months of romance, months of getting to know each other tenderly, time to talk about the future and plan years of combined ministry. They became months of synchronization of our 2 distinct personalities. I was amazed at how similar our ideals were. It all seemed divinely planned. We could see God's hand and His divine plan guiding us on separate paths as He prepared us to join in a lifelong work for Him. We were married on September 30th, 1944. It was one of those beautiful, Indian summer evenings, a perfect day for a wedding. At 2:30 p.m., I stood in front of the audience as the organ played the familiar chords of the wedding march. I was a typical boyfriend. My pulse quickened when I saw my beautiful girlfriend walking down the white carpeted aisle arm in arm with her stepfather, the Reverend J.D. Saunders. I added my shout of thanks to the other audible whispers of, "Isn't she a beautiful bride?" My brother Ernest was my godfather. Dr. C. M. Wortman, medical missionary and uncle of the bride, officiated. At the close of the ceremony, Mrs. Wortman sang, together with him, a song that was especially prophetic of the life we were beginning together. Our union was pronounced, the wedding reception was celebrated, and the farewells were said. My bright green Hudson roared in the twilight of the beautiful Ontario countryside, rich in the glorious colors of autumn. Our destination, Niagara Falls, a newlywed's paradise. We were both 32 years old. Chapter 15. Where do I go from here? My new wife and I received many invitations from churches throughout Canada and the United States to minister as a team in special gatherings. In fact, Louise was just what my services needed, the touch of a preacher's wife. She sang so beautifully. In fact, I was able to listen to her all night, but of course people expected me to preach. Together we sought the Lord as to the direction our lives should take as husband and wife. Were we going to crusade all over the South like I did in my teens? Should we try to meet with Brother Carter? The world was still at war. Traveling outside the Western Hemisphere was difficult, if not impossible. The tide was turning in favor of the United States, Britain, and the other allies, but terrible battles were yet to come: the bombing of Dresden, the bombings on London, the landings in Normandy, the atomic explosion, bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We seek the Lord and search our hearts. God proved to be our unfailing guide and led our hearts to embark on a honeymoon mission tour. We started by traveling through Quebec and New Brunswick and then ventured into rugged Nova Scotia. The poor rural families we stayed with often made makeshift beds for us in their kitchens, near the stove. As we preached to fishermen and their families, we discovered that most religious groups had severely neglected the people of these Canadian maritime provinces. In December, our itinerary brought us back to the United States for a large New Year's youth rally in Detroit. Then, as Franklin D. Roosevelt took office for his fourth term, we headed to San Juan, Puerto Rico, in the Caribbean. Along the way, we ministered in Cuba and Haiti. After arriving in Puerto Rico, we visited indigenous churches, propagated by their own people without the presence of even a resident missionary. These Christians, however, faced intense spiritual warfare. Many respected Puerto Rican doctors, lawyers, and politicians boasted of their participation in spirit cults that conjured demons to perform miraculous healings. Witch doctors were constantly sought out to perform exorcisms, using good spirits to drive out bad ones. We find ourselves constantly confronted by demonic spiritual counterfeits. Living conditions were poor and we found ourselves sleeping in houses infested with cockroaches, fleas, and bed bugs. The thick swarms of mosquitoes showed no mercy. As a result, Louise contracted a deadly form of malaria. An American-educated doctor had little hope for my lovely girlfriend. The pain overwhelmed me. I knelt down and prayed like I had never done before, asking God to miraculously heal and strengthen her. And that's exactly what He did. We continued our journey through the West Indies and South America, up the Amazon River from Brazil for 1,000 miles. Despite the millions of mosquitoes, Louise did not have a single recurrence of malaria. We rejoice in the goodness of God. While visiting the massive Waller Field Air Base in Trinidad, West Indies, Louise and I celebrated our first wedding anniversary. The missionaries, soldiers, and Christians of the island threw us a great feast. I received a stuffed crocodile and my wife received a beautiful tray made of wood inlaid in various colors. From there we flew back to South America, ministering in Guyana, then Suriname, and then to Brazil, where we spent our second Christmas as husband and wife preaching on street corners. Wherever we went, whether to lonely people or masses on great crusades, we witnessed the love and mercy of Jesus Christ. We headed south overland through Uruguay, then to Buenos Aires, Argentina, where Luis had worked for 8 years. There we carried out a successful crusade in a rented auditorium. We preach in Chile, then Peru, Ecuador, and the Panama Canal Zone. In Guatemala, we disembarked long enough to rush to the church there and talk before heading back to New Orleans. Now, what were we going to do? What did the Lord want from us? We had traveled 50,000 miles on a glorious honeymoon in which thousands of souls. They were saved, but what was next? The war was over. It seemed like the whole world was open to us. Then Louise gave me the happiest news of our new life together. She was expecting a baby. A baby. My heart skipped a beat and my mind raced. A baby? We needed a place to call home. You couldn't drag a baby through the jungle, could you? We purchased a small house in Springfield, Missouri, which became our headquarters for the next eventful months as we continued to speak across the United States at conventions, camps, and missionary conferences. Our first child, Frank, was born 10 days ahead of the doctor's prediction. My mother and sister were staying with my wife, and I went to St. Louis to preach at a special gathering between Christmas and New Year's. On the morning of December 31st, my phone at the hotel rang at 7 a.m. As I picked up the receiver, I heard my sister declare, "We just took Louise to the hospital. She's going to have the baby right now." I yelled, "I'll be there." Without leaving the hotel or packing my things, I went downstairs. My car was parked right in front of it, but in my haste and excitement, I hailed a taxi and ordered the driver to quickly take me to the airport, but I had to catch a plane. "My wife is having a baby," I declared to the box office. "A plane was going to Springfield in 10 minutes, he said calmly, but it was full." "I want to take that plane," I exclaimed. "I'll stay in the hallway if I have to." "Sell me a ticket." Calmly, she shook her head. "You'll have to be on hold." "Sell me a ticket." "Don't talk to me," yelled. "My wife is going to have a baby. Right now. Right now. Don't talk to me, sell me a ticket." Well, he evaded. "We've overbooked that flight." "Don't talk to me," I pleaded, "sell me a ticket." So he did. I went and got first in line, so I was the first one on the plane. There's not much distance between St. Louis and Springfield, but it seemed like an eternity to me. I wanted to get in the booth and say, "Step on, buddy." I managed to stay in my seat until we landed, then jumped out of the plane and hailed the first taxi. I got to the hospital before my wife came out of anesthesia. In addition to the doctor, I was the first to hold the newborn. Oh, what a beautiful baby! He was so handsome, with a round head. I thought it was absolutely lovely. Frank was born in Springfield, Missouri, on December 31, 1946, just in time to be included as a deduction on that year's income tax return. He was almost 35 years old. And we were so happy. I had asked the Lord to give me children so that they could enter the ministry. I told him I didn't want lawyers, doctors, or anything else. I just wanted preachers. In fact, during the short lives of our children, my wife and I carefully planned for their future. We never talked about my ministry. We always talked about family ministry. They grew up knowing and firmly believing that my ministry was theirs as well. Preachers should bring their entire family into the ministry, just as they would if they had a family farm or were commercial fishermen. My advice to preachers is, don't leave the kids at home. Teach them by taking them with you. The Bible says that God appointed Aaron as high priest, and from that point on, the high priests were Aaron's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. When God anoints a man, he very often puts it in his blood. In this country, most Christians don't understand the priesthood at all. I've heard things like, "I've struggled in ministry, and I don't want my kids to be pastors." He was determined not to be like some preachers he had known who didn't pay attention to their children. Shortly after Frank's arrival, I received an invitation to return to Europe. Although she wanted my family to come with me, Louise knew that little Frank was still too small for that trip. She said the two of them would stay home and pray for my safety, for souls won to Christ, and for my speedy return. Aboard the IMS Queen Mary, I sailed to Southampton, England, where I was stunned to see the devastation. Brother Carter's Hampstead Bible Institute in London had suffered repeated direct bomb attacks, destroying the premises. My reunion with him was a happy one. Although he had not suffered serious injuries, the emotional strain on him and the people of England had been terrible. Many still looked stunned. I sailed to France and rejoiced to find several of the churches and pastors I had known in better times. In Normandy, I wept at the sight of the beach where our fighters had landed and where so many had died. Across Europe, entire cities had been wiped off the face of the earth. As I met with Christian leaders, the Lord began to urge me to come up with a plan to reach the millions of unsaved more effectively. I began to realize that in most countries of the world, a large part of the population used to be concentrated in cities. The Lord told me 50 to 60% of all the nations of the world have one great city. If you were to build a great evangelistic center in that major city, you could touch the whole nation for Christ. I began to think about countries where one city dominated the whole country. I thought of Havana, Cuba, and Bogotá, Colombia. Manila in the Philippines especially came to mind. About 80% of the nation's business is done in Manila. The government, universities, and businesses were located in the city. Manila is the heart of the Philippines. Top students from all rural villages gravitate there to attend college and then become lawyers, doctors, and entrepreneurs in Manila. I returned to the United States with renewed vision and dedication. However, when I presented my plan to various denominational mission boards, they showed little interest in evangelizing the great cities of the world. Brother Sumrall, it costs too much, I was told over and over again. Their flimsy excuses and short-sightedness infuriated me. Then the Lord began to show me three things about how to reach the nations for himself. First, we had to bind the powers of the devil operating on earth. He had seen firsthand the need to put shackles on Satan's powers and set people free before God's word could be preached with power. Second, new converts are to be taught and nurtured in God's word. The best missionaries are not visiting foreigners, but enthusiastic and empowered native evangelists who burn with a desire to win their homeland for Jesus Christ. But first, they must be trained and grounded in the gospel. Third, I saw the absolute necessity of going to the capital cities and major metropolitan areas and building evangelistic centers. These centers would win the lost, feed the sheep, and send hundreds and thousands of new leaders to win their kin to Christ and establish their own churches. The Apostle Paul went to the great cities of his day. From there, the nationals took the gospel to the smaller towns and villages. If you remember, they set the world on fire. He knew that if we acted this way, we wouldn't have to send foreign missionaries after every banana. The key was to go to the big city of each country and then send the nationals to their own people. Burning with this vision, I sought the Lord about how to do it. I was only one man, and none of the mission board seemed to share my intense urgency. As I suffered labor pains before the Lord, I felt no response. I was enormously frustrated, especially when God sent me in a completely different direction. While leading a revival in Memphis, Tennessee, I received a totally unexpected request to pastor a small church in South Bend, Indiana. To be honest, when the call came, I wasn't very impressed. I couldn't think of any reason why the Lord would want an enthusiastic young Southerner to settle in such a dark Yankee town in America's snowbelt. Then a second and third petition from the people of South Bend finally brought me to my knees, pleading with the Lord to give me firm direction and guidance. I wanted to set the world on fire for Jesus, not become the pastor of a small church. The people of South Bend told me that they had fasted and prayed and that the Lord had instilled in them that they needed to remind me that they needed me. I was baffled. I was a globe-trotting author and revitalizer. He hadn't traveled the world with Howard Carter just to preach at weddings and funerals in a small Indiana church. What's going on? I asked the Lord. Chapter 16. Your fruit will remain. Nothing satisfies a minister of God more than to bear fruit. If you pastor a church, it grows. If he holds a revival meeting, people are saved. On the other hand, nothing is more devastating than not seeing any fruit. When your efforts are fruitless, you don't know what to do. You wonder if you're outside of God's will, if you're a personal failure, or if the devil is thwarting your progress. I know a man who led a great revival. 100,000 people were converted. When I later went to that country and asked to meet with the converts from that revival, no one in the churches there knew where to find them. He didn't work with us, church leaders told me. Apparently, the evangelist had left the town on the same day that the meeting ended. He didn't create a new congregation. He simply left with many films to show to his fans in the United States so that they would continue to send him support. We didn't know where 12 of his converts who still follow the congregation might be found. Sir, that's what happens when we try to do great things for God in our own strength, in our own pursuit of success, or with our own wisdom. Preachers and evangelists usually do the good, but not always the best. We may start with a stomach full of fire, but if we don't listen to what God tells us to do, we will resort to our own cunning and tricks. That's when preachers start faking the anointing and deceiving themselves into thinking their ministry is valid. There is no doubt in my heart that God called me as a teenager and sent me. He had promised me, if I send you, you will bear fruit. His promise came directly out of John 15 verse 16. The second part of that verse says, "And your fruit shall remain." The proof remains in the churches I started in schools across the Deep South years ago. They still exist today. In Australia, I started a church in a tent in front of a bar. Today it has 1,000 inhabitants. Today? Not so long ago, but now. In England I started 3 churches. They are there now, today, living, growing, and being blessed by God. Today? In Alaska I started 3 churches. They are still going. In the Philippines there are several churches that I founded and built myself. In Hong Kong I established the New Life Temple and it has started 2 churches. All those churches are still functioning in the power of the Spirit. When God commits to you, it's true. God will do all that He has said He would do. Remember, God is in charge. He is God. We are not. My life is a living testimony that when God says something, believe it. Work. Work. Happen. You can believe God. But you have to listen to it. If you don't understand this, you'll think that Lester Sumrall is full of pride and brags about all the churches he founded. That's not the point at all. I'm telling you to seek the Lord before you try to do anything. I tell you that if you fail to do this and try to do great and noble things in your own strength, you will fail. Why did my churches thrive? For the Lord sent me. Because I obeyed. But obedience is rarely easy. Why should I go to South Bend? I wondered. It was simple. I had to obey. Either God was in control of my life or I wasn't. I had to rest in His plan for me and not struggle to do things my way. That's why I had to accept that pastorate in South Bend when my own desire for world evangelism told me to go to the great cities of the world and set up evangelistic centers. I had to obey or fail. I didn't want to go to South Bend. I knew that my vision of great centers of evangelism was valid and that my desire to reach the entire nation came from God. When the Lord told me to go to Indiana, I begged Him to let me do something else. He replied, "You will never understand my heart if you do not shepherd." Evangelists don't understand my heart, but a pastor gets into the pains of the family and sees into the intimate relationships of a home. He understands what it means to be a pastor because I am a pastor. If you don't become a pastor, you will never understand my heart. I want you to go to a hard place. God confirmed that the South Bend Church would be my training ground. To accomplish the goals the Lord had placed on my heart. It wasn't easy. At the beginning of December, Louise, I, and little Frank arrived at our new pastorate. We met in a small, miserable, dilapidated building with a low ceiling. After examining the situation, I advised the congregation that we should sell the building and start over. Not everyone agreed. They had been meeting for 26 years. They had built that building themselves and loved it very much. Attendance ranged from 50 to 75 adults, and perhaps close to 100 children. The building could accommodate 167 people, was packed and crowded. That left no room for growth. On top of that, the building was decrepit. Every time it rained, the roof leaked. You couldn't stop it from leaking, no matter how hard you worked on it. The cold wind blew through the walls. If you walked close to the wall, you hit your head on the ceiling because everything was out of lead. The congregation had built the building without architectural plans and with free labor and second-hand wood. I didn't want to preach in a place like that. I told people, this little old building has to go. I can't stand it. So I sold his building to a man who turned it into a printing press, which put it to good use. I wanted our new church building to be on Michigan Street, the busiest street in South Bend. An entire city block was empty at the time, but the owner, and also owner of a liquor store and car dealership, didn't want to sell it. Luckily for us, his mother came to our church. So I asked him to talk to him. Then I went to see him in his office. He said, "Mom has come to see me." I knew that in the community I had a reputation for being difficult to deal with, so I spoke to him very clearly, assuming spiritual authority in the situation. "She'll come to see you again if you don't do what I tell you." He said, "Well, the cheapest I can accept is $45,000. "Well," I said, "I don't want to give you that much, but I'll give you $35,000. You have to accept them." He agreed without any argument and sold us the property. There was just one problem: I didn't have $35,000. I said, "I want to tell you how honest I am. I'm in the process of selling the church property and I'm going to get $10,000. $10,000. Then, here's our deal: if I don't have the other $25,000 in, say, 3 to 6 months, you can have it all. I'll just get out of town." His eyes widened. He was an ungodly businessman and couldn't believe that he had received an offer like that. "Would you do that?" he asked. "That's what I said and that's what I'm going to do." We signed the papers and kept the property. Then I started to feel a little stupid. How am I going to get $25,000? I wondered. I've never seen so much money in my life. Well, the Lord will give it to me, I told myself. Sure enough, it wasn't a week until the phone rang and a man on the other side of town said, "Do you own an entire block on South Michigan Street?" "Yes," I said. "What's up with that?" "I want just a little piece of it." "No, it's not for sale." "What do you mean?" He yelled at me over the phone. "You're a dog in the manger. Why don't you come out of that manger and sell me a piece of that city block?" I said, "Okay." "How much do you want for only 30 meters?" he asked. "Maybe I'll accept $30,000, I don't know," I replied. "But I won't accept any of your discussions, I can assure you of that." He said, "Just let me make an offer, $29,000. "Do you have the cash?" asked. He said, "Yes." "I'll have them draft the papers, and we'll meet you at the courthouse." The church only owed $25,000, so we now had an additional $4,000 to start our construction. With some of the money we bought a large tent and set it up on Michigan Street. We did a crusade in that store for 11 weeks. The church, the Sunday school, the office, and all the records were moved to that store. A lot of people said, "We lost our church." But in our crusade about that busy street, we tripled our church attendance. At the same time, the Lord was at work by providing the money to continue structuring our new church building. One morning, a woman came to our house. "I want you to know that I don't even like the way you preach," he said. "But God told me to give you $1,000 for the building fund and here it is." So I accepted his contribution. An old man who lived across the street from our store had a large, labyrinthine house. He would sit on the front porch and rock in his rocking chair, listening to the meeting in the store, but he wouldn't cross the street to participate. One day he said to a messenger, "Tell that preacher to come and see me." So I went over and asked, "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" I want you to take me downtown. I thought, I'm having a meeting in a tent and trying to build a church, and this. A man who doesn't even know me wants me to be his cab and chauffeur. I want you to take me downtown, the man repeated. I don't have anyone else to do it. I thought for a moment and said to myself, well, the Bible says to be a servant, and I'm becoming one. Okay, I replied, but I was thinking, with all the preachers in town, why don't you call someone else? So I put him in my car and asked, where? Take me to the bank. I thought, well, he has one of these social security checks and he wants it cashed and I have to do it for him. So I took him downtown and took him inside the bank. I sat in a corner complaining that this old man was taking up my time. I was busy and had to preach that night. While I was at the counter talking to the cashier, he turned to me and said, "Preacher, do you need money?" "Yes, of course," I chuckled. "How much would it help you today?" "Oh, very much." I didn't know I had money. It seemed as if he didn't have a penny to his name. He was an old man and lived alone. He didn't even have anyone to help him keep the house clean. "Would $4,000 help you?" I got up from that seat. Today it was like $20,000. I said, "Help me?" "Yes, sir." The bank teller handed him $4,000 in cash. Then the old man turned around and said, "Well, this will help you today. Let's go home." He did it several times, and on the day we dedicated the new church, he died. I preached his funeral. The day he finished his work of helping me build my church was the end of his life. When winter came, it was too cold to continue gathering in the tent. Temporarily, we rented a ballroom on the third floor of a downtown building until the back of our new church building was far enough along for us to move into. By the summer, we were able to occupy our new auditorium, which seats 1,000 people. We named the new church the Calvary Temple. Almost as soon as we moved in, evangelist Rex Humbard walked in the door and said, "Can I hold a meeting here?" I said, "Sure you can." Their crusade was so crowded that the cops had to direct traffic on the street. Evangelists Clifton Erickson and Oral Roberts each came, and we had colossal moves of God. In Sunday school, our attendance increased by about 2,300 people. Meanwhile, attendance in our own family was increasing. On July 27, 1950, our second son, Stephen, was born. In South Bend, our reach continued to grow. We had been able to buy 10 acres of land and a modest parsonage in the east of Ireland, which was then a country road. The Lord opened the door for me to go on a 6-week mission trip to Europe, Israel, Egypt, India, and the Philippines. It was 1950, his 38th birthday. The highlight of the trip came during a 3-day crusade throughout the city of Manila, Philippines. This huge city, which was home to several million people, did not have a single soul-winning church. However, there were numerous missions in the surrounding jungles. World War II had ended nearly 5 years earlier, but most of the buildings in downtown Manila were still scarred by the long and brutal Filipino resistance against the Japanese, who had invaded immediately after attacking Pearl Harbor. The Japanese cruelty was unprecedented. It was designed to crush the spirit of this nation that had fought valiantly alongside the Americans. These were the islands to which U.S. General Douglas MacArthur had made his famous "I will return" pledge. It was here that thousands of Americans died and many more were taken captive in the Battle of Bataan and the Siege of Corregidor in Manila Bay. The Filipino national spirit had been severely twisted but intact during 5 long years of resistance to the brutal and often vengeful Japanese occupiers of their country. The Filipino people had suffered terribly and were now engulfed in a spirit of despair. We rented Rizal Stadium and saw hundreds of people respond when we asked them to give their hearts to Christ. Afterwards, however, I felt deeply burdened because we had to leave them without leadership or even a place to worship. Shortly after returning to South Bend, we were holding a missionary convention when the Lord spoke to my heart. I remembered my vision of the millions who were going down the road to hell. I knew the Lord was saying to me, "Lester, will you go to Manila for me?" I asked the Lord if I could be released from my pastorate. The church had paid off its debt. The answer was yes. In addition, the Lord told us that in the Philippines, I will do more for you than I have ever done before. Oh, this is going to be exciting, I said to Louise. If God met the needs of my ministry in South Bend, think about what He will do in Manila. In San Francisco, our little family boarded the Swedish freighter SS, and it took them 22 days to reach Manila. What? You might exclaim, you mean you took that newborn baby, a toddler, and your wife to the slums of Manila? Absolutely. In fact, my third son, Peter, would be born in Manila. Every husband who is called by God, according to the scriptures, is called first of all to be a priest of his house. How could I leave my family behind and still be the priest of my home? I fervently believe that a minister who does not minister to his family is exposing himself to suffering and shame. How many times have you heard of a preacher's drug-dealing son or disgraced daughter? That kind of thing puts our Lord to shame. I was not willing to allow my children to become victims of my ministry. As a priest of my home, I fulfilled my duties. That means telling kids Bible stories when they went to sleep, hugging them when they lost in minor league games, clapping when they won a ribbon at the science fair, and, certainly, praying fervently for them. As parents, we should pray, when that child is still young, to serve the Lord. We need to ask the Lord to send them the right spouse. That's so important. And don't forget that the family that plays together, stays together. That's no misprint. Play with your kids. Have fun with them. I taught my 3 children how to play golf and swim. At Boy Scout camps, I taught them how to make a fire and keep it from going out or burning all the other trees. I played basketball and tennis with them. What pride swelled in my heart when they were good enough to beat me on the tennis court or a good round of golf. Frankly, after years of letting them score points on me, it took a little tweaking on my part when, as grown men, they started holding back from hitting me too hard. My family had always been a big part of my ministry. God blessed me and gave them to me to raise and raise. They were my children and no one else's. That's why I spent time with them. When his time came, I didn't let anything else get in his way. When I left my office for the night, I had to finish ministering at my church. I closed the door and told everyone I would be back tomorrow. It was time to minister to my family and give my full attention to my wife and children. I didn't burden my wife with all the problems of the church. Over the years, he had seen pastors' wives on the verge of nervous breakdowns, on the verge of breaking under the pressures of their husbands' ministries. Louise's job was to keep our house running smoothly. He didn't need to carry the problems of all the other families in the church. When I got home, I didn't talk about the problems I had faced during the day. Dinner was the time when we listened to our 3 growing children recount everything they had done in school or playing. My wife and I laughed at his antics and applauded his accomplishments. It was a special moment of sharing and encouragement. Having 3 children can be a real challenge, but we made it easy by teaching them to love each other. In fact, I never heard my kids fight. Of course, they got angry with each other from time to time, but they didn't speak harsh words or hold grudges. They were a blessing to my ministry and became great little travelers. If I was going to be away for a while, I always took the whole family with me. They were my responsibility. When we went to Manila, I took my family with me. Later, when we spent some time in Hong Kong, they arrived and had to adapt to a different culture. It was an education I couldn't let go to waste. Chapter 19. The miracle that changed a nation. After Clarita was healed, the doctor got so excited that he ran me to the mayor's office and said, "Oh my God, Mayor. Oh my God, Mayor. He's never seen anything like it. We've heard the devil speak. We heard him get angry. We heard him curse. Oh my God, this man healed that little girl. This biting thing will never happen again." The mayor came over and hugged me and said, "What can I give you?" "I can give you anything you want." I said, "I've been trying to get some blueprints signed in your office for several months. Officials want palm money. I don't have any. I don't belong to any denomination. I just don't have any money." He became angry, and his face turned red. He yelled at one of his assistants. They brought the blueprints and he personally put the stamps on and handed them to me. He said, "If you ever have any problems in this city, tell me because I'll take care of you." From that moment on, if I went to a restaurant to eat and he was there, he would jump off the table and hug me in front of everyone. Sadly, after Clarita's release, I didn't take the time to talk to journalists. In fact, I asked them not to write about the incident. Even Reverend McAllister came to them for me and asked them not to publicize the event. They replied that this was a great story and that their readers had a right to know its conclusion. Since the Methodist Church is the oldest Protestant church on the islands, the press assumed I was a Methodist and wrote about it in the newspapers. In many of the articles, what they said was not entirely correct. I feel responsible for this as I didn't allow myself to be interviewed, and the next day I left the city for the countryside to get away from the publicity. My picture was on the cover. One of the headlines read, "The Devil loses first round." They thought it would be 15 rounds. The local newspaper, magazines, and radio stations told the story of Clarita's release over and over again in sensational and often exaggerated detail. One headline read, "He dies, the devil is dead." The Manila Chronicle announced, "The thing is dead." This every believer can proclaim now, as Clarita Villanueva said yesterday that the thing has finally been exorcised. The girl said the prayers of an American minister, Dr. Lester F. Sumrall, who deliberately visited her to purge the devil, and she did. Upon my return to the city the following week, Clarita had appeared before Judge Natividad Almeida Lopez in the Manila Court of First Instance. Calmly and collectedly, he testified, "Since last Friday, the day the American missionary prayed for me, the demons have not returned." Judge Almeida Lopez placed Clarita in Welfarville, an institution for wayward girls, for observation. I went to visit her with Dr. Lara twice. Very happy at our arrival, she hurriedly greeted us, saying that she feared she would never see us again. We sat down and talked at length with her. While we were in Welfarville, we asked permission to hold a church service for the 200 girls who lived there. This was granted, and several days later a group of musicians and singers from our church came to the institution for a service. Clarita was the center of attraction, and we did our best to make her feel welcome. We gave him a Bible, which he began to read daily. This didn't look like the same girl we'd met in demon-ridden Bilibid prison, her face distorted and screaming at the top of her lungs. This was a perfectly normal Filipino girl who had recovered from the nightmare of demonic possession. I attended Clarita's court proceedings along with our church's attorney, Pedro Jacinto, and requested her release from Bienestarville. When she was granted parole, we put her in the home of one of our best Christian families, the Sodoras. At the time, Mr. Sodora was an intern and is now a physician. While living in Manila, Clarita felt very unhappy because every time she appeared in public, people wanted to see her and talk to her. One day she left and went to northern Luzon to live in a small town where she married a young rice farmer. The last time I saw her, she had 2 children. I asked her husband, "What kind of wife do you have?" "Oh, a good woman." I asked her, "Is she crazy?" "Oh, no." "Do you ever go crazy or say that spirits bite you?" I asked. "No, but she told me she was in jail and a white man came." "That's you. You broke that spell on her and she's been free ever since." According to the latest report, he lives a simple life and is active in a local congregation. Victory was certain. Christ again proved to be the answer. But that wasn't the end of the miracle. A detailed account of Clarita's release was printed in the Philippines Free Press and all other newspapers and widely disseminated by all radio stations. The news was filled with testimony of God's power. The Lord used all the publicity beautifully. Suddenly, I became a celebrity. Our work became instantly known throughout the Philippines. With my picture on the front page of newspapers and in magazine articles, people would recognize me wherever I went. It gave me recognition that would have otherwise taken me many years to receive. When I was walking through the streets, suddenly 20 people were kneeling down and kissing my fingers before I could stop them. One time I walked into the post office to buy a sheet of stamps and the clerk behind the window said, "There's Dr. Sumrall. He casts out demons." Everyone in line fell flat on their faces and knees. Embarrassed, I walked over to the counter. I was now the only one standing, as they took my hand to kiss it. The mayor proved to be a true friend. Suddenly, we had full official cooperation, sometimes getting permits and inspections approved the same day we applied for approval, and without paying any bribes. When it came time to pay for our final building permit, our new friend, the mayor, passed a special city ordinance to give it to us for free, something the newspapers praised. The special ordinance required the consent of all the members of the official board of the Manila City Council, but after all the publicity, none of them spoke out against us. Bethel Temple was the first Protestant church in the city to receive a free building permit. This act of kindness saved us what was then a great deal of money. As he handed me the permit, the mayor said, "You are the first Protestant to receive anything for free in this city. Is there anything else I want?" I said, "Yes, there is." "What is it?" he asked. "I'd like to preach at Roxas Park, called Sunken Gardens, across the street," I replied. "This beautiful venue in Intramuros Spanish City is a place for special gatherings. It is the most central place in the country." "For how long?" the mayor asked. "Oh, about 6 weeks," I replied. 6 weeks. That's a long time. How long does it take you to tell your story? Well, it's going to take a long time to say everything I have to say. The girl is cured, he said abruptly. You can have the park as long as you want, and he wrote me a permit to use the city park in front of City Hall. As we prepared for our revival meetings, Gordon Lindsay in Texas, who did not know of our plans, sent us thousands of magazines with testimonies. Also, unaware of the upcoming crusade, Oral Roberts sent me a film about healing, complete with a projector, screen, and everything I needed. Through Reuben Candelaria, superintendent of the Methodist Church in the Manila area, God miraculously opened the city's Methodist churches to us for services. I went to all of them, preached, screened the film and distributed the magazines. When we held the meetings in the park, the whole city was on fire. One night, while he was preaching, more than 5,000 men came to receive the Lord as their Savior. With their wives, that meant 10,000. With their children they numbered more than 20,000. That's almost the population of an entire city saved in one night. With evangelist Clifton Erickson's preaching, we saw the crowds grow to 60,000 a night. During the 6 weeks of revival meetings, 150,000 people made a profession of faith and filled out cards indicating their commitment to Christ. We had boxes and boxes of cards. Some of those saved belonged to the highest levels of society. The most popular movie actor in the entire country, Carlos Padilla, received a miracle. I could walk again, by the power of God. People were almost crazy with joy when they saw this movie idol healed by the great power of God. A crippled lawyer working at the downtown Manila courthouse had walked with 2 crutches for 12 years. Everybody knew him. One night during our revival, he was healed. When the next day he entered the town hall without crutches, people said, "You must be his brother. You can't be the cripple." He replied, "No, it's him. I have been healed by the great power of God." Every kind of miracle imaginable was witnessed. Taytay Methodist Church paid for a 15-minute radio program to be broadcast on a powerful station that covered the entire nation. Every night, immediately after the news, he talked about what was happening in the Manila Crusades. On the radio, I told what God was doing for others and invited people to come and see it for themselves. As a result, people traveled from all over the country to attend the meetings. No city was left unrepresented. Today in the Philippines there are several million people who were saved thanks to the great liberation of that little girl. God can do more in a minute than we can do in 50 years. Satan's power was broken and the people were set free. It was a glorious and exciting time in our lives. Oral Roberts published the story in his magazine and called it "The Miracle That Changed a Nation." That was true. The crusade held in Roxas Park sparked the greatest resurgence the city, or nation, has ever experienced. Everywhere in the Philippines, even churches that were once empty and dead came alive with people seeking God. During this time, we were also able to complete the church building in downtown Manila. In fact, 75% of the money to build the temple came from the local population. Most of them were poor, but with 50,000 people giving at once, the offerings multiplied rapidly. It would take 6 or 8 people from 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon to count the money raised at the previous night's service. Then we would give it to the contractor and he would keep building. Eventually, the church was completed, debt-free. When we started the Great Crusade in the Philippines, the newspapers wanted to publish articles criticizing our ministry. However, the Go Puan Seng family, owners of one of Manila's newspapers, came to our defense. Earlier, God had taken me to his home to pray for his demon-possessed daughter. Although she had completely lost her mind, God had healed her. Instantly when I got my hands on it. Because of my friendship with them, the Go family told the press, "Don't write those lies. This is a good man. He healed a member of our family." Mrs. Go, who was a community leader, had many wealthy Chinese friends. If any of them were sick, I would have their chauffeur pick me up and take me to their house to pray for them. Then Mrs. Go would call them and say, "Why don't you give an offering to your church?" I would return home with enough money to keep our contractor working for a week. Many of his friends donated to the building. The Go family came to our aid again when a group of doctors claimed that we were curing people without permission. These doctors even went so far as to bring charges against us in court. When I arrived at the courthouse to defend myself, I found 2 judges and 3 lawyers who had come to defend me. One of the judges, who was in a higher position than the judge who heard the case, told the presiding judge, "We go to this man's meetings every night. People are being blessed and healed. This is the best thing that ever happened." The Philippines. Without hesitation, the judge said, "Case dismissed." We continually marveled at how God gave us favor in the eyes of those in authority. Even President Magsaysay, who was then the leader of the Philippine government, showed a very special interest in our church. When Oral Roberts came to visit, I took him to see the president and he said, "In this country, Christ is the answer, and we all know it." That was the name of my church, Bethel Temple, Christ is the Answer Church. The president had decided that my church was the answer to all of the Philippines' problems. And he was right. This congregation of believers continues to have a positive effect in the Philippines, which has suffered greatly in recent years due to political corruption. Many Christians are fighting for good within the Philippine government. Today, the Bethel Temple is the largest worship center in the country, and the people still flock to it. The revival did not stop, it's still happening. My great-nephew, David Sumrall, pastors the Bethel Temple, which was attended by nearly 19,000 people on Sundays. It is in the process of constructing a new glass building with a capacity of about 10,000 people when it is completed. His church has special outreach for young professionals, people, college graduate gatherings, and the largest Bible school in the country. Since Manila has so many people from the outlying provinces, the Bethel Temple has multiple services every Sunday. People come according to their province of origin. Services begin at 7 a.m. with singing and preaching in the dialect of that particular province, says Ilocano. Then at 8 o'clock we have a service in one of the other dialects, such as Pampango. The 9 o'clock service can be in Tagalog, which is the native language of Manila, and lasts like this all day. It is astonishing that after 25 years, the resurgence and its effects are still evident. Many new evangelical churches have sprung up throughout Manila, which has a population of more than 2 million. Native Christian leaders have been trained and are now doing evangelistic work throughout this country of approximately 66 million people. My dream of building a large evangelistic center to help evangelize the Philippines came true. Chapter 20. Running with the Vision. One day, without realizing it, I walked in the middle of an anti-American protest in downtown Manila. One sign read, "Go home, white monkeys." Another said, "The US is imperialist." Shocked by such a display of hatred and disrespect, I approached the boy who was carrying a sign. "Son," I asked, "am I a monkey?" "I don't think so," he replied. "That's what your sign says." "Do you?" he said. I hadn't looked at it. "Then what are you doing with it?" "Oh," he said, "I was standing on that corner and a man gave me some money to come here and hold this sign." Well, I said, since you don't believe in that, throw it away. He did and even trampled on it. I walked over to another boy. Now, son, you're a historian, aren't you? He said, no, I'm really not. Oh, your sign says the US is imperialist. You should know something about American history, at least as far as the Philippines is concerned. No, I really don't know anything. Well, what are you doing with that poster? Well, he replied, a man gave me some money and told me to take it in front of the Congress building. At that moment I was very angry. I prayed, God, this makes me very angry. I give my life to these people and then they say such crazy things against my country. The Lord said, that's what I wanted you to see. The US is worse off than the Philippines. You need to go home and help save your own country. You can still travel abroad, but you need to be based in the United States. I don't want to go home, I protested. I like it here. This is my home. No, the Lord answered. I want you to go back to America. He preaches a lot and helps save America. Then the Lord began to tell me what would happen in America. He said university students would riot and burn down the buildings. Sex and homosexuality would be flaunted in the news and entertainment media. His laws would be scorned and his people would be mocked. He told me that the scourge of paganism and spiritualism was going to come to America. People who live on our own block and in our own community would believe in foreign religions. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, no. I've been to pagan lands. They have nothing to offer to our people. God said, Americans will accept false teachings and be hurt by them. They will go to hell because they believe in the devil's lies. Over the past few years, I've seen these things happen, just as the Lord showed me. God, I asked, how can I help America? You will never help America unless you can get my message out to the people, he told me. They won't listen to you if you don't appear on TV. I didn't know much about television, but I had done a few shows. Sick to develop a TV show. God said, no, I'm not talking about that. Your ministry must have seasons. A network of Christian stations will be the channel of truth for America. You must do it. You know, at the time I was living in Manila, very few Americans had ever heard of me. How can a little guy help save America? I asked. I don't see how that can happen. I'll give you television stations, the Lord replied. You will speak to millions of people. I went upstairs and said to my wife, honey, we're going back to America. I'm going to appoint another pastor for the church here in Manila. The Lord said he needed me more in America than in the Philippines. That word of the Lord was confirmed when a cable came in from America. The pastor he had left at Calvary Temple in South Bend had left the church. The congregation asked us to go home. Just to make sure it was time to leave Manila, I asked the Lord. Again, why should we go? He said, if you stay here, they will worship you and not me. I knew God was right, as always. I had done my job and it was time to go home. With more pain than I can measure, with more tears than I can register, my wife, I, and our children prepared to return to the United States. We now had 3 children. Peter was born in Manila on October 17, 1953. Thousands came to the airport to see us off. After we boarded our flight, people cried so loudly that the control tower removed our plane from the runway. The captain said to me, can you go down and do something with those people? The tower won't let me take off with them screaming and crying for you. I went back and, comforting them again, promised them that I would come back every year. I kept that promise and returned regularly to Manila. When I returned to this country with my wife and children, I owned only a modest home and 10 acres in South Bend. The Lord told me that He had given us that property for my new job. Others, however, thought he should quit. One pastor told me bluntly, in short, you're over 50 and finished. That's not true, I said. But I went in and prayed, God, did you hear that preacher? He replied, yes. Is what he said true? No, the Lord told me. You have to run with vision. You're just getting started in his ministry. Once again I obeyed. We wrote to all the friends we had in the US and explained, we're going to start building our offices for a worldwide ministry, and we'd like you to help us. They sent some money and started the work. I had never done any business with the American National Bank of South Bend, but they sent their first vice president just as the steel walls were going up, which gave us only a ton of building. I'm looking for Sumrall, he told me. I'm Lester Sumrall, I replied, shaking his hand. I'm at the American National Bank, he said. Do you already have a loan for this building? No, sir, I said. No one would lend me money since I had just returned from abroad. We'll make you a loan, he said, if you come to our offices and get it. Would you lend me enough? I asked. We'll lend you what you need. Do you know how much you need? Yes. To put the roof on and prepare the building for us to move in and start using it, I need $140,000. We'll lend you that amount. Once again, God had given us the favor of those who were in a position to help us. When the building was finished, I said to myself, I'd better start with radio, is cheaper than television. I guess I really didn't have enough faith at the time to believe God for a TV station. Instead, I applied to the Federal Communications Commission and they gave me a radio channel, FM 103.9, and we went on the air. Since my ministry now owned a radio station, we joined the National Association of Religious Broadcasters. When I went to their national convention in Washington, D.C., I met a man who said to me, "Congratulations on your radio station. But what he needs is television." God said, "Yes." I said to myself, I don't have any money. How am I going to get a TV station? The man said, I have one that I'll sell you for $1 million. It's worth several millions. Sign here. Do it, the Lord confirmed. I went ahead and signed the contract to buy the station. The seller and I petitioned the FCC to change ownership to LaCie Broadcasting. 2 or 3 weeks later, I received a letter from an Oregon doctor along with a check for $94,000. Hey, God, I prayed, this is a little unusual. Well, he said, having a TV station is also unusual. A few weeks later, a doctor in Anderson, Indiana, gave me dollars, and more money started coming in. When the FCC said LaCie could keep the station, we were ready to complete the transaction. I had just enough, for $1, to pay for it. Today, I personally minister to more than 4 million Americans through the television stations the Lord has provided. Our network of 10 stations reaches cities such as Grand Rapids, Oklahoma City, South Bend, Tulsa, Honolulu, Indianapolis, and Denver. We also have cable systems and 2 satellites, giving us access to almost all of the United States. Almost every day a new channel of ministry opens up for us. God did just as He told me He would do before I left the Philippines. On the property the Lord gave us, we built our University Bible School. Today we also have a beautiful church, a large domed building that can accommodate thousands of people. It is the largest church in our entire area. How did we do it? We obeyed, and the Lord did great things. After returning to South Bend and settling into our ministry, the Lord sent us to Hong Kong. It didn't take long for us to discover that the Chinese were quite different from the Filipinos. That required some tweaking on my part. Our first crusade was held in the South China Football Stadium, which seats about 100,000 people. Unlike the Filipino crowd, only about 5,000 people attended. However, that was enough to seat everyone in the executive section of the stadium, the air-conditioned box where the wealthy sit to watch sporting events. At the end of 2 weeks of meetings at the football stadium, I baptized 300 people who later became the nucleus of our first church. All we needed now was a building in which to hold services. In Hong Kong, land sells by the square centimeter and even a small lot can cost millions of dollars. I knew we wouldn't be able to build a new church, so I suggested we look for a meeting room. When I approached the agent who was selling space in the tallest building in Hong Kong at the time, he told me, all the floors in this building are sold, but a group of athletes who own a floor have been arguing among themselves. Now I want to sell. The property is yet to be put on the market. But once it does, the space will run out quickly. Once again, the Lord provided us with the money and we bought the entire fourth floor of this huge building located in the heart of the city. That became the mother church. When it came time to start other churches in Hong Kong, the Lord showed us an interesting way to get space. The Chinese are very status conscious and consider the ground floor of a building undesirable. In many high-rise apartment buildings, the ground floor was a hard sell because no one wanted to live there. Whenever possible, we would buy 2 or 3 apartments on the ground floor of a building and turn them into a church. This benefited us because people who worked on the upper floors had to pass through the church on their way to the street. It was perfect, and we marvel at how the Lord provided. God gave us a sovereign work in Hong Kong that was of His will and power. The tremendous fruit that was born among the believers there continues even today. In fact, I believe that those churches will play an important role in evangelism when communist China opens up to the gospel. When will that be? That's what I wanted to know. Not long ago, I was praying and asked, Lord, what about China? God said to me, the communist regime in China will fall as did the one in Russia. The Chinese got their doctrine from Russia and will fall as Russia did. They will fall flat on their faces from hunger. Then the doors of the country will be opened. Those underground preachers will become high ground and there will be the greatest revival history has ever known. That's what God wants in these last days. He doesn't want peanuts. He wants us to save entire nations. China has more people than any other country on the face of the earth, 1.5 billion. How can we reach them? I asked. The Lord said to me, they will not follow you unless they listen to you. The government broadcasts to its people on shortwave, and most Chinese households have a shortwave radio. Recently, our ministry asked the US government to give us a permit to install a shortwave station so that we could broadcast to China. We got permission for 12.5 million watts, which is very powerful. This station will be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and can reach 3 billion humans. When listeners listen to the broadcasts in Shanghai, it will sound like we are in the suburbs. We will arrive with such force that the weaker stations will be drowned. When this project is finished with our 3 shortwave radio stations, we will be speaking with the loudest voice on the face of the earth. The Lord also said to me, when China is ready, have a big ship in every port in China, with $1 million worth of rice on board. Then tell the Chinese people that Jesus loves you and is alive, come and have dinner. Hallelujah. These are not mere dreams. We have already made deposits on the equipment needed to obey the Lord. Although our ministry is headquartered in South Bend, Indiana, I have continued to minister around the world, just as the Lord had promised. Preaching God's word has remained my top priority. Once, when I arrived at the airport in Caracas in Venezuela, early on a Sunday morning, there was no one to greet me. After waiting for quite some time, I became very discouraged. I've come here to preach and these missionaries have forgotten about me, I thought. My Spanish was so basic that I couldn't just go out and look for them. With my suitcase, I went out and ordered a taxi. I somehow explained to the driver that I wanted to go to an evangelistic church, any evangelistic church. 30 minutes later we stopped at a Baptist church. It was too early for services to start, so I just looked around, trying to decide what to do. When I saw a doorbell, I called him. Out of there came a young American. Sir, I'm sorry but I'm lost, I said. The missionary didn't meet me at the airport. I don't know where to go. I told the taxi driver to take me to an evangelistic church and I hope I don't get upset. My name is Lester Sumrall. I don't think so, he said. Are you the real Lester Sumrall? What's wrong? It's okay. A miracle has happened. Well, I said, what's so miraculous about being stuck in a foreign airport? Oh, that had to be God. What do you mean? I have a book you wrote and just now I was reading it upstairs, he said. I was sitting there and I said, God, is this man still alive? And God said, yes. I asked him, God, is it possible that you can bring this man to my door? That Baptist preacher grabbed me and gave me a big hug. I preached at his church that morning. Just as I was finishing my sermon, The missionary who should have picked me up at the airport poked his head out the back door. "Well, hello," I greeted. "Why did you leave me stranded at an airport?" He was very apologetic. "I live 50 miles from here. I was going to have you at my house in time to go to church this morning, but I had a blast on the way. I couldn't get anyone to help me. As I waited, I prayed, 'Sir, Lester Sumrall is there at the airport and I have a blowout on the way. I don't know what to do.' But the Lord assured me that everything was under control." I had to laugh. "Well," I said, "that's the first time I've ever heard of God blowing a tire to answer prayer. God is good. He has been faithful in the small things and in the big things." While preaching in Tokyo, Japan, I received an urgent phone call. Wherever I am in the world, my family and staff always know when and where to find me. "Your mother passed away 30 minutes ago," they told me. I said, "I'll be home right away." When I told my hosts that my mother had died, they offered to take me to the airport. I quickly packed my bags and caught a midnight plane out of Japan. On the way home, I began to regret not being there when she went to be with the Lord. Then I realized that I had been doing exactly what she had told the Lord she wanted me to do, preach in a pagan land. God had honored my mother's prayers. A few years later, he was in Singapore at the start of a tour of the Orient. Just as he had done years before with Brother Carter, he was moving on to the Philippines, Hong Kong, and Japan, with meetings scheduled along the way. While I was preaching, they called me on the phone and told my sister Leona that she had passed away. I immediately took a plane back home and preached at his funeral. His death was a great personal loss to me. In her eyes, I couldn't do anything wrong, and to me she was my dear little sister. We were very close. He loved her almost more than anyone else in the world and knew that she also held a special place in his heart. During these times of pain, God was faithful as always. I was blessed to know that my dear mother and sister were being received in heaven with the words of welcome, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Chapter 21. Teamwork. One Sunday night, after preaching in Stockholm, Sweden, I took a non-stop flight to Chicago. For the first few moments, I leaned back in my seat, silently rejoicing in the many people who had received Christ as their Savior that night in the meeting. When I arrived in Chicago, where I was due to catch another plane to Florida, to my surprise, my wife and son Stephen greeted me with grim faces. I knew it must be a serious thing for them to travel from South Bend to Chicago. My wife said, "Stephen's got something to tell you." He was nervous. "I don't know how." "Go ahead and say it," I said. "We don't have the TV station in South Bend anymore," he said. "Yesterday it burned to the ground. Newspapers said it was a loss of $12 million. It's the worst we've ever known in our entire ministry. There was no one in the building except the engineer who was recording programs. In the air." "How did it happen?" I asked. "It was caused by an electrical overload from the power company," Stephen explained. "Our cables couldn't handle it and burst into flames. You have to go and see what happened." "No, I'm not going to see fires," I said. "I'm supposed to go to Florida and preach tonight. But we don't have a TV station." "Well, I can't do anything about it today." "You mean you're not going to go see him?" "No. I went to Florida and preached that night." I'm sure people said, "Can you imagine a man going and preaching in another city when the embers are still hot from the fire that destroyed the main television station of his ministry?" Being faithful to God is more important to me than a TV station. I had promised, and 1,500 people were waiting for me. So I went. When I got back to South Bend, my son Peter said, "Dad, it was a sad day, but it was also a very glorious day. The city has never seen such a devastating fire." As I watched, the managers of the local trading stations appeared. In South Bend, we have 3 network stations and our ministry station. The 3 of them offered, "Peter, what can we do?" I was so frustrated, he told me, that I said, "Put me in the air." God once again gave us favor, and these men said, "We'll do it." "Where?" "In church," Peter said. "We have all kinds of rooms. At 6 p.m., our station was back on the air. The commercial stations gave us expensive equipment to use and said, "Don't bother bringing it back, this is a gift to you." On the front page, the newspapers published a large photograph of the fire accompanied by a very sympathetic article. For the first time since our ministry began, the people of South Bend looked favorably on our operation. God took a tragedy and turned it into a blessing for our ministry. The fire also had another positive effect. I watched my children take charge in my absence and handle a difficult situation with great maturity. My goal had always been to build a team ministry with my 3 children. To do that, I knew I had to give up some of my control and authority. I couldn't take the reins and make all the decisions. As our ministry administrator, Stephen manages staffing, signs all checks, and pays bills. When documents of a legal nature arrive, I ask Stephen to review them. Whenever I'm out of the country, I know the ministry is in good hands. My youngest son, Peter, is vice president and chief operating officer of all radio and television stations. His experience in that area is a gift, and knowing that he is in charge takes a huge burden off my shoulders. Frank, the oldest of my sons, is co-pastor of the church in South Bend with me. Our congregation loves him, he is full of joy and has the gift of evangelism. Your pastor's heart often leads you to seek out the lost or to pray with those in need of comfort or healing. Frank and my second son, Stephen, excellent preachers of the gospel. Often when I listen to a tape of one of their sermons, something they say will lead me to a new understanding of God's goodness or send me to seek God's word. Where did they get that, I wondered, and why didn't I see it first? Today, many young people, who ascend like a rocket in ministry, descend very early in life and can never again reach the same height of blessing, anointing, or accomplishment. My children have avoided that experience because the Lord trained them in the job just as He had done with me. I think that's why all 3 of my children have been able to find their calling within our family ministry. When they were participating in Manila, Hong Kong, and all the other places where they accompanied me, God was preparing them. By including them in every phase of ministry, my children knew they weren't just accompanying them. Even at the ages of 12 and 15 they were competent and responsible, no one called them rookies. From the beginning, my children knew that our ministry was theirs as well. That is why today I can call on you to make important decisions. Sure, there are times when one of them has made a bad decision, but I just sit back and ask myself, let me see, he's 36 years old. When I was 36, what kind of decisions did I make? Then I smile and say to my son, "Son, you made a good decision." If we judge people from our own age and experience, we will always come to the wrong conclusions about them. I believe that in this last generation, God is going to use youth and maturity to help bring about the greatest revival the earth has ever known. But it will take teamwork. Men of God are not allowed to be selfish. Selfishness ruins a team in the same way it ruins any marriage. Sometimes, when I give advice to married couples, I hear them say, "They don't treat me well. They don't give me my share. I've done everything I can, it's time for my spouse to wake up to the fact that I." That's when I interrupt them and say, "You're full of the devil." Read Isaiah and you'll see how many times the devil says, you have to take I out of your conversation and your thoughts and put you. You have to start loving the other person. If you give 52%, your marriage, the partner gives 52%, then 4% is left over to the neighbors. Selfishness destroys, it never builds. One day, the general superintendent of one of America's largest denominations went to a conference in Wales and died of a heart attack. He had been writing his biography for a couple of years. He would come and stay at our house in South Bend for a day or 2 and we would work on his life story. The book was almost finished when he died. I thought, 2 years of work go down the drain. What the hell am I going to do? I asked his wife, Ruth, would you come to South Bend so we can finish this biography? You can stay with a family from our church. She agreed. My dear friend, Dr. Howard Carter, was visiting our house at the time, so in the evenings he would say, "Call Ruth and invite her to come and have dinner with us." Sometimes, my wife fed the children separately so that the adults could speak freely without interruption. I sat at the head of the table with Louise at my side while Ruth and Brother Carter sat together on the other side of the table. After dinner, Howard would say, in his best English accent, "Can I help you?" This went on for several nights. Sometimes it took him half an hour, only to take her 50 steps into the courtyard. One day he asked, "Mr. Sumrall, could you talk to me?" I said, "Sure." He said, "How about I marry Ruth?" "She's pretty and certainly very smart," I said. He was in his 50s and in his early 60s. "I think everything would be fine." "Would you be my godfather and stand beside me?" he asked. I said I'd be proud to do it. So they got married and were very happy together. But, like any couple, they occasionally had their differences. One day Brother Carter came to my house and said, "Mr. Sumrall, never marry a widow." "Why not?" "You see," he said in his ironic, British way, "the greatest man who ever lived, died." I laughed. They lived in Springfield, Missouri, for a while, then returned to England and taught Bible school, both, for a year or two. After that, they went to New Zealand and pastored a church. They were married for more than 25 years. Howard Carter lived to be 87 years old and preached until the day he died. He was a great, great man. Today, if you visit the churches he and I founded in Europe or Java, you might say, "How the hell did you two pay for all this?" We didn't. We listened to the Lord and obeyed. He then provided the finances. Obedience is very important. The miraculous life of Howard Carter is a case in point. God is not a tyrant watching us with a club. However, in order to enjoy His perfect will and live in His wonderful plan for our lives, we must listen carefully and obey. Even though I'm already in what most people consider their retirement years, I still have to listen and obey. As a result, the blessings continue. I have ministered in 110 nations and travel constantly even today. However, I must still obey Him. Although I may be tempted to sit on my laurels and admire all that God has allowed me to do, I must still listen to His voice. If there's one thing I hope you'll learn from this book, it's that we are to obey God. To do this effectively, we need to dig deep into the Word. Daily reading of the Bible should be the bare minimum. Start there and work your way up to spending hours studying the Word every day. You will only understand the Bible if you connect with its author. I encourage you to spend quality time with the Lord daily. After all, how can you obey someone whose voice you don't know? In this final hour of the church, God wants people who will obey Him. He wants to rid the world of all the devices that the devil has sent to destroy humanity. To achieve this, it needs both the young and the old. Remember, in his last 40 years, Moses performed more miracles through the Spirit of God than anyone else in the Bible. Jesus performed 36 recorded miracles. Moses made about 44. When this 80-year-old prince turned nomad crossed the sands of Sinai into Egypt, he was austere and bold, walking upright and casting a long shadow. You couldn't miss him when you saw him coming. With his chin bowed, you had to pay attention to what he was saying. His fierce eyes were piercing. "God willing, I will set you free," he told the Israelites and brought his people out of slavery and death. The story of Moses teaches us that your age has nothing to do with what God can do. The greatest period of Moses' ministry began when he was 80 years old. In fact, the Lord didn't allow Moses to retire until he was 120 years old, and then God immediately took him away. Only you can decide when it's time to be discarded. I have prepared for my death by making sure that nothing happens that negatively affects our ministry. I don't have real estate, financial accounts, or anything. When I die, the ministry will go on. However, I don't think I will be called to heaven in the near future. In fact, I hope to be a very old preacher, participating in this next great revival that God has in mind. There are a lot of things I haven't achieved, not yet. Chapter 22. The Vision of Jerusalem. Not long ago, I was sitting in a church service in Panama City, Florida, praying and preparing my heart to preach. Suddenly, I saw a river of blood. It was the most amazing thing you can imagine. I couldn't even see the banks of the river, it was so wide. There was no place of origin, but it flowed to me, thick, crimson blood. When I got up to preach, I said to the congregation, I haven't seen a vision in years, but tonight I saw a river of blood here, as clear as I can see it with my eyes. My spiritual eyes saw a river of blood flowing towards me. The next night he was preaching in Birmingham, Alabama. As I sat on the front bench waiting to get on the platform, the river of blood returned. I blinked, trying to make it go away. I thought, boy, there it is again. I hope this doesn't happen for the rest of my life. I didn't know what it was. I thought it might be some kind of trial. This time I got angry and told people, this is the second night I've seen this. Can you write it down in your Bible and the date, please? They did. I returned to my home in South Bend and spoke with several men who are elders in our church. I saw a river of blood. I saw him 2 nights. It could be judgment. Would you seek the Lord and ask him what this is all about? 2 or 3 days later, one of those brothers came to see me. As he prayed, the Lord told him what the river of blood was. It wasn't at all what we thought. Remember, when Noah came out of the ark, God said, you may eat the vegetables and the fruits. You can eat the fish of the sea and the flesh of the animals, but you cannot eat the blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood. This brother said to me, the Lord said that what you saw was a river of life. The Lord is going to pour life into you and your ministry. It's going to be so wide that you can't see the ends here on the sides. It's going to be so fantastic that you won't be able to know where it started. I said, really? That's what the Lord said. There will be times when you won't even be able to tell what God is doing. He's going to make it so big and fast that you won't have any control over it. The following week I was in Denver talking to pastors about the new season of our ministry that would soon be on the air. 40 or 50 preachers attended, and as they were beginning to leave, one came up to me and said, you know, I came here especially because the Lord says he has a message for you. What do you mean? I asked rather coldly. I don't like anyone prophesying about me. If God has something to say to me, I have ears to hear. There are too many people running around telling other people what God said, when God hasn't said anything. Most of the things that people prophesy never come to pass. So I didn't give it a very good reception. She started crying. Don't cry, I said. I don't know what the Lord is going to say, but the Lord is going to say something to you, he told me. Well, I said, go ahead. He closed his eyes and said to me, your life is like a tree planted in God. Your life is a tree and there are branches in your tree. Your first evangelism as a young person is a branch of your tree. That tree has so many branches. Your missionary branches bore much fruit and still do. Your church is a branch. There are so many branches. His television ministry is an offshoot. His radio ministry is a branch. He mentioned things he couldn't have known unless God had told him. Suddenly he stopped and looked at me. After a brief pause, he said, this is what the Lord says, a new branch will spring up from your tree of life. It will be larger than all the other branches. It will bear so much fruit that you will be surprised. Then he walked out the door. God, I prayed, don't you know that I'm an old man now? I don't need any more branches. You are old enough for me to trust you, God replied. Some men God trusted, took his money and built empires. Some got into trouble and couldn't afford it. God never intended for that to happen. Preachers don't get into financial trouble to win souls. They get into financial difficulties to build empires. Now he had 2 rivers of blood and a tree. I said, sir, I'm afraid of that. A couple of weeks later we went to the Holy Land with a group of 528 people. When we arrived at the Sea of Galilee, we all wanted to cross it together, so we tied up our 5 big ships. It was such a bright day and we could see the whole area, almost from shore to shore. He would point out where Jesus' miracles took place and everyone would scream. People on nearby boats wondered what was going on as we sang and praised God in the midst of the sea that Jesus loved so much. I'll never forget it as long as I live. We were all moved. That night in Jerusalem I went to bed around 11 o'clock. At midnight I was awakened by the Lord. He said, "I want to talk to you." I got up, went to the next room, turned on the light, and got my pencil ready. He said, "It's also midnight in prophetic time." That got me on my feet. The Lord said, "I want you to listen to me." Believe me, he had my attention. Then he said the strangest thing. "One of my greatest concerns is my own people, part of my church. I don't want them to starve to death before I go back. Will you feed my people?" He wanted to say, "No," so loudly he could hear it. I don't know anything about feeding anyone. I'm a preacher, not a cook. I had no intention of feeding anyone. But I listened carefully. To them it will be an angelic food supply. It will be a miracle for them. I sat there writing it all down from midnight until 5 in the morning. "Hunger is an agonizing death," he said. "I want you to give to those who are dying. If you do, I will see to it that you live happily and victoriously. I will prosper you." He had his heart set on building more TV stations. I didn't answer. His back. I just sat there. He said, "I have spoken to you in Jerusalem. It is the city where I took the bread, blessed it, and broke it, saying, 'Take and eat. This is my body crucified for you.' I want you to bring the bread of the Spirit, the bread of the soul, and the bread of the body to the hungry multitudes on this earth." I asked, "What do you mean?" "Never eat only bread. Never. Never. Don't just feed people's bodies. Bring bread to my church and give it to those who are hungry. In the last few days, there will be a famine like this world has never seen before." He told me to call it the End Times Joseph Program and to procure large amounts of food and shelter in certain parts of the world so that when famine comes, we will be the ones with food. You must do this by telling pastors around the world that they must collect special offerings and donate them to this mission. I'll raise up 10,000 pastors around the world, and they'll give to this ministry. You will take it and give it to shepherds in hungry nations who will give it to their own hungry people. In many cases, you'll have to get it in quickly by plane. If you send it by sea, it will take too long, and corrupt officials will steal it from you. God spoke to me again and said, "Millions of my people who belong to me get up in the morning and say, 'Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.' But when night comes, their bellies are empty." He caught my attention. I began to feel his pain. What if your children were hungry and you prayed the Lord's Prayer in the morning, but you put them to bed at night crying because they had no food? He also told me that he talks to people about this, but they still don't want to give. The Lord asked, "Will you feed my little children?" "Yes," I replied. "You will be very glad," he said. For 5 hours he told me how to do it, and even who would do it. I said, "Lord, I'm willing to be an instrument. No matter how old I am, I don't need any honor from man. I don't need any prestige at all. No matter how old I am, I don't need earthly goods of any kind. I can't take anything from this land. All I want to do that work for you until you come. I want to bless your church and bless those who are outside. My friends, I want you to listen to this and judge it well. If it is from the Lord, then we must obey. I hope that's the only thing you've learned from this book, that you and I must obey the Lord. Please seek the Lord on this. Search your heart. Catch this vision, my friends. In the years to come there will be famine, and from the abundance of American Christians blessings will flow to the ends of the earth. You say, when is it going to start? Today Somalia is dying. Global aid agencies are frustrated that no one wants to hear about this anymore. Americans have already cooled down to the cries coming from Somalia, Ethiopia, and elsewhere in West Africa. Albania is also desperate and things are very bad in Russia. There was a very strange detail about the vision I received in Jerusalem. I kept hearing the word Hercules. Hercules? What could that mean? The only Hercules I knew was the muscle-bound false god of Greek mythology. Why would the Lord give me the name of a false, pagan god? After returning from Jerusalem and explaining the vision to my children and ministry staff, I remember talking about how important it was going to be to get our own airlift capacity. In Somalia, his unstable government collapsed and several warlords seized power. These thugs command as much respect as your average New York City street gang. Virtually all relief supplies were being hijacked by armed men from various warring factions. That's why the United Nations, and eventually the United States, sent in armed troops to make sure the food got off the ships and into legitimate warehouses, and then made its way to the disaster area. In most third world countries, bringing in relief supplies can be frustrating. He disappears from the dock before the missionaries can come to fetch him. Even if it doesn't go away, corrupt government officials create absurd import tariffs that are nothing short of bribes. In many countries, customs duties can match the market value of the product. That means that if you import a sack of wheat for $10, you have to buy it for $10 in the United States and then, when you get to the third world, pay another $10 for permission to bring it into the country. This can be a problem if you're bringing $100,000 worth of wheat. It just makes you miserable to pay the Lord's money to some thief in charge of the docks. Another problem involved in relief work is getting food and supplies to the intended user. The infrastructure to deliver the goods does not exist in many parts of the world. I saw how essential it was that we had our own air transport capacity. We needed to be able to fly food to local airports around the world. As I was sharing this with my South Bend staff, I turned to our ministry's aviation man, Thorpe Mitchell, and asked, "Now, what is a Hercules?" This man, who was sent by God in 1984 to pilot our ministry plane, looked at me strangely and asked, "Why are you asking?" "Well," I said, "because God keeps telling me, Hercules, Hercules." Thorpe looked incredulous. "That's very interesting," he mused aloud, "because it's the only plane in the whole world that's going to do what you're talking about." Hercules is the name of the Lockheed C-130, which is primarily a military aircraft. It has 4 turboprop engines and is easily loaded from the rear. It will fly several thousand miles on a tank of gas and can carry a significant payload to a primitive, unupgraded location. No other aircraft can do that. Other planes can carry more cargo, travel longer distances, do it faster, and sometimes make it cheaper, but no other plane can take you to the primitive areas you describe. After he explained this to me, I said, "Well, bring me one." I heard him say that at that moment, Thorpe Mitchell knew that this was what the Lord had prepared him to do. Throughout his life, he had received a unique training and position to be able to do just that: get us a Hercules military transport plane, fly it, and take care of it. Chapter 23. In the midst of miracles. Thorpe Mitchell had spent most of the 1960s in the United States Military Air Transport Command, so he had been all over the world. During the 1970s, Thorpe had worked full-time in the reserves as an air operations officer. Then, in the early 1980s, he worked as a squadron commander of about 400 people, maintaining 26 U.S. Air Force F-4 fighter jets. After coming to work for us, Thorpe remained in the reserves and was assigned to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base at the headquarters of the Air Force Logistics Command, which manages all weapons systems in the Air Force inventory. Wright-Patterson is the largest Air Force base in the world with about 33,000 employees. It is commanded by a 4-star general, with 3-star generals under him, 2-star generals below them, and so on. I've been told that at many Air Force bases the highest rank you'll ever see is Colonel Mitchell's rank. Down the aisle from his assignment was the Lockheed C-130 Hercules Program Office. The supervisor was a personal friend of Thorpe's. Right off the bat, Mitchell warned me that a new C-130 would cost $30 million. That's an impressive amount of money, the annual budget of some counties. We weren't in a position to even talk about that kind of money. So, I suggested we look for a used one. In fact, Mitchell's friend suggested that we check into 4 planes parked in Lake City, Florida. A privately owned maintenance facility there had done extensive work on the planes for the Peruvian government, which had not paid its bill. At the time, the company had placed a lien on the planes and was now selling them to get paid for their work. Right at that moment I had to speak at a meeting in Miami and then another in Little Rock, Arkansas. Mitchell told me that Lake City wasn't that far out of our way. Let's go see those planes, I suggested. We flew to Lake City and there they were parked wingtip to wingtip, looking new. The company was asking for $4 million for each plane. It was still a huge amount for a ministry to raise. We began to pray again. One of the planes really stood out among the four. It had a new floor and someone had even chromed the fastening rings in the cargo hold. Mitchell said he had never seen a C-130 as flawless as this one. We discovered that it had been a show aircraft for the Missouri Air National Guard before being sold to Peru. Used to showcase the organization's maintenance skills, it had been given a lot of care and affection and was an extraordinarily good aircraft. We hired a few specialists to check the plane and their reports were incredible. They all said this was the best Hercules they had ever flew. It was more responsive, had a bit more power, and seemed to be in better overall condition than the average Hercules they were used to flying. We arranged a meeting with the Peruvian naval attaché in Washington and set a price of $1.5 million, considerably below the $4 million they were asking for. It was also far less than the $30 million for a new Hercules fresh off the Lockheed production line. Still, we had to ask the Lord to help us get $1.5 million. That was the number one obstacle. The next two obstacles also depended on divine intervention. First, the U.S. State Department had to approve the sale of any modern military aircraft in use. They were absolutely baffled by our app. They were accustomed to requests from foreign governments or from wildland firefighters using C-130 to fight large fires in national forests. But a Christian ministry? It was simply unprecedented. We also had to get approval from the Federal Aviation Administration, which regulates civil aviation affairs in the United States. They also didn't seem to know how to respond to an Indiana church that wanted to buy a Hercules to feed the hungry. Our first near disappointment came from the State Department. We were told that our application was going to be denied. Fortunately, the Lord had put a friend in the White House, a man who had the ear of the President of the United States. From there, he took it and sent a letter to the State Department on White House paper saying the President would like the sale approved. That was all it took. Our lawyer called back and said, "I don't know what they did, but the State Department suddenly changed its mind and is going to approve your request." In the meantime, God began sending money for the plane. The Lord also continued to move other mountains. We saved $75,000 in Florida sales tax when the Peruvian government agreed to fly their planes to Indiana for delivery, where we are tax exempt. Then, we saved another large amount when a government official gave us a certificate of transportation that normally would have cost $50,000 just to deliver our Peruvian plane from Florida to Indiana. One day, in the midst of all these miracles, the Lord asked me where my faith was. He had been praying, "Why haven't we gotten that plane yet?" The Lord said to me, "Well, where are you going to put it when you have it? Didn't I tell you to build a church in the Philippines before the congregation came? You did, and then the congregation came. I want you to build a hangar here, even though you don't have a plane yet." I went to work. The hangar cost us about $700,000 and is the largest hangar at South Bend Airport. For a few weeks, we were kind of a laughing stock in South Bend for building a hangar for a plane that no one thought we'd ever get. Now I know how Noah felt. You see, the commander in Youngstown, Ohio, had told us directly, "We can't afford an airplane like that C-130. When he said that, I didn't change my expression even though it was boiling inside. As we left his office I said to myself, if the devil can possess them, God can possess one. Another Air Force commander in Florida took us aside and said, "You guys, I'm not going to get a C-130. We just had to smile and leave it in God's hands." While we were still looking for a plane, my son Peter called an intermediary from planes and told him we wanted a military C-130 Hercules. He told Peter he was crazy. The broker wasn't willing to waste time looking for a C-130 that the government certainly wouldn't allow us to have. A while ago, Peter stopped by the broker's office and left a picture of our Hercules. With a little more faith, that broker could have had a good assignment, but it was another miracle. The way God did, we didn't have to pay commission to anyone. What an amazing day it was to see our C-130 in front of our hangar at the airport. My heart was filled with joy. Once again I obeyed and God provided. I don't think there's an end to this vision. I pray that eventually we will have at least 6 C-130s. After we got our first Hercules, the Lord led us to a successful businessman named Don Tipton. Years ago, God had spoken to Tipton and told him to equip a ship to sail on the high seas, but he didn't tell him why or what to do with it. Don complied and bought a fishing factory boat. Then, he recruited a group of volunteers and for 5 years cleaned the boat, put it in seaworthy condition and brought it to San Pedro, California, in the Long Beach area, where he lives. Around the same time we got permission to fly our C-130, Don was taking his ship to Nicaragua with a load for some missionaries. On our first test flight of the C-130, we carried a load to a missionary in Guatemala. It was a dirt airstrip in the mountains of the Indian village of Quetzaltenango. When we got there, we called and picked up some cargo from Don's ship and delivered it everywhere. He was so impressed that he announced, "You can use our boat all you want. We belong to you." From that point on, we have had exclusive use of his ship. When he said that, I said, "Well, I want to take a shipment of supplies to Latvia and we need to get there in August." Don said, "Oh, no way. You have no idea what is involved in carrying this thing. It takes literally months to load this ship and it's still back from Nicaragua." But I followed him and, sure enough, the ship docked in Latvia on the day Gorbachev was placed under house arrest. For 3 days, we couldn't get in touch with the captain of the ship to find out what had happened to them. We didn't know if they had been kidnapped, sunk, or imprisoned. When the coup failed, we discovered that our people were on the docks handing out food. That ship is 7 decks deep and carries 5,000 tons of food, which is 10 million pounds. As I write this, everything is loaded and in the next few days it will be disembarking on its way to feed the small nation of Albania. The Prime Minister of the country spoke to me in his office recently and said, "If you bring your boat, you will save our children." I said, "Okay. Try to straighten out this nation and our ministry will take care of the children." I remember when I wanted to bless a small town and I got up and we knelt down to ask God to make it possible. Now we are taking nations for God. As I write this, our C-130 Hercules is in Denmark and tomorrow night it will be in Albania. In the immediate aftermath of the Desert Storm War, we sent supplies to starving Kurds in Iraq for 2 months, hundreds of thousands of pounds of food. When we arrived, 1,000 people a day were dying of dysentery. We received water purifiers and a military field kitchen and started feeding them. Today, many Kurds are alive and praising God for our C-130. In fact, we had to fly to the Islamic Republic of Iran to make our deliveries. If you recall, it was Iran that took the entire US embassy hostage for 444 days with the blessing of the Ayatollah. On the way there, the C-130 had engine problems during a stopover in Cyprus. It was a weekend and the missionaries had to make an emergency cash loan of tens of thousands of dollars to help us get a new engine. That was a miracle in itself. Not many missionaries would have tens of thousands of dollars available for an emergency loan. They were poor missionaries, but the Lord had given them the cash just when we needed that loan so desperately. We are glad to be able to continue our mission of mercy towards Kurdish refugees. Recently, we shipped 2,000 tons of rice to the Philippines and people are eating it right now. Many other places are waiting for us to send them food. We are ready to send some men to Panama to find the Christians and feed the hungry people in the churches. As soon as we can get permission to fly to that battered country, we'll be willing to move. How glad we are that Jesus is ready and willing. I could fill an entire book with the adventures we've had with our plane and boat. But the main point I want to convey is that when I was obedient, God opened a path. The last great branch of my tree of life will be to feed the hungry. The world. That is what I have been told to do and I must obey. Chapter 24. Will you obey? Recently, the pastor of a small church told his people, "Listen, we want to help Brother Sumrall feed the hungry and we're going to make an offering for it. I've pledged to donate $1,000 a month or $12,000 for this year." He passed the license plates and received $14,000 on the first day. Then he again offered the offering for the expenses of his church, and it was more than his people had ever given. God has a way of doing things if we just let Him, if we obey Him. The first time I began to talk about the vision I had received in Jerusalem, my children were a little apprehensive. One of them spoke up and said, "What are we going to do about putting a new TV station on the air if all they're going to do is walk around and talk about the hungry?" I said, "The night God spoke, He also said that if I did this, He would prosper everything I'm doing." God has many avenues of blessing. You don't have to bless in just one way. We believe that God will take care of all the needs of our ministry, building television stations and feeding millions of hungry people. It's a big company. It's bigger than all of us put together and multiplied by hundreds. It's that big. Will you help me? I have been somewhat frustrated by the magnitude of this mission. Typically, the average American will donate for 2 to 3 months, but if something more exciting comes up, they hesitate and forget about their first commitment. God is reaching out to us to do something incredible. I recently shipped an order to Copenhagen, Denmark. We need more meat to give to Albania. When we brought food to Russia, I asked a company about meat and they said, "Yes. If you send me a check for $80,000, we'll give you meat." So I sent a check for $80,000 and they gave us $250,000 of the best Danish ham anyone has ever tasted. The Russians loved it. On each flight, we have carried 10,000 pounds of meat along with the flour and other supplies. But we can't go on if people don't get the vision. You say, "Well, why don't you talk to rich businessmen?" God told us not to. Why don't we ask the big denominations? Everyone has their own projects. The Lord said to me, "My little ones who represent Gideon's victorious army of 300 men can save the world." The Lord said, "Do you remember the story of the rich man and the beggar?" I said, "Yes." You said it and I preached it. I should know. He said, the rich man was doing sumptuously every day. Thousands of people considered him a glorified prince, but he had a problem. At his door was a persistent beggar named Lazarus. The rich man's servant said, "Lazarus, the master wants you out of here." He said, "I'm not leaving. I want a piece of bread." They said, "If we give you a piece of bread, you'll come back tomorrow for more." We can't do that. "Lazarus, he has told us to get rid of you, to throw you out. You've got to get out this door. When the princes and princesses come tonight and these big and beautiful doors open and the beautiful chariots come in here with those beautiful horses, he doesn't want to see you down there crying, 'Give me a crumb.'" It is possible that the rich man's servants killed Lazarus, because shortly afterwards he was in heaven. But the rich man also died. The Bible says that the rich man lifted up his eyes in hell and looked across the road. He saw Abraham, and there was Lazarus. He had come to paradise. The rich man pleaded, "Abraham, could you let Lazarus bring me a bottle of champagne, please?" "Well, actually, I had come a long way down the stairs." He said, "Would you let him dip his finger in water? My parched tongue needs a drop of water." I said, "Yes, Jesus, I know that story." He said, "I want to inform you of something. America is that rich man who does sumptuously every day. They are the best fed people in the history of mankind, and the countries of the third world are Lazarus. The poor don't want your car or your house, all they want is a crumb." Now, my friend, as I consider the story of my life and my reluctant obedience and how the Lord has blessed me for it, I ask you to seek Him. When the Lord spoke to me that night in Jerusalem, I understood His heart. Because of the sins of men, God said, "In these last days millions will die of hunger, but I do not want even one of my Christians to die of starvation." I couldn't understand why He wanted to use me, so He explained, "You've preached in 110 nations and you love all those people. I want to use you to feed them." I believe that America's wealthy church and churches around the world have been called to ensure that Christians around the world don't run out of food. I also believe that great evangelism and revival will occur if we show compassion and feed the hungry. The Lord showed me in detail that all over the face of this earth there are beginnings of famine. Will you catch this vision? This may be my last big job. Join me in saving millions of people from starvation. Will you help feed God's people in the difficult days that are just around the corner? Will you feed the Christian children who ask God to give us this day our daily bread? What does the Lord say to you? Will you obey? The end. End of this wonderful audio book.